risk is that he never masters either one. And I don't think you get into the Hall of Fame just because you're doing something different.
If you play twice the snaps of everybody else and are a damn good, not great, but damn good football player, I think that uniqueness would get him in. You don't think so?
I don't know. I really don't know. If he's never
an all-pro?
Well, okay. If he's never top 4 or 5 at his position.
So that's Pro Bowl, right? So if he's like a Pro Bowl player for a bunch of seasons at multiple positions, that's a Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah, but you're starting to put him in the top 2 in regards to what you're talking about. I'm talking about
Pro
top
Bowler
5.
would be top 4 or 5 at your position, right?
No.
I would say if he's a Pro Bowl corner and he outperforms what Dion and Woodson did at receiver, he'll get in.
Okay, yes. If he outperforms,
Hall of
Famers, then he's a Hall of Famer.
I said at receiver. You guys missed that. They didn't do that much when it boiled down to it. He's on the field far more of an everyday player, and contributes as a number 2, let's say. Let's say he's J-Mo on offense.
Well, that's 1,000 yards last season. That's
1,000 yards in 17 games. We got to start, cutting that out a little bit. That's not a big accomplishment. 1,000 yards is not. You're averaging 60 some. It's
as
under
a number
60.
2,
as your second position.
Right. I'm just saying. Look, the words are getting torn apart here. I'm simply saying, geez, if he's a number 2 receiver,
it's fun, isn't it, Jim?
And a Pro Bowl corner.
I get what you're saying.
Nobody's done that.
Yes,
right.
it's the
I'm
uniqueness.
supporting your argument.
I know you are.
And said you want to pick me apart.
I got to give everybody.
How's your
a
Red
hard
Wings
time.
doing?
They're still playing hockey, unfortunately.
Wow, a little sensitive today.
Digs. Okay, you haven't answered this, John. Who's your guy?
Guy that I keep talking about. It's Ted McMillan. I think this guy is going to be a special wide receiver, and part of it is his height and his. I know he doesn't have blazing speed, but he's going to be a guy that's going to make a lot of plays just because he can outjump, outreach. His catch radius is unbelievable, and what makes it even more unbelievable is he doesn't need both hands. He's a guy that has just tremendous ability to haul in a football from a lot of different angles and a lot of different positions. He's got great body control when he's in the air. I like the way that he gets off the line of scrimmage. So I think he's going to have a lot of opportunity for big plays, big moments, and I think he's a guy that's going to be a regular in the Pro Bowl, and probably not year 1 or 2, but I see all pro potential in this kid.
There was a video of him speaking off the cuff saying he doesn't really care to watch film. Is that a concern to you if you're projecting someone to the NFL?
Well, welcome to the wide receiver room. There's not a lot of wide receivers in the NFL that like watching film. There's quite honestly, there's not a lot of football players that like watching film. It's those, the ones that like watching film end up becoming coaches. Mm-hmm. But a lot of guys will force themselves to watch film because they know it's part of the job description. What separates them from other players. But I think the wide receiver room is probably one of the rooms that you could say is the least film watching of a football team.
It's interesting. I never thought of it that way. But some room has to be the room that watches the least amount of film, and it would make sense that it's wide receivers.
Yeah. When it's really tough, it's when it's your quarterback. So hopefully he doesn't go to Arizona.
So that's an interesting selection because I think it's going to be one of the harder positions to make the Hall of Fame going forward because the stats are just through the roof
and there's
the game's
backlog.
Changed. Yeah, and comparing eras is extremely difficult because of the way the game's changed.
And that's why sometimes it's where you're drafted and who your quarterback is. So if he goes that's why I say don't go to Arizona. He would be an unbelievable pair with Marvin Harrison Jr.
So I'm going to give you a chance to do a redo based on where a USA Today mock puts him.
Oh, where's he going?
The Bears.
How much does landing spot matter for him specifically? Because you can't throw yourself the ball.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, it matters in almost all of these cases. It matters because of the offense that you're going to be in, the quarterback you're going to have.
I think it probably
I actually
matters.
think that might be a great landing spot for him.
Interesting.
Well, Caleb, if you buy into Caleb, Caleb's going to have a borderline Hall of Fame career,
Right.
Ben Johnson, though,
if he goes to the Bears, I know everybody loves, and I love Rome Odunze, but I think Ted McMillan's your one, and Rome Odunze becomes your two.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Even though Rome was drafted higher the year prior.
We don't know when he's going to be drafted.
I
mean, if he's drafted at 10, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, but you're talking like one or two spots.
Yeah.
So mine is going to be made fun of because people are going to say blue wall and Michigan, blah, blah. But I think it's a guy that's just been completely dismissed through this process. And I think he's got the best odds to be a Hall of Famer, and I think it's Will Johnson. I think he's a shutdown number one cornerback. I do.
It's not where I thought he was going to go when he said Michigan.
I think he's a better cornerback than Travis Hunter. And Travis Hunter's above him because of the two-way. I think you're getting a lock with this guy. And I think the only flag might be injuries. But I think he played
a big one.
I think he played the system last year just like Nick Bosa, except he played a little longer. And Michigan didn't want to own having a guy that's sitting out, quote. So they kind of massaged the whole story. He could have played against Ohio State if they needed him.
Well,
I think this guy's a lock. He was in the top 5 before the season. He had multiple pick sixes this year. And when he went up against Harrison and I watched it in person, I thought this guy is absolutely legit.
See, I thought you were going to say Mason Graham. Could be a top 5 pick, just a solid, steady, quality football player. Don't overthink it.
Yeah, I just don't know he'll have the numbers.
Right. Interior D lineman. If he doesn't put up sacks, will he just kind of get thrown in a category of very good?
Yeah. And I want to go back to Will Johnson. Sure, he has that potential. The problem is going to be, will he be durable enough to play enough games every season to develop that reputation? You need a reputation, and the reputation can't be, he's always hurt.
I do think some of that's a narrative, though, based on how he handled it, and you never got a lot of info on it.
Well, you're never going to get you never get any info on these guys. The difference between him and Nick Bosa was, didn't Nick Bosa actually withdraw from school?
Yeah, it was earlier. Yeah.
Well, not only, but Will Johnson never withdrew from school. I think Ohio State would have protected Nick Bosa had he quote unquote remained with the team. They would have said, it's 10 or 12 weeks. We don't know if he'll be back. They would have played the game just like Michigan did with Will. And I'm not saying they did, but they were able to protect that narrative, whereas Nick Bosa just said, you know what? I don't need it anymore. I'm going to go get ready for the draft.
Well, that's the two reputations of the two schools, though. Michigan doesn't want to be known as a place that has guys that protect their professional career.
What I'm trying to say is Ohio State would have done the same thing as Michigan did.
I think so, yeah. But I think, look, this is a personal matter. I think that both guys did the same thing. Will Johnson protected his professional career this year. He wasn't draft eligible. He had to get through the season of eligibility, and once they had nothing to play for, he stopped playing.
It's some rapid fire.
One possibility.
Rapid fire ticket text here, because we got to get to news. We got the 2 Grand Slam. Mason Graham, the most sure thing on the ticket text. Someone says that's my choice. Surefire. Will Campbell on offense. Abdul Carter on defense. John, do you see it with Will Campbell, fellow offensive lineman?
I see a really good offensive lineman, a guy who played for a long time, but I don't necessarily see a Hall of Famer.
Call me crazy, but Jack Sawyer will have a gold jacket. Guy has the motor you see in high-level players.
He's got the motor, but I don't think he doesn't have the same skill or technique as a Hutch.
And this one says, whoever the Lions draft.
There you go.
Will be the gold jacket guy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll get to Heather.
Ray Zabel. I'm gonna pound that. I'm gonna pound that desk.
John, I'm not gonna be mad if that's the pick.
Yeah.
It'd make a lot of sense for this team. 2 Grand Slam. We got the Pistons disrespect. It just keeps coming. It's 97-1.
Hey, a personal injury of any sort is in fact personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay, here we go. Detroit is full of hardworking people, and workboots.com is the work boot superstore made for hardworking people. As the leader in workwear and safety footwear for over a decade, workboots.com has all the top-rated work brands you're looking for with the lowest price guarantee and outstanding customer service. All you have to do is use promo code WB971.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
Yeah, there was a scary scene that took place between the Twins and the Mets during the game. I don't know if you were watching or heard about this, but the first base umpire was drilled in the head by a line drive. Yikes, was forced to leave the game. I mean, that could be deadly. I mean, it's... Whew.
There was another guy that was hitting the head with a fastball yesterday. I can't remember who he played for. Oh, yeah, and then he was on the ground and blood pouring out. Yeah.
Yeah, this happened right at the top of the 7th inning. Like as soon as it happened, like the first base coach was waving over the trainers to come on over. It sounds like he was able to get up onto his feet. He did have to leave with some help of the Twins training staff, so he did, have assistance. And I'm not sure what, if any, injuries he sustained, but the Mets manager said it sounded like he was going to be just fine, but still scary to witness, scary situation for sure, without a doubt.
With a hell of a headache.
Yeah, he did. This is a tragic story. Westland police say a man shot and killed himself while he was on the phone with 911 after killing his girlfriend on Tuesday.
Oh, no.
So he called the police to let them know what he had already done. And according to police, this man, a 52-year-old man, called 911, said he had shot his girlfriend and that he was going to shoot himself. Police rushed to the scene, right? Not sure what was going to be happening. Was he still alive in this home? What, had he already taken his own life? They did force their way into their home and unfortunately found both of them deceased. Neighbors are kind of speaking up, describing the couple as quiet, kind of keeping to themselves. An investigation is ongoing. Marcella Chidester, she's the woman responsible for that Swan Boat Club crash.
Yep.
Well, she's going to have a new lawyer standing by her side when she appears in court for her sentencing next month. Her previous lawyer, who handled the entire case from the beginning, found out that he was being replaced when he went to the Monroe County Jail for a pre-sentencing investigation and was told, actually, sir, you're no longer welcome here. You're not on the list. She has retained somebody else. And he says that's highly unusual, that normally a new attorney wouldn't take over until an appeal happens. But she's already gotten a new one, apparently. So we'll see what happens. It sounds like his plan was to appeal. So I'm guessing this new attorney is also going to appeal. She's going to be sentenced next month. Former Detroit Lions wide receiver Nate Burleson has teamed up with this distillery in Ferndale to create a new spirit, a new vodka. It's called Lion Blood Orange Vodka.
Cool.
Yeah. It's an all-natural vodka. It's crafted with 0 additives, no corn syrup, and real Michigan beet sugar. Apparently, it brings a citrus twist.
Lion's blood?
No real lion's blood.
Even a drop of lion's blood?
Yeah.
Just a little drop.
That's what they should say, like a just a tiny bit.
It's like a worm in the bottom of the tequila.
Apparently, it's elegant, smooth. Who knows? So anyway, kind of cool, I guess.
It's cool.
In a statement, he said, "A lion sleeps in the heart of all of us. We hunt for what we want in this world, so the time is now. Remember to savor every sip and conquer your jungle." Rawr. He did that at the end too.
Okay. Wow.
He didn't, but I think he should have
Yes.
with the hand movement. Yes. After nearly a decade, the McDonald's snack wrap is making a comeback. The chain teased the return date on X, but they didn't tell us exactly when it was going to return. They revealed the day and the year, but not the month. So the 14th of some month of this year, it will return. I didn't realize it was like this cult classic type, because I've never had one, but it's this tortilla filled with chicken, lettuce, cheese, sauce. It arrived first at McDonald's in 2006, kind of became very popular. They introduced a beef version, and then the beef version disappeared in 2013, and then they were mostly gone by 2016, and so here we are.
Oh, they have a huge following.
I see that.
Yeah.
They're coming back, so get ready. Have you guys ever gotten into a fight on the golf course?
No.
Not a physical altercation, no.
No. Well, a night out on the golf course ended up looking more like an MMA fight for a pair of Canadians on Monday. Out hitting the links, right? And apparently two
Canadians?
groups. Yeah, I know.
They're friendly, I thought.
Sorry, they didn't
Sorry.
they didn't
Sorry,
say
I stepped in
it.
your line. Sorry.
Apparently the two groups got in some sort of altercation over the pace of play. And then things turned violent. And of course, it was all captured on camera. So you got to check out this fight. One group, I guess, was upset that the other was being too impatient. They started chatting and then fists were flying. One of the guys walked away bloody. Like it was a big fight. The golf course is aware of it. The police were called to the scene. They're still evaluating any potential punishment for those involved.
It all could have been solved if you just said sorry.
Sorry.
Didn't mean to.
Yes. It's a boot team.
There you go.
It's Heather with the news. Let's give away some money.
This is going to be a good one. I have a feeling. The rules of the game, we all know. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. And if there's time, our contestant can pass and get back to it. But we've learned that if you pass too many times, you're not going to get back to all of them. So got to play wisely. Who do we got, Jim?
Our contestant this fine morning is John and Troy. John, good morning.
Good morning.
What are you laughing about, Heather?
I said, John. John.
We're excited for
Good
you,
morning.
John.
It's all right. I'm excited to be here. I hope you've made it to Bronner's. I think the last time we played, that was your thing, going to Bronner's.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he's made it there yet.
John, how do you spell your name?
John.
Okay.
The right
Just
way.
want to clarify.
The proper way, yep.
Yeah, the proper way, yes.
All right, John, you know the rules. Your time starts as soon as I start reading the first question. Are you ready?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Who do the Red Wings play tonight?
Maple Leafs.
This rapper had the 2024 hit Not Like Us.
Pass.
Who was the manager of the Detroit Tigers from 2018 to 2020?
Alan Trammell.
Jahmyr Gibbs will wear this jersey number next season.
0.
Ypsilanti is located in this Michigan county.
Livingston.
Who won the Heisman Trophy last season?
Travis Hunter.
Who voices Buzz Lightyear in the Toy Story movies?
Tim Allen.
This team currently has the most wins in Major League Baseball.
San Diego Padres.
Who is the current head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Pass.
What is the capital of Ukraine?
Minsk.
This rapper had the 2024 hit Not Like Us.
Nas X.
What is the current
I got 5.
5.
Yep. $125.
Not bad.
Yeah, you
Thank
beat
you.
Tuesday. Yep.
All right.
Oh, you sound
You
disappointed.
sound so bummed.
Yeah, you won.
$125.
Yeah, no, it's a lot harder when you're on it, though.
Yeah,
It
it
is.
is. Yeah, that clock keeps ticking.
We'll put you on hold. We'll get you paid. You should be happy. $125. It's a pretty good showing here.
Yep. Thanks,
Yeah.
JOHN.
Let's go through it. The Red Wings play the Maple Leafs tonight. He got it.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I didn't think anybody would get that
All
one.
kind of
They're
checked
still
out on
playing?
the season. They are still playing. The rapper that had the 2024 hit Not Like Us, he did eventually guess.
I'm glad I guessed.
But
Yeah.
it's Kendrick Lamar. He performed the Super Bowl halftime show. The manager of the Tigers from 2018 to 2020, the often forgotten.
Yes, the forgotten man, Ron Gardenhire.
Gibbs will wear 0. He got that right. Ypsilanti is in which county?
Washington. Oh, come on. Livingston? Really?
Who won the Heisman Trophy last year?
Travis Hunter. Got that one.
Tim Allen is the voice of Buzz Lightyear. The team that currently has the most wins in baseball. He took a second, but he got it.
Yep. San Diego Padres.
The current coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Duval.
Yeah, Liam Cohen. I knew the Duval, but yeah, I wouldn't have got the Liam Cohen.
And then Tom went geopolitical with the 10th question. What is the capital of Ukraine?
He said Minsk.
Is that a city in Ukraine?
I don't know if it's a city. I don't know if it's in Ukraine.
We were looking for Kiev.
Kiev.
However you say it. All right, there's your 2 Grand Slam. Next chance to win, next Tuesday, chance to win as many as $2,000 with us. Coming up.
Minsk is a capital.
Oh, of which country?
Belarus.
Oh, okay.
So respectable guess.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
How close is it to Ukraine?
No idea.
But at least he guessed, guys. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not beating him up for it.
you know.
I had some guesses that were nowhere close. They're actually not cities either.
We got a lot to do still on the show today. We moved Dear John around because at 9 o'clock, we'll be carrying Brad Holmes' press conference live a week from the NFL draft. So 9:02, be listening for that. Coming up next, the Pistons. The disrespect card. Hits keep coming. Do you embrace it? Do you resent it? And why does it keep happening? It's 97.1.
I keep warning you that the grass is going to grow. It eventually will. We're going to have some beautiful weather. We're going to have some rain this weekend. And again, rain, sun, it's all going to start growing. You got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call now. That number is 888-GET-GREEN. You can get more information on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Purchase a full lawn program right now, and you're going to get free grub control. But you got to mention my name along with 97.1 The Ticket. You got to give them a call because as that grass grows, so will crabgrass. And if you see it, it's too late to fix it. They can take care of that problem before you even have one. They're going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. They're going to custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home because they do offer pest control services. They've been doing it for over 3.5 decades right here in Southeast Michigan. So keep your money local and give them a call. Again, that number is 888-GET-GREEN. You can reach them on the web as well, naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Brewers win. Tigers back-to-back losses by a combined score of 10-1. Riley Green continues to stay in this funk. We'll talk about the Tigers coming up at 8:02. Came into the studio today and had a piece of paper left over from a previous show.
Uh-huh.
Riley Green and a comparison to another player, a player you don't want to be compared to. John, we got Pistons playoff action on the horizon, and we've been ramping up and getting ready to talk more and more about this series with the Knicks. Tomorrow we're going to do our full preview and who wins, how many games, X factors, all that stuff. But I've noticed a tone around this basketball team that predates even this season, but continues even though they're winning. I started looking around to see what other people are saying about this series. ESPN had 10 writers. All of them picked the Knicks.
Even though the Pistons beat them repeatedly during the regular season.
3 of 4 times, including both games at Madison Square Garden. But we understand playoffs are a different animal.
Yeah.
All of them picked the Knicks. I looked around at ballots to see, hey, is our guy JB Bickerstaff, does anybody think this guy should win Coach of the Year? No, runner-up on ESPN and Yahoo. Well, what about Malik Beasley? Guy finished 1 3-pointer shy of the most in the NBA this season. Came off the bench. He's got to be 6th man of the year, right?
You would think.
Nobody has put out that they think he should win 6th man of the year. Kate Cunningham. He's on some All-NBA teams, but the same or lower than Jalen Brunson. And there's a healthy debate there, but nobody's putting Kate above Jalen Brunson. And it's across the board, right? This team does not get respect. Isaiah Thomas was on Restore the Floor with Stoney, and Isaiah spoke about this. This has gone on for years. You just got to zig when they zag because you're not going to get love in Detroit. But why? Why does this keep happening? Even though they're finally starting to win and they have a star and they're not doing it in a way that should deter you. You should be excited if you've watched this basketball team. Why doesn't the league embrace the Pistons more? And by the way, do you embrace this underdog role or do you resent it?
Well, so first, in terms of the underdog, I think you embrace it. You have to embrace it. You don't resent it. You use anything you can for motivation, and we hear that from athletes all the time. And so, yeah, you do absolutely embrace it. But in regards to, Detroit never getting any love, and I know Isaiah was a superstar, but I don't think he ever got credit as being a superstar. Has Detroit... We've had some great players, but I don't know that Detroit has ever. They've obviously, Michael Jordan played in Chicago, never had a Jordan, a LeBron, and this is not me taking a shot at any of the players, but they've always, when they've won, they've done it as a great team. And Isaiah's right, they've done it differently. And I think there's a lot of people in the NBA. I don't know if it even goes back as far as the bad boys and how they didn't like it because it wasn't
pretty
and then the going to work Pistons,
they did it also ugly, gritty, team defense.
And now this is why I think people, if you don't like the NBA, I'm with you, I stand with you, I agree with you, but the Pistons play different. And
Which I think is a good thing.
That's what I'm saying, is if you don't like the NBA, I get that. I don't either. But I like the Pistons because they play 4 quarters. We don't see load management. Every once in a while, maybe there's a guy that gets rest, but you don't see that on a weekly or nightly basis, not managing the roster just to get to the playoffs where the NBA takes care of load management for you. And they play defense. They are aggressive, confrontational at times.
That's a good word.
And again, it bucks the trend of what the NBA wants to have.
But the way the Pistons as an organization have been treated doesn't match up with what they've accomplished. There's only 5 teams in the NBA that have won more championships than the Detroit Pistons. Do you feel like that's the perception around the franchise? The only franchises that have won more NBA titles are the Boston Celtics, the Los Angeles Lakers, the Golden State Warriors, Chicago Bulls, and San Antonio Spurs. I get it. Those are your royalty, right? Nobody else, though, has won more than the Pistons, and they don't get treated that way. Two different eras of champions. They're on the way back up, and you think this would be celebrated more, and instead it's like, yeah, the Knicks are going to dispatch them in 4, 5, 6.
Well, but here's the other thing is, and this is, again, part of the NBA problem, is certain guys get a chance to walk around without having to dribble the basketball. Certain guys, if you breathe on them, it's a foul.
Yeah.
They pick and choose who those guys are. And like it or not, that's part of why people have gone away from the NBA. It's part of why I've gone away from the NBA. We've talked about this throughout the course of the year. And JB, stood at the podium, pouted on the podium, talking about this, where Cade Cunningham doesn't get the calls. They don't get the same respect. Some of that is they're the new guy on the block. They have been bad for so long that I think a lot of people, whether it's the postseason awards, are saying, okay, this is great. Hey, Cade, you're going to be on an all-NBA team, but this is the first year.
So you might be second or third, where Brunson might be first or second.
Right, because he's done it before. All right, and it's we need to see if you can repeat this.
But Cade scores as many points, more rebounds, more assists. I get it, Brunson's a little more efficient, but I will defer to the head-to-heads.
I think a lot of it is just they've been here before. The Knicks, why are people picking the Knicks? Some of it's experience. I get that playoff experience, but they're going to disregard what happened in the regular season. Even when the Pistons weren't playing good, they could still beat the Knicks.
Exactly. But I'm looking at the list, and it's Bobby Marks, Knicks in 5, right? Mark Spears, Knicks in 6. I mean, some say Knicks in 7, so they're giving the Pistons the credit of competing in the series, but nobody is picking the Pistons to win this series.
Right, because they're saying they're the new guys on the block, and they haven't earned the right to have our respect.
And JB hasn't earned the right to be Coach of the Year, and Malik Beasley hasn't earned the right to be Sixth Man of the Year, and Cade Cunningham's not in the MVP conversation, not in the first team conversation. And I wonder, as you guys are inundated with this like we are, you care about our teams, do you look at that and say, good, I'll embrace the underdog role, Detroit versus everybody, or does part of you resent this? Like, no, we're doing this the right way. We're playing the game the right way. We're an enjoyable watch in a league that doesn't have many of them. Celebrate us. Appreciate us. Which camp are you in? 248-539-9797. And a bigger question is, why does this happen? And it may be because of what Isaiah said, because we've dared to go against the grain.
I'll rest on, I think a lot of the NBA right now is just saying, okay, prove it. Prove us wrong.
Sure.
And, hey, Cade Cunningham, prove that you can do it for more than a year, that you can stay healthy for more than a year, that you could be this star for more than a year. Prove it to the entire organization that you are more of a 43 or 40 win team and you are on the ascent versus the 14 win team that you were last year.
Phone calls, ticket text, 248-539-9797. Want to tap into Pistons fans today. We're building up. A lot of talk ahead of the series with the Knicks. It's 97-1.
During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. All you have to do is join FanDuel today and get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many different ways and prop bets to bet your favorite players. Plus, after the game tips off, you don't have to stop betting. You can even combine live prop bets into same-game parlays for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Pistons have elevated their franchise. They're in the playoffs. I think they got a hell of a shot against the Knicks. We'll do season or series previews tomorrow. But even though they're improved, even though they're winning, I still don't think they're getting much love. You look around the award previews, they're not expected to get much, if any, hardware. No Coach of the Year for J.B. Bickerstaff. No Sixth Man of the Year for Malik Beasley. Cade's going to get some love, but second or even third team All-NBA for a guy you can make a case should maybe be first team, but definitely second team. I'm sensing a theme here. The Pistons don't get any love. They're one of the winningest organizations in NBA history. Only 5 teams have won more championships.
It's been a long time.
They're resurrected, though. This is different. This is improvement. And 10 out of 10 ESPN experts all picked the Knicks. So I just wonder, when you guys see this stuff, do you embrace it and say, yeah, good, Detroit versus everybody, will be the underdog, just watch? Or does part of you resent this? That even though the team has won 3 championships, even though the team does have a hell of a coach and a superstar and they're winning, nobody seems to care or see it? And why does it happen? So let's knock out some phone calls. 248-539-9797. Kyle in Canton, good morning.
Morning, boys.
What's up?
I want to hit this. This all goes to my son, basketball savant in stats. So there's never been, and I'm repeating this, but there hasn't been a team in the playoffs with more than 2 of their players in the top 10 of minutes played within that season. Right now, in the top 5 of minutes played this season, you got Josh Hart at 1, Mikal Bridges at 3, and Anunoby at 5. And then you go down, and then you got Brunson at 15, and then Cat at 20. Their starting 5 play more minutes than any starting 5 ever in NBA history.
Wow.
I've been to 5 games this year. The only win that we've seen was when we blew out the Lakers at the beginning of the season. I do have tickets to 3, 4, and 6. My son thinks we're going to finish this at home in 4. I bought tickets to 6 because I think it might take one more. He does not feel that they are going to be able to compete with our bench. We got 20-year-olds on our bench. These guys are not 20, and they're playing the most minutes out of everybody.
So it's so interesting to see, because that's Tom Thibodeau to a T. I mean, he's someone who trusts his starters, plays his starters, runs them into the ground at times. Does it come back to bite you in the postseason? Teams always shorten the bench in the playoffs. These guys have carried a big load all season.
Yeah, and there's plenty of rest in between games.
Yeah.
I don't know that, save an injury, I don't know that necessarily plays into it in the postseason.
It may hurt their ability to make a deep run.
Yeah, but both teams have had, a week off between the last game that they played and when they're actually going to play a playoff game.
But I think there's something to be said for like major minutes on your starters hurting your ability to go on a deep playoff run. To your point, it shouldn't impact who wins this first round series, though. Let's get to Matt Nassau. Matt, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. So the last caller, he's brave, won it in 4. It means they're going to win every game. I got Pistons in 7 because I do, I think the Pistons will win, but the Knicks will put up a big fight. And you're right, Detroit, they don't get the love, and it's sad to see. But
why do you think it is, though?
What?
Why do you think that is?
Because they underrate our teams. Like this was 2 years ago. Everyone underrated the Lions, and look what they did. They made it to the playoffs twice in a row. They're going to go this year. The Pistons, they underrated them this season. Look where they're at now in the playoffs.
Right. But I don't.
Like 2 years ago, they lost 17, 18 games in a row or something like that.
Oh, it was more than that. They lost 28 in a row.
I
but
to a lot of people's defense, at the beginning of the season, no one was picking the Pistons to be in the playoffs.
Right, but now that they're here, it should be noticeable. It should be treated as such. And instead, I feel like we get treated like we're the Charlotte Hornets or we're the New Orleans Pelicans, and we're not.
Then go out and prove it. Win.
And I'm a big Pistons fan, because I love the NBA, but I'm an OG Spurs fan. Like when Bowen and Horry, Ginobili, Duncan, Parker, all of them were on a team. I watched them from 97 until 07. But I love the Pistons. I'm going to Game 3. Cool. I think they'll win it in 7 games.
Appreciate the phone call, Matt.
So there's a belief out there the Pistons benefited from a bad East. And so
so did the Knicks then.
Right. Everybody did, of course. But what I'm saying is the Pistons were the lowest of the beneficiaries in terms of where they sit in the standings. Orlando was injured. There's all these little things out there. The Heat traded Jimmy Butler. So that's part of they're not taking them as serious because of that.
Do you know what the Knicks record is against the top two teams?
Oh, I know. Yeah.
0-8 against the Celtics and the Cavs. If anybody's inflated, it's the team that plays in the New York media market.
Right, but that's where the media is being unfair to some degree. They're not pointing out that the Knicks were beneficiary just like the Pistons.
The hypocrisy of it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just that is disrespectful to a degree. I would ask you this though, if you buy into the Pistons being disrespected or the NBA is against them or they're not going to let them play the way they want to play, how in the world are they going to win a Game 7 in Madison Square Garden? It's like that's where I don't get. Like, if it gets to that situation, that's where you're going to see it. If this is true,
so you got to do it in 6 if you're going to do it.
Well, either that or you're going to go do it, and they're going to show that they're not being biased in terms of calls and all that stuff.
Well, you couldn't deny it at that point. If the Pistons went into Madison Square Garden in a Game 7 and Cade Cunningham had a Trae Young moment from a couple years ago when he took the Hawks to the Eastern Conference Finals, Cade has a moment in the playoffs in an elimination game at the Garden. I mean, that's what the stage is all about here. That's part of why you want to play the Knicks is because they can't deny it if you do it to them.
Yeah, and you do have to be somebody that can do it on the biggest stage. And that's where, until he does, he might get, third team all NBA where he should be second. And you just got to go out there and prove it in the biggest moments.
So that's why, like, people who are on the fringe or don't want to watch this or they say they don't care, take all that stuff out and just realize we have a budding superstar. We have no clue how big the leaf is going to bud to, all right? But
bloom,
bloom. Like, is he going to be a generational superstar? I don't know about that, but this is he's on the stage and he's in the Garden. I don't know how you can stay away from watching that.
Yeah, Saturday night, Game 1, and he's had some big games. I think he had a triple-double at the Garden earlier this year, a 36-point game at Madison Square Garden in New York. Like, there is a chance for him, as much as the team, to gain a bunch of respect in this opening round series.
He could become a major storyline in the first round of the NBA playoffs nationally, and we're not caring here locally. It's very puzzling.
So this is a fair point. We fight this locally as much as I'm going to call out the national pundits for not giving us respect. We do fight that battle locally here with interest level in the Pistons. But I think I'm trying to take the fan goggles off. Malik Beasley should be the 6th man of the year.
Yeah, when you have numbers like that.
And JB Bickerstaff should be the head coach of the year. Taking the Pistons fandom out of it, I'm really trying to. It's historic, a 30-win turnaround. It's historic. This guy finished second in the NBA and made threes behind Ant Edwards, who was coming off the bench just to make sure he got it in the final game of the season. Malik Beasley helped transform this with the three-point shooting this team needed, and JB Bickerstaff is a huge reason. And I just feel like they're going to get their token credit as runner-up, or they'll write the article and they'll be in the conversation, but they're not going to get the hardware. And this is just a reinforced stereotype for 30, 40, 50 years with this organization. Even though they've won championships, we get treated like we're the Sacramento Kings or the Charlotte Hornets or the New Orleans Pelicans. And I just wonder why and how you feel about it. Because you may say, cool, I don't need their respect anyway. Or it might bother you a little bit.
I think most people will say, that's fine. And use it as motivation. And we don't really care what anybody outside of Detroit has to say about our teams. Just go out there and win.
And one thing I do want to say, for 15 years, they have been the Charlotte Hornets and the Sacramento Kings and the New Orleans Pelicans.
Mm-hmm. It's been a long time. Got to earn that respect.
Things are changing slowly, albeit slowly.
They could take that first step on Saturday.
Phone calls, ticket texts, a lot of Pistons buzz this morning. We'll get some Tigers thoughts in. Dear John at 8:35 and Brad Holmes live from the podium at 9:02. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Brewers defeated the Tigers 5-1 at home yesterday afternoon. Kader Montero was called up to make a start on the mound. He lasted 5 innings, giving up 5 runs. The team now looks forward to 10 straight games at home, beginning tonight against the Royals. from 14 wins to 44 wins. It's been an ultra-quick Pistons turnaround, even for the brass that built it. Here's President of Basketball Ops, Trajan Langdon. Michigan Central Station was lit up this morning in Piston red and blue. Pretty cool. The Red Wings were 5-2 winners against the Devils in New Jersey. That now marks a 3-game winning streak with their final game of the season coming up tonight against the Maple Leafs. Hear the game over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 7. Ex-Michigan football assistant coach Matt Weiss, who's been accused of obtaining intimate photos of student-athletes around the country, used a loophole in the Google Forgot Password feature. Quote, after resetting the passwords of more than 40 email accounts of University of Michigan alumni, Weiss accessed more than 25 of those accounts per the indictment, end quote there. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, before we get back to the phones, we got ticket text talking about the Pistons, the disrespect, nobody picking them, nobody giving them any awards, no recognition for the turnaround. Do you embrace it? Do you resent it? And why does it happen? Ticket texter says, I really like this new era of Pistons basketball, but I agree they're not quite ready to win against a veteran team like the Knicks. I do believe they can win a couple games and get invaluable playoff experience for their young core. As a Detroiter, I'm used to having to prove it first on every level. Even Stoney said Knicks in 5.
Stoney thinking.
Ye have so little faith. Mr. Restore the floor.
Only gets one win?
5, a token gentleman's sweep. Come on.
Is one of them even at home?
I don't know. I try to watch NBA games. I last 5 minutes. Guys throwing up threes to get the rebound. Another rebound. Boring. Stephen Monroe.
Not going to disagree, except that's not really how the Pistons play.
It's about TV ratings and entertainment with scoring. Unfortunately, Cat and Brunson will flop their way to beating the Pistons because the Knicks make the NBA money. Nobody picked the 04 Pistons against the Lakers either. All the experts were wrong, like always. Beat them, shut them up.
Yep. Go out there and play.
Pistons have built championships off the disrespect. Screw the NBA. They want no part of the Pistons. That's what makes it fun for us. And a texter says, Beef Stew could break Cat. He's got to be one of the softest players of all time for a guy with his talent level. That's a fun storyline.
It'll be fun to watch. We'll get a chance to see it.
Theo in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
How you doing, fellas?
What's up?
Good. I want to start off by saying the reason why I think the Pistons are being disrespected, it started back when the Pistons with Isaiah Thomas was going against the NBA darlings, which was Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, and Jordan. They did not want us breaking up their party, and we ended 2 eras, the Celtics and the Lakers, and we held up Jordan for 3 years, and the NBA just hated on us ever since.
One of my favorite stats is for how great Jordan is. You can debate if he's the greatest player of all time or 2 or 3 or whatever. People have spent hours on sports radio with that. Isaiah Thomas has a winning record against Michael Jordan straight up.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that never gets brought up.
No, it doesn't get brought up.
It's not part of the narrative.
No, because it doesn't fit, like you said, the royalty of the NBA. What's these pesky Pistons?
We're always in the way. We're always stopping a three-peat. We're always stopping someone else's dominance. We're always getting in the way. So, yeah, that's part of, I think,
well, then it's time to go out and do it again because it has been a very long time.
Let's get to Sheldon in Highland Park. Sheldon, good morning.
Good morning. Conspiracy theory alert. I'm thinking the reason why we are not getting the respect that we should is an inside job with Joe Dumars. And happily, I hope he goes to New Orleans. He's the head of player operations in the NBA. And I just think, and this super conspiracy theory, the reason why Cade not getting these free throws and we not getting respect from the referees and the coach and the players are playing hard to get the respect is because this is an entertainment league. And I just think Joe Dumars got it in for the Pistons on how he left. Because if you can see the alley-oops and the dunks and the way that we play different than the other NBA, this is a team the NBA can really make some money from and market. And with Cade Cunningham and Ivy coming back, I just think we are doomed against the Knicks, but we're going to be back next year and see Cade going to the free throw line next year when Joe Dumars is out of the head of the NBA operations.
Is it official? I think he already is gone. I think he's going to be in New Orleans. I'm not sure if that's 100% official.
No, it's official.
Is it? Okay. Well, then,
if that's official, then watch how Cade goes to the free throw line and watch how things change. This is just my conspiracy theory. I've been thinking this ever since I found out Joe Dumars was in the front office.
I think it's a very convenient timeline.
We also weren't good for many of those years. Yeah, I'm not sure how much damage Joe could be doing
from behind the scenes.
I think Monty Williams had that part taken care of. But according to his logic, it shouldn't be an issue now. Joe D's
no longer has hands in the NBA from the NBA side. Now he's back on the team side. So yeah, the Pistons will flourish.
Green light, go beat the Knicks. Texter says when Beef Stew or Holland starts jawing at Spike Lee, Detroit's going to get all the way on board.
It would be really nice to beat the Knicks and Spike Lee.
Stoney spending too much time with Rico. LOL. Detroit versus everybody. The national media loves to dog us. Let's earn those flowers this postseason.
That's really what it always comes down to is you've got to earn it. And for the last 15 years, they haven't earned it. Now they have an opportunity to go out there and take a little respect, demand some respect. But until you do it, until you go into New York and get a win, until you win a series, you're always going to be that team that's just on the outside looking in.
I think the Pistons have been treated fairly this year with the whistle, actually. I don't think there's anything going on there. Cade, to an extent, has to earn his stripes a little bit. That's the way it works in this league.
And he slowly is.
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with Joe Dumars. By the way, Stoney was in here wearing a Ronnie Lott jersey yesterday.
Was he really?
Yeah.
What's the backstory there? Am I missing something?
Had to make friends.
The Rico effect.
Yeah.
Oh.
Had to make friends.
Over my head. Ticket Texter says, respectfully, Jim, you sound like a Michigan football fan before the last few years. Nobody cares what you did the last century. The Pistons want respect. They know what to do. The Lions are proof. Winning will get you it. The Pistons have been abysmal for over the decade. I'm not telling you the league should have respected the Pistons 3 and 4 years ago. I'm not telling you they should have respected the Pistons 8 and 10 years ago. I'm saying right now they deserve more respect than they're getting. And I don't think they should be burdened by, well, the team sucked 5 years ago or even a year ago.
Well, yeah, but you got to prove that you can actually do it. And so they proved that they could do it for a year. And it's not like they were a 60-win team. This is a 44-win team. And it's 30 more than last year. So, yeah, there does need some respect that has been earned. Going from 14 to 44, that's a big freaking deal, and it's actually historic. You're talking about what, top 6?
Yeah, only 6 teams have had a 30-win turnaround or better.
But now this is when the money's made. This is when the respect is earned. It's in the playoffs.
But am I wrong to say that this should be a hell of a series, that I think the Pistons will win this series? Nobody from ESPN picked the Pistons to win. Not one person. And a lot of it was 5, Knicks in 5. This will be quick. This will be easy. I don't see that. I see the Knicks as an inflated team, the worst of any team with home court. A team the Pistons have handled. The Pistons have the best player in the series, and I think that's a separate debate that people nationally may fight, but I think the Pistons have the best player in the series, and it doesn't feel like that's how this is being discussed.
Well, so, I mean, they do have a better overall record than the Pistons, which is why they have home court.
Sure.
I mean, they won 7 more games.
I'm not mad if someone picks the Knicks, but that nobody sees the Pistons winning this series, that feels extreme to me. This isn't a 1 versus an 8. This isn't like a laughable David-Goliath mismatch.
Well, I mean, the players, they don't care. And if they're going to look at it and be offended by 10 people pick the series and none of them pick the Pistons, that's very sensitive.
Okay. Parker in Birmingham, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Appreciate you banging the drum for the Pistons. It's definitely great to have you two continue to emphasize this team, the success that they've put through this year, and it is an amazing turnaround. I mean, gosh, I remember 3 years ago when we were just scraping to get wins, and it was tough. But here we are now, and I wanted to call in this morning because I heard that ticket texter saying the Knicks are going to take care of us. And I'm with you. I don't understand this sentiment around why the Knicks are such a better team. We have the better player. We have the better coach. We have the better culture. And I think we're trending in a better direction than the Knicks are right now.
Pistons have the number 3 defense since the new year. Like, think about that. The number 3 defense in the league since the new year. That's a huge factor in this series. I mean, it leads to turnovers. It leads to transition. The Pistons did that in the 3 wins against the Knicks this season. They turned them over. They ran in transition, and they dunked on them.
Right, and look at what the Pistons have done over the years, right? They started with the centerpiece in Cade Cunningham, and they said, all right, let's methodically build around this individual. Whereas the Knicks, it just seems like they've picked and patched all-star players together to try to make a good team, and we've seen that. Outside of the Warriors with Kevin Durant, it doesn't work. So I got Pistons in 6. I think we're going to win this one at home. I know the boys can do it, and I'm really excited to see Pistons basketball back on national television. Have a great rest of your day, guys.
Thanks, Parker.
I think this thing actually is going to come down to Karl Anthony Towns and which one shows up. I mean, it was puzzling when they traded him out of Minnesota last year.
Yes.
Because that team
was
made
close.
The conference finals and lost to Dallas.
And now where are they?
Right, you know, and the Julius Randle thing and all that. And I just think that's been the story of the Knicks all year, too. I think to a large degree is if he decides to play and show off, if he plays playoff basketball like he did last year, it's going to be hard to beat them.
Well, specifically because as quality a defender as Isaiah Stewart is, it's a lot of at-the-rim defense. And Jalen Duren specifically sometimes gets lost in those pick-and-pop coverages. If Karl Anthony Towns is hitting, that's a problem for this team.
Right. So then if Beef Stew and Holland try to irritate him to a degree and he performs, that's going to be not good at all.
Or you rattle him because he's a guy you can get under his skin.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right to highlight
that. But because he has playoff experience, he might be able to flip that switch mentally. You know, the NBA mail-in of the regular season sometimes these guys do, and now it's playoff time. This is why I was brought here.
Good conversation on the Pistons. Mm-hmm. Tomorrow we'll get a little deeper into the X Factor series and picks and how many games and
get your picks ready. How many games are they going to win in? All these questions are going to be asked tomorrow.
Get into it. 8:35 today. Dear John, we moved it around because we have Brad Holmes at 9:02 live from the podium. We'll get all the questions that we can get in as he details, I'm sure, a very thorough breakdown of their draft board and what they're going to do. Right, yeah. We'll listen. We'll glean what we can. That's at 9:02. Coming up next, mention the Tigers. They've lost a couple in a row here. A sheet of paper left over from a previous show. You want to know how bad Riley Green is? I'll tell you who they're comparing him to. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
DeBrincat closing in on a 40-goal season, John. That's the response I expected. Too little, too late.
Yeah, I would much rather have more wins than an individual with goals. But
don't you love this? They're eliminated, but they've won 3 straight now. Final game of the season tonight against Toronto. Tom, is it you that pointed out if they had won the Canadiens game, they would still be alive right now?
Yeah, they would need to win tonight. The Canadian season would be done, and then they'd need Columbus to lose to the Islanders. And I see Larkin get his 30th last night when it didn't matter. DeBrincat going to get 40 tonight, get 2 goals?
It could.
When it doesn't matter.
Raymond up to 80 points. Nice little benchmarks.
All the
Casper's 1 away from 20.
All the little things that people can circle and say these guys are stars.
Going in the right direction, Tom.
I mean, it's an interesting summer.
It will be. I mentioned there's a sheet of paper left over from a previous show. You guys have helped solve this mystery. It was left by Stoney and Rico. On one line, we have Riley Green's stats, and we know he's struggling right now. He had a couple more strikeouts yesterday. He's up to 30. It leads the American League, even more than Devers, who started in the tank. What got me was who they were comparing him to. So Rico was writing this out, and he put Javi Baez on the other line. Never a good sign when you're being compared to Javi Baez. But the comparison's not kind to Riley because Javi's not striking out this season. Not like he used to.
No.
Only 9 strikeouts to Riley's 30.
30. But it's probably not fair to compare Riley Green to... Yeah, thank you.
Fair. What are your thoughts on the Tigers after a couple losses here? Is this them coming back down to earth? Don't overreact? What?
I'm not going to overreact. I think there is... Some of the guys are coming back down to earth, but if they're going to do that, then we need to anticipate that Riley Green, as we just mentioned, is going to come back to his standard of play. This is way below. And everybody right now is asking the question, what is wrong? I mean, I don't know what the right answer is to that question with Riley Green. It feels like he is guessing at every pitch that comes, and he's guessing wrong.
I think we played AJ in one of the updates today talking about Riley and how everyone's trying to give him advice, and they've already rested him a day, bumped him down in the order. Probably need to quiet a little of the noise here because he's a better ball player than this.
Traditionally he is.
Yeah.
Yes, throughout his, and again, young career, but yes, through 3 years, he's been much better than he has been at the start of this season. So I think he's going to find a way to fix it. He'll get his confidence back. It's just a tough way to start a season. On the flip side, I'm not concerned about the Tigers. I think they're going to be just fine. There's going to be periods, and hopefully it's only 2 games, where offensively they looked extremely challenged.
Right, 1 run the last 2 games.
Right, and that was a solo shot by Spencer Torkelson.
Which, hey,
we'll take it.
Keep it up. We need to see that from him. And now they got a 10-day stretch coming up, a 10-game stretch in 11 days at home, where they're going to face Kansas City for 4, San Diego for 3, and Baltimore for 3.
Bring it on.
Would you take 5 and 5?
What? Why do I have to take that? What's my other option?
Well, the reason you take 5 and 5 is if you're like, hey, Riley's in a slump and Dingler's not going to hit 400 all season. Get through this stretch 500. Stay atop the division.
No, I want to play it out and be better than 5 and 5 because I think they can be. Kansas City hasn't lit the world on fire. They're still part of what everybody says is a bad division.
San Diego, very good, though.
San Diego, very good. Sure. That's a chance, a measuring stick. So they've had a couple of those. A measuring stick against the Dodgers, which they lost all 3. Measuring stick against the Yankees. They won that series. And now another measuring stick against the San Diego Padres.
5 and 5, let's say you would be taking 2 from the Royals. You take 1 against the Padres, but take 2 from Baltimore.
That gets you to your 5, yeah.
Gets you to 5
I'll take 3 against Kansas City.
Okay.
Well, I would take the deal because I think the way they're playing right now, that they're vulnerable.
They are.
And if they don't shake this a little bit here, it's going to be a huge problem against the Padres, and I even think the Orioles.
Yeah, because if they were to go 4 and 6 or 3 and 7 in this stretch, season's not over, but it would shake the confidence of the start.
Like if they're in this stalemate right now, and they can't really find their way out of it. A real possibility of going 2 or losing 2 out of 3 to San Diego and Baltimore is a very big reality, which means you need to win 3 out of 4 against the Royals. I don't know. I just have a lot of respect for Padres and Orioles lineup.
I do too. There's no question about it. but it's the Tigers pitching against them. And it's going to be, how many times do we see Montero in the coming, month or so?
Did they make a corresponding move? Is he staying for the interim here?
No, Maeda is still here. You said Montero. Oh,
I did say Montero. I will point out, since you guys hopped on the 90-win bus, team's 0-1.
Oh.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Where are your wings at?
Michigan students who are pursuing higher education have the chance to win up to $50,000 for their education expenses through something called the Ticket to Tuition giveaway.
Oh.
So the giveaway was launched on April 16th, and it will give 10 students the chance to win $50,000 and 40 students the chance to win $10,000. And the cash prize will then be held in a Michigan Education Savings Program account for the students to then use for anything they need.
Expenses.
Yeah, tuition, textbooks, room and board, things like that. So all students have to do to apply is to complete the free application for federal student aid. Go and do that. You do have to enter.
Yep.
You have to.
The FAFSA form.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fill it out.
I say most people are doing that anyway.
Yep.
So, Lucy and Ruby, let's go.
Yep. Fill it out. You also must text cash to a specific number to enter this particular giveaway.
Oh, okay.
So there's more to it than just going online and filling out the form. You have to text the word cash to a number. You can go online and find all of that.
So read up on it. Make sure you give yourself a chance.
If you're going to do it anyway, make sure you're entered into this drawing. It's a random drawing. So you could be one of the lucky winners. A Detroit man has been arrested and charged in 3 separate sexual assaults dating from 1997 to 2004. And Wayne County prosecutor Kim Worthy says that the 51-year-old man was charged after these untested rape kits were finally tested. So listen to this. So the man is facing 3 counts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct, 3 counts of third-degree criminal sexual conduct. And the first case goes back to June of 1997. After that assault, the victim went to a hospital. A sexual assault kit was completed, taken to the Detroit Police Department, but it sat there, went untested for years. Second assault happened again in 1997 in September. This victim also went to the hospital, had a sexual assault exam and kit taken, was turned into the Detroit police. That was never sent out for testing. Sat there. The third incident took place in 2004. She made a police report and a sexual assault kit was taken, turned over to the department, and that was not sent out for testing.
How is that possible?
Yeah, what could possibly be the explanation for this?
In 2009, 11,000 untested rape kits were discovered inside the Detroit police warehouse.
Boys, come on.
Jeez.
And you wonder why females don't want to come forward?
Yep.
Yeah. What's going to happen?
Because nothing is happening.
Yeah.
And because these kits sit there. So
that's embarrassing.
It was only by 2022 that these rape kits were finally tested. So thankfully, because of that, this guy was eventually caught. But imagine if it could have been done back in 1997 after the very first one, which never should have happened, but at least could have prevented perhaps. Yes. Oh, gosh, it's awful. This is awful, too, for the trees. An invasion of beetles is coming, and it is definitely not good news for all those trees up north that have already been damaged by that big ice storm. So apparently experts are saying these bark beetles can be expected as the next big environmental and economic disaster to hit the woods up north.
Up north, yeah. I mean, there's whole forests that have no limbs on them. They're just toothpicks sticking out of the ground.
It is devastating when you see those photos from what happened to the ice storm.
I know the National Guard's still at work up there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of work to be done. And with the beetles, the possibility of that, as well as if they don't get everything cleaned up, I mean, the summer fire season could be very risky.
Heather, is your stuff good up there? I don't think we've asked you about that.
Oh, well, mine's all the way up.
Okay.
This is
the below the bridge.
Yes,
okay.
Up in the UP. Yeah, no, I mean,
Traverse City, Petoskey.
Yeah. So ours fine. So that Blue Origin, the all-female flight, just it's been ripped online. Lots of criticism, and it's been questioned by those who wonder if that 11-minute flight was worth all the resources. Right. Well, now there are some people who believe that the whole flight was faked.
Faked?
Yes.
You saw it launch, right?
I did, and so did these people. But first off, let's go from the beginning. Apparently at liftoff, these conspiracy theorists believe that it looked like low-grade CGI. So like that, we were just watching a fake.
Oh, they were broadcasting a fake launch.
Then during the landing, apparently the audio on board didn't reflect the visuals. I didn't listen, so I don't know. I didn't hear any of that. I was obviously watching while we were on air, so I couldn't see anything.
Bluetooth.
But then the big kicker that people believe is at the recovery stage where they bring the women out of the capsule. There's people who saw that the door actually popped open before the rescue team even got there, and they believe that that is definitive proof that this mission was faked.
I don't know that it was faked. I don't necessarily buy into that, but could you open the door from the inside? And they spoiled what was supposed to be the dramatic.
Well, because Jeff Bezos comes with this tool, right? And has to like wrench open this door, only being able to open it from the outside. So it looked, but lo and behold, it had it popped open from the inside.
Yeah, have you seen the video of it popping open?
I did.
Yeah.
I watched all these people who believe that that's why it was faked. So there's all little videos. So it did. It definitely opened before. I didn't notice that when I was watching it.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking that closely, but apparently, believe what you want. Maybe it wasn't real.
It's Heather with the news. We look to John Jansen for life advice next. It's 97.1.
Hey, during the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today, and you're going to get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. And you can bet on three-pointers to steals to assist. FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you don't have to be done. In fact, you could just be getting started. You can combine live prop bets into same-game parlays for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to get in on all the NBA play-in action. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Yeah. Let me just try this one more time. Yeah, this will be better. Detroit is full of hardworking people. Workboots.com is the work boot superstore made for hardworking people. As the leader in workwear and safety footwear for over a decade, Workboots.com has all the top-rated work brands you are looking for with the lowest price guarantee and outstanding customer service. Go to workboots.com and use promo code WB971.
Hey, Detroit, it's finally time for baseball and getting back outside, and I've got your drink for the season. Surfside iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea with summer in mind. And they're a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar with 0 bubbles. Their iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good, and with no carbonation, they're super easy to drink. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes, Surfside iced tea and vodka, sunshine in a can. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Some great response to Dear John. We'll get some of your ticket texts in the mix. Top of the hour, Brad Holmes live from the podium speaking a week out from the NFL draft. John, a lot of people saying, shut your mouth. Don't tell your friend that his wife was hitting on you.
It's never really been my style.
Yeah, it says you absolutely keep your mouth shut on the last one. Let him find out on his own. Another one, never tell your buddy. If it's brought up, say you thought she was being friendly. Deny until you die.
Oh. I mean, if it's your really good friend that you've been friends with for a long time, I mean, I think that you want to approach it.
Yeah, I would want to know if the shoe was on the other foot, right? Wouldn't you want to know if your partner was flirting with other people?
Oh, heck yeah, you'd want to know.
Yeah. I mean, it might hurt more that it's your buddy, longtime buddy.
I know, which is why he wrote in, because it's a tough spot to be in. But the right thing to do is to tell your buddy, to be honest with them, and let the consequences be what they are.
So here's what I want to share about this and say about this.
Yeah.
My wife has told me that if I were to cheat on her,
oh boy,
do not tell her and admit it, because that is my cross to bear and not hers. There's no, I'm going to feel relief if I admit it to her that I cheated on her. Then she's just going to feel terrible. And that's her weight that she's going to have to bear.
Wow.
Interesting. It's a weird conversation to have on the front end, by the way. Hey.
Yeah. If you ever.
Huh. I understand the guilt component of that. Some other ticket texters. What else we got here? It says, guys, we need more tradesmen. Come on, John, push people to the trades.
Well, I think I kind of was.
Yeah, I think you struck the balance.
Yeah.
Says, you tell me a college kid has the finances to manage, John. They manage their finances through mom and dad. Not being able to move out at 18.
Get a job.
Well, right. Yeah, that's the thing. If you're not going to go to school, you go make some money while you figure it out.
Yes, a lot of the things still mom and dad are helping pay for, but you're still you're comprehending how much money it costs to live on your own,
you're
right?
learning.
Whether it's money that you're making through a job or money that parents are still giving you.
Yeah, look,
you still have to make sure you're not. If parents say, "Here's your budget for the month," you got to make sure you budget that money and you're not blowing it all on parties and beer. I don't know.
They may help you. They're paying for your phone bill or something, or they're throwing you a little bit of money to help you get through stretches before you get your paycheck. Well, your first job might be tough to live on your own, even if you have roommates. But you learn.
Yes.
And that's what we were talking about. What else we got? 248-539-9797 says putting green for the summer. That could be a fun way to upgrade your backyard.
Yeah, I mean,
can you do that yourself?
I feel like that's a lot of work, right?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to. Not everybody's. You can't just cut your grass short.
No, not at all. Not like that. You have to bring in like the fake turf.
You have to bring in the turf, yeah.
Tom, this ticket texter says, I can't believe a church would have an event featuring the Easter Bunny.
They typically have a Good Friday service. Then they'll have something for kids on Saturday. Like they've done marshmallow drop from helicopters. They've done, the bouncy houses, and the Easter Bunny's usually there.
That's ridiculous. Of course, they're going to have that's silly.
Is there thought that like the Easter Bunny cheapens the religious connotation of Easter?
I think that's,
come on. It's a way for kids to get into Easter is the Easter Bunny.
Right. How do you guys feel? You hear him?
Vaguely.
Resurrect the Easter costume. Where do you guys stand on the creasters, by the way? The people that just go to church on Easter and Christmas?
Hey, you do you.
Like our church has to have an extra service this Sunday because
sure,
of
a lot of I mean, there are a lot of people that just do Easter and Christmas. There are a lot of people that just go randomly throughout the year, but then they make sure they hit Easter and Christmas. So I'm not going to tell anybody not to.
No.
Oh yeah, it's just a question.
I'm sure there are certain religious people that look down on the creasers, as you put
Of course, much like that text. That's why I brought it up about the Easter Bunny. Yeah.
On the Easter Bunny thing, there is I'm looking at it, a mall in the area that charges $39.99 for the standard package of photos, which you only get 4 wallet-size photos.
Awesome.
And 2 4x6s. You don't even get the digital downloads.
What do you do with them?
Right. To get the digital downloads.
Give them to grandma
to put in their wallet.
Put it on your fridge.
Please. Silly.
For $45, you get the digital downloads. For as much as $60, you get the A+ package, which is 2 5x7s, 4x6s, wallets, special edition with the Easter print, an extra 5x7, and
who is paying for that?
You get an exclusive third pose with the bunny, Heather.
Oh, third pose. Guess what? Where I went was free. I could have spent 5 minutes with the bunny. I had a conversation. We got suckers. I took all the pictures and videos in the world, and it was all free.
Do you get to choose the pose?
For the third pose?
Yeah, I mean.
Well, how do you want the bunny pose, John?
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I could put Teddy in a 3-point stance going against the Easter Bunny.
Oh. Easter Bunny being the 4-point stand. He gets down on all fours.
He gets on all fours. Yeah. Defensive. It's goal line. Goal line. Here we go, Teddy. Easter egg is your football.
For $60, let's hope you can.
Uh-huh.
I mocked it, but that is kind of cool.
That would be badass.
You could call it the in the trenches pose.
That's right. There you go.
There it is.
Trademark.
We got Brad Holmes coming up after the update. It's 97.1. All right, let's go to the podium. Brad Holmes.
Operations staff, they've done a ton of work. A lot of work's gone into this up to this point. Still a little bit of work to do. Still some I's are dotted, some T's across. But we're about there. But want to give a shout out and appreciation to everybody that's been involved in this process so far. Questions?
It's always about the right guy. And you'll pay the price for the right guy. We've seen you move up from 32 to 12. We've seen you move up from 28 to whatever it was last year. I'm curious, when you look at things and you kind of assess the right guys in the board, like what kind of assets do you have? How far are you willing to move up to get that right guy in this draft if it plays out that way?
Yeah, it's always it's really case by case, year to year. When we did the big one with Jameson, that was the right, that was the guy, and so that was a little bit more probably pre-planned, obviously because it was such a massive jump. It took a lot more conversation, discussions, and planning to get in position to get him. But even the one, last year, that was more, I think I told you guys, that was more unexpected. Just didn't even think that we would get in a position to be in striking range. And, we had a lot of affinity for TA. And when we got in striking range, which we felt was reasonable, then that's when we made the move. So it just depends, who might be in striking range, who might, so it could be moving back. It could just be, just staying patient. It could be, didn't think that this guy, then go up. So, you prepare for everything. So you go through all those scenarios, and then you just kind of got to be ready for anything.
Trade it out, double the amount that you trade it back. Is there anything about your philosophy that I think lends itself to trading up instead of trading back?
I think it's kind of probably based on like just what the overall let's call it what the talent level is and how high the talent level is in each draft, and it's also relative to where we're picking. So I don't really go into it as like, man, I got to trade up. But, trading back is just, how many of those players would be available, and, how much less of a player could you be getting, or the players are going to be the same, and it looks like the more rational thing to get more assets. So, but it's case by case. Yeah.
Situation than you were before, roster-wise, asset-wise, but I don't imagine your philosophy has changed very much. Can you just share the biggest lesson maybe you've learned over the last 4 years and how that helps guide you?
Probably a little bit about what he just asked about, just kind of just staying patient. I think the first couple of years, there was probably a little bit more because of where we were at as a roster, was like, man, like we need this, like I told you guys, I think at the time we needed everything. So there was not a position or anything that was like, we just needed really good football players. And so it was much more urgency. We have a lot of really good football players, but I don't think that where we are at a roster now is going to lessen my desire either to want to go get more better football players. But, obviously the more depth that you build, and when the roster is harder to make, sometimes it does say, look, maybe just stay patient, just see, or maybe just go up and get, the guy you really, really want, and you don't use all those other draft picks, So, but yeah, just kind of seeing the big picture, in terms of not being as anxious because of where we were as a roster.
Seeing at 28 is very interesting, giving you options to move up, stay, or move down. But have you taken interesting or intriguing calls from other teams interested in that spot?
I have not.
Since 2021, since you first got here, you drafted 6 guys who's going on to become Pro Bowlers. That's the most in the span, in the league. How much pride do you take in that, especially after some of those picks was non-traditional, where you saw a little criticism from people outside, but how much pride do you take in that, knowing you've got 6 Pro Bowlers that you actually drafted and just kind of
Yeah, I mean, it's look. First of all, it's not just us acquiring the player. It takes everybody. So we can identify the talent, but we have great coaches that, like I've said often, can accelerate development and get the most out of these players. So I think it's more. I take pride in this, that we have the right people in our building. Just from a football leadership perspective, and we're all working as one. We're all on the same page. We pretty much see things the same, and we know where we want to get. So I take more pride in that, of just having the right people, because it is a process. It is a lot of work that's involved, and it's a lot of detail, and it's a lot that doesn't get out, to the public, that, it takes everybody. So I'm the most proud of who we have in our building and who we're working with on a regular basis, because it really doesn't happen if you don't have everyone. Yeah.
Play last year. Going into this year and being so close to where you guys want to go, do you look more toward ready to hit the ground running players now, or do you just keep your same philosophy? I'm just going to take good players, and whenever they develop into playing, they'll be ready?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. It's got to be the right project, it got to be the right developmental upside guy that might not be ready to go. Because there's a ton of them in every draft. And, Manu was just one of those guys that was like, man, like was really appealing. And we had, a lot of love for in the process, and kind of just we were in position to take him. But, look, Derek Barnes was developmental when we took him, and, was kind of still learning how to play the linebacker position and all that kind of stuff. So it all goes back down to the right intangibles and who we feel is a good football player. But, I totally understand. It's just that I think in the past, we didn't really, like when we first started, in 21, we didn't have as much talent on the roster at the time, and all those young guys had to play. And then we were fortunate enough to have all those additional picks after the golf trade that, and I thought that we made good use of those picks where those guys are really, really good players that were like immediate impact. So we don't really go into it like, man, we got to get like high floor ready to go, but the ceiling might be a little bit lower, or, we're just going to take just developmental guys. It's just, there's no problem taking a developmental guy. Again, like I said, like, some of these guys, man, you could take a late round pick and, it's got to be the right guy or it's going to be hard to make the roster.
When you have the 20th pick, and let's just say there's a handful of players you think might be there that you'd like, and now you're getting close to being on the clock and they're still there, is trading down an attractive thing because we're going to get one of the guys we were hoping to get and we can pick up additional assets?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if the compensation is right and it's reasonable and it makes sense, and like I said before, if we have the pool of players, that we have kind of relatively in the same bucket, then yeah, absolutely, that could be an option.
This kind of ties into that, but because you talk a lot about when we were in Florida, kind of the future, right, in terms of like planning ahead for that stuff. Is it more important now to hit on guys that can be cheap for a while? You know what I mean? To make sure that you have that financial flexibility, or to get other guys that will be in the pipeline that you can, do the same thing with, I guess.
So say that again. You said, is it more important to get guys that?
I guess it's the quantity versus quality sort of debate. When
Yeah.
it comes to like, you don't have as many open roster spots, so it sort of ties in with that, acquiring the extra picks. How do you manage that where, you're more likely to hit on a couple guys if you get 5 versus that trading up and we get the one guy that
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, I totally see what you're saying, and the way that I kind of view it is, let's take care of the main thing first, and just see if we can get just the best football players for us first, and then we'll deal with what we have to do later. But I'd rather have a surplus of good football players that we really, really like, and increase great problems to have. And that might increase great problems to have, but I'd rather have those great problems instead of not having a great problem to have.
Darius Smith recently at the Pistons game. Just wondering, since the annual meeting, have you had any more conversations with his agent or the player?
No, we haven't had any discussions since then. And, I think we kind of left it as, that, his agent would kind of let us know if something was, going on, or, if anything had changed or if we had any updates. So, but no, we haven't had any discussions since annual meetings.
What Dave was talking about, I'm just curious about the BPA versus need conversation. When maybe a guy is...
I love need.
Let's say
you guys know me.
Is clearly a guy you evaluated very, very highly, but there's an overlap with a guy in your roster where it's tough to see how you get both of them on the field. Like, how do you handle that as an evaluator when that guy's the best player but maybe can't help you in a meaningful way? Yeah,
and we've had those discussions. I think the interesting thing, Justin, is that, and this is where I not get annoyed, but this is why I sometimes don't understand the whole need thing, because when each season ends, it's going to be something else. Like, another player's contract's going to end. Another player, unfortunately, might be coming off an injury. And, it's going to be something different every single offseason. So if you're trying to chase what happened last season of, oh, man, this guy's contract's and if you're trying to chase, this guy got an injury, you're just kind of getting into a cycle that I think is a little bit dangerous to get into. So that's why I've been more of a, just get the best player, because even look, we loved Rakestraw, and unfortunately he just wasn't as healthy, but so he wasn't able to help as much last year. But we're real excited and looking forward to what he's going to be able to bring this year. So there is just, and I said before, there's just a level of patience that you just have to play. But when you start chasing need, it's well, that need might make sense for right now at this time. But what we make these picks for future investments. And I know we live in a society that everything is right now, boom, right now. And I understand it too, just from, when a player gets drafted and so much, fascination is made about the draft, and, people are excited about it. People want to see it right now. And, they don't want to wait and be patient, but there's just patience. I mean, it's no different than when we made that massive jump to get Jamison Williams. He was coming off his injury. We knew maybe he could play a little bit late in the season, but weren't planning on it. So yeah, I just got to play the patient. But I'm just, I think you can get trouble chasing needs sometimes, and then you're dependent on a rookie that you do the best you can, but nobody has a crystal ball. So it could be a tough world to live in.
What do you make of the class overall, and is there a player or a group of players within this class, or maybe early in the favorites, that would make you celebrate if you were to land somebody like that in that draft room on Thursday?
Yeah, I think it's some good players, at that position. I won't get into specifics or details of the actual players, but I know some will go before our pick, some might be available at our pick, and just like previous questions that I fielded, might be opportunity to trade back, and then that position is there. But yeah, there's some good football players there. Same as I felt when I told you guys at the owners' meetings.
Dan said he loves the receiver room, but would like to add some youth and competition. Are you guys in alignment on that?
Yeah. I mean, obviously it's kind of like, we talk about corner, you really can't never have enough of them. And, obviously receiver, look, now the only thing about receiver is that I always felt like receiver is probably one of the more voluminous positions in each draft. So it's probably more of those guys, even like veteran free agents that are available after the draft as well. But yeah, I mean, just to add one, just continue to add youth. We're happy with the guys that we have, very happy with the guys we have. But obviously, it'd be great to get younger.
When you make trades, whether it's trading up or trading down, do you guys still use the draft chart that everybody has? Is that antiquated, or is that pretty accurate with the point value of Jimmy Johnson draft?
Yeah, I think everybody. Well, I don't want to speak for everybody. I would think most people have a chart. We have a chart, but I do think it's probably more of your philosophy of how you use the chart. Is that I've spoken with teams during the draft, and they're like, the minuscule points is off, and it's like, come on, man, give me a break. And but that's their philosophy, where we're kind of like, it's in the range, and this is the player that we want. This is the deal we want to do, and then we do it. So if everybody has them. There's multiple charts that exist as well, but I just think what your philosophy is in terms of the usage of it.
We're trying to figure out what you will do. What will you not do?
Why is it so, let me ask you this, and I'm going to answer your question. Well, let me get your question out the way. What I won't do is what I've been saying that I won't do, that I know you guys get frustrated with me not doing, is looking at our depth charts, like names, black and white names, but no football being played or anything, looking at a depth charts and seeing a position and then saying, man, you got to get that position, but a player has to play that position. And so that's why I've always been saying, look, we want to get good players, because if you get a guy that can play a position and say, look, like, what was the question that you asked, Brad? The 50th time you asked pass rushers, like, well, you can draft a pass rusher every round. You could. It's easy. That's just like if a coach told me, man, we want a guy that's 6'4", 250. If we got a guy 6'4", 250, that's easy. You want a guy 6'4", 250? Yeah. I don't know if he's a good football player, but he'll be 6'4", 250. Where the same as, yeah, you can draft a defensive end. If the player playing defensive end is not what we feel is going to be the right guy to really contribute to our football team, then what are you guys going to write about that player? You guys, man, that's not working. So we're not going to reach on players just to fill a position. So that's what we won't do. But it's just, you said, like, you're always trying to figure out what we're going to do. I don't, like, when, like, a movie comes out, right? Like, I don't understand. When you go to see a movie, you don't know what you've never seen the movie. That's the excitement. And so you're fine just watching the movie. And it is, whether the movie's good or bad, and then you can do that. But I don't understand why people can't just watch the draft. And it's like, all right, like, I don't know what's going to happen, but watch the draft and get your popcorn ready and enjoy it. You know what I mean?
I'm going to frame it around a specific player. I know you're not a big fan of that, but it's just the way it's going to work here. But Mike Green's got some, very serious accusations in his past that have amounted to nothing through this point. And so, what goes into your staff's process in the appearance of impropriety? Like, how do you go and you get comfortable with a prospect that, maybe has some smoke and, not necessarily fire?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's a lot more in depth and a lot harder than some people may think. And I do think it's case by case. Like, I in terms of character evaluation, I wish it was as easy as seeing a headline. Like, if that was that, it was that, and that was, but there's so much more depth and detail and research that's involved. It's literally, I tell our scouts, in terms of character, it's year round. It's a house you got to build year round, and it leads all the way up till the draft, really. So but I do think I've always said it's case by case. Like, everything that you may read may not be what actually happened, and that's the actual details of it, or whatever the case is. But that's just it's case by case, but it's a lot of depth. It's a lot of research. I don't want to get into specifics too much in terms of our process, but it goes so much further than what's available in the news. Yep.
You guys, there are a couple teams that don't do top 30 visits anymore.
Yep.
At Old Place, you guys still do them. I don't know if you use all 30, but can you explain the value of them in that regard for you? Like, what do you get out of them? Why are they still an important part of your process?
Yeah, no, and look, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that Les, goes that route. Back when I was there, we were doing them, but just knowing Les, I'm not surprised that he, doesn't do them anymore. But I do think you still get some value there, in terms of, it gets put out in the media, and it's like, oh, well, you brought this player, but those players are brought in for so many different reasons. It's it could be just the makeup, it could be how well they retain football, it could be just the personality, how well they're going to fit in the locker room, because there are human beings, man, and there's human beings that you're going to have to work with. So it goes past just what their job is on the football on the football field, and so and then it's human beings that you have to really invest in, and they're really young kids, that may need some growing up or development here or there. So they come from all different backgrounds. So it's another opportunity to kind of just dig deeper into the human being, besides just the 15 minutes at the combine. But obviously our scouts, that's what I feel great about, is that our scouts do such a great job with that stuff, is that, by the time we get to the combine, it's pretty much, we kind of know what it is, but it's good to feel it too.
I'm sure you're going to love this because you've already shot down all the pass rusher need, all the but when you're so close, when you work so hard to get here, and you filled a lot of needs, you filled the roster, you have a lot of depth, but when it looks so clear that you finished last year with a definite need at the pass rushing, because of injuries and all that, and as you said, you never know what's going to happen, what the need's going to be in the future.
Is it more so because of Aiden got hurt? Is that why this is such a big thing? Okay.
You seem to have, a reliable, second option, and you made the trade. Obviously, you did what you could.
Yep.
But in this case, people are going to be screaming for edge rush help, and those guys are really hard to get, the really good ones.
Yeah.
Is this, I hate to say that, one player away, that kind of stuff, but, you look like you might have been one player away. Does that change at all as far as what you're willing to do, how far you're willing to go up to get one of those premium guys?
Yeah, again, it just has to be the right guy. And, even if it was like, it was the right guy at that specific position that we really wanted. Just because you might want it doesn't mean that you can get up there and get them. There's been previous years where, I know we did the Jameson Williams trade that was pretty far up there from where we were at. That hasn't been the only year that we've attempted to do that, not at that specific position, but just for a player. And it takes two people to do a trade. And, if there's some teams that, just don't want to go that far back. And so it takes two. So it's hard to say, like, man, like, we should do this. And even if we wanted to, there's no telling that the other team's willing to go back. You said what?
No, I just wanted to know.
Look, dude, look. All right, so look. You're worried about your podcast, right? Like, there's a lot more important things. We're trying to get ready for a draft, and I know you're looking at what your podcast is, but step outside of yourself, and there's bigger things, there's more important things going on, like the draft, but the most important thing is Eamon's birthday, okay? So, thank you.
Happy birthday, Eamon.
All right, sounds like we're all done there. All right, that's Brad Holmes, Lions general manager. We got open lines. If you have some big takeaways, 248-539-9797. John, I wrote down a bunch of stuff, but what was your big takeaway?
Oh, boy. It's a lot to digest there. And it's not like there's anything groundbreaking. Are you going to take a player for need? No, I'm going to take best available.
I did like that he was a little sarcastic with, oh, I love need. You guys know me.
Yeah.
But he did explain why you don't chase need.
Well, and especially now because they do have a certain level of talent on this team. And you don't have to have a guy come in and contribute right away. If the best available guy is one where it's not just a high floor, low ceiling, it might have a low floor, but if he's got a super high ceiling and you don't know what that need is going to be next year, you're not just going to take a guy that may not fit what you want just to take a guy at a position.
Did you like his movie analogy? Why do you guys want to know so much? Just
watch the movie?
Sit down, shut up, and watch the movie?
Let's try that one tomorrow. Let's start 6 a.m. segment.
Guys, we're not going to talk about the draft. We'll just wait and see.
See the movie.
I get it. He doesn't operate in our space.
Right.
We don't operate in his space. But I like the reporter's pushback of, we want a trailer. We want a little teaser. We always want a little info, a little nugget. The one nugget I did think you could take out of this, he said they believe you can never have enough receivers, but he said it's one of the most voluminous positions, which I took in very careful reading into anything, but I took as, we'll get one. It just doesn't have to be early.
Right. Yeah, they've taken him throughout the draft. They've taken him in the first round. They've taken him in the fourth round.
St. Brown, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it's and I do like. I mean, everybody's trying to figure out. Okay, is it going to be an edge? Is it going to be an offensive lineman? Is it going to be a receiver because of the reports of Golden? And then when asked about the offensive line, is you can never have enough. Well, you are correct. You can never have enough. And the fact that we like our guys, we know they like their guys, but you do need to get younger at that position. I like that he addressed we need to add youth to that position.
I thought he was pretty loose. Like he joked around. He said, why the pass rush questions? Is it because Aiden got hurt? And I think the reporter said, yes. I would say it's not because Aiden got hurt.
No, it's because we want somebody opposite Aiden Hutchinson.
It's because the Philadelphia Eagles had a bunch of dudes. Yeah. And you want to talk about positions you can never have enough of. That's all I would say to Brad is it's not because Aiden got hurt. Clearly the need is less if Aiden's healthy, but the need is there with Aiden because you want to have bookends. Uh-huh. You want to have waves of dudes. You want to be able to go at the quarterback and beat the great ones the way D-lines took down Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. That's the goal, is to have a bunch of guys, not Aiden caliber, but guys that are not far off so that you can just keep throwing dudes at the quarterback.
On Twitch, here's a comment, and I kind of thought this at the same time too when he was talking about those, doesn't have to be a high floor, low ceiling kind of guy. We can take some guys that maybe need some maturing on the field, maybe off the field. High ceiling could be James Pierce. If he's there at 28, I mean, we saw in Mel's mock, the dueling mock, that he wasn't gone until the 40s.
Yes, he went to San Francisco in the second round, 43 in Mel's latest.
So if he's there at 28 and you're looking, you know what, maybe he needs some development, whether it's on the field, it's just in learning how to be a pro, which every rookie is going to have to learn how to be a pro, some on different levels. If he's available, would you look at him and say, yeah, super high ceiling? And yeah, there certainly is a floor because he could be an absolute bust. Could never understand how to be a pro. Maybe he doesn't know what it is to watch film. And he just doesn't want to watch film.
A couple other things. Short answer. Have you had any calls on pick 28? No. He didn't have to answer that.
Right.
He did. Nobody has called for pick 28, which people got to see who's on the board.
They?
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, there's no reason to call right now. Like, what is the intriguing factor?
You got to know your guy's there first.
I really want 28.
Yeah, but interesting that he just straight up said no. Za'Darius agent will let us know if anything changes. In other words, we're not chasing him. We're confident in our offer. If something changes, we'll deal with it then.
Let us know.
Texter says they're convinced he's going to be brought back.
I've always thought that he's going to be brought back. And it's interesting that there haven't been any conversations. And honestly, there's nothing going on right now, so why would there be any conversations? I don't know anybody else that's just, dying to sign someone right now.
Ticket Texter says, my biggest takeaway was grab the popcorn and enjoy the show when he was talking about the draft. The next best was calling out podcasts for dumb questions. I think that was a setup, right? That was that Tim Twentyman team podcast, then they pivot to giving Eamon a shout out for his birthday.
Yeah. I do have another one about the philosophy that they're using and the buckets of players. I like the fact that, okay, at 28, we've got a bucket of players that we like at 28, but if somebody calls and they want to move up to 28 and we move down, maybe even out of the first round, can we still get one of the players that is in that bucket of guys that we could take at 28, but maybe we could get a same caliber guy and get a little more draft capital if we take somebody in that bucket at 35?
Right. Texter said, guys, with all the complaining about J-Mo, just imagine what we'd hear about Pierce the first time something would happen with him. Well, you used more capital to get J-Mo than Pierce.
Right.
And Pierce is at a more premium missing piece position. I mean, you take flack if the pick doesn't work, but...
Well, we know we've used more capital to get J-Mo.
Yes.
We don't know what capital they may
I get what
end
you're
up
saying,
using
to go up and get Pierce.
Yeah.
I was under the assumption he fell because we were talking about if he was still falling. Ticket Texter says, sneaky takeaway. He was very complimentary of J-Mo, even in a subtle way. I don't think he gets traded. J-Mo's Brad's guy. We might not extend him long term, but he's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Well, I don't think I know there was a report yesterday that there was, thought that he may be traded before the draft. I don't think that happens at all.
I don't think so either. Bunch of your takeaways on the ticket text. We got open phone lines 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Bunch of ticket texts. We've got open lines. We played the full press conference. Brad Holmes, a week out from the draft, saying, just get your popcorn out and enjoy the draft. What do you guys want to know how the movie's going to end?
Yeah.
We can't help ourselves. We like a trailer, a teaser. We want to know. We're curious people, Brad. We care about this whole thing called the NFL draft. He went repeatedly against the whole need thing, even joking, you guys know me, I love need, and then detailed why you don't chase need. he was very dismissive of anything with pass rush. Nothing's changed from the last time he spoke. He even, a little banter with the reporters. Is this because Aiden got hurt? Is that why we're doing this? The reporter let him off the hook and said, yes, I think it's more than just Aiden getting hurt. People want to see more pass rush with Aiden next season.
Yes.
Receiver, can't have enough of them. One of the most voluminous positions. Also pointing out there are guys later in the draft, even going as far as to say undrafted guys. They will end up adding a receiver in the draft. I feel confident saying that.
And I think there'll be, if not multiple guys, like you mentioned, after the draft, undrafted free agents that will come in here to compete for spots.
What did you make of the trade up, trade down stuff? Because a lot of the questions early focused on that.
I think it's clear, especially in the first round, and we've seen it throughout the draft, he loves to trade up. And I know he traded down for Jahmyr Gibbs, but it was a trade up for J-Mo. It was a trade up, to get Terrion Arnold. It was a trade up to get Broderick Martin, a trade up to get Manu.
And he says they've tried to do more J-Mo-like trades in the past, but it takes two to tango.
And you pair this with when we left last, as we talked to everybody before the break, there are buckets of guys. There's buckets at the beginning of the draft, middle of the draft, end of the draft, and everywhere in between. You're going to have, let's just say, 5 guys in that bucket. Those 5 guys are going to be ranked as well. So if you've got one that you might like at 28, but if you get an offer to go down to 31 or 32, you can get somebody in that bucket, but there's clearly somebody that you like more than the others. And that's why if you're going to trade back, you risk getting one of the lesser guys in that bucket. If you trade up, you're getting the guy that you want.
It's why trade up makes more sense. You know with certainty who you're going up to get. It's a player you're excited for. If you trade back, not saying you should never trade back. There's always a time and place. But there's uncertainty in a trade back. You may have 4 or 5 guys. You trade back 5 spots, you get the last of the group. Or you don't, you know what I'm saying? I think that's, and they're not always the same position, so that's a consideration too. I would love to see them trade up because it would mean Brad Holmes loves, maybe it's your guy, Zabel. Or maybe it's one of these pass rushers, although he continues to downplay the importance of edge. I'd love to see him go up and get a guy knowing we don't have 5 spots for guys to contribute this season.
Right.
We have 1.5 spots or contributor roles. Get the player that helps immediately this season, who gives us a 5th-year option, who's part of the core, go up with certainty and get your guy.
And so if you're just, if all you're doing is taking best available, you run the risk of, at 28, well, the best guy available is a quarterback.
Shadur's on the board, hypothetically.
Right. All right, I don't think that you're taking that. Even a running back this year, best guy available is a running back. Now,
Gentis falls, or you like Hampton,
I could get around that. I could get around a receiver. Wouldn't particularly love it, but I could understand it. But the way, and it's interesting that he says, well, we don't draft for need, yet last year, what was the biggest need?
Corner.
And who did they take?
A corner.
2 corners.
And they traded up to get one of them.
Right. So you can manufacture best player available, marrying it with need by trading up for a player that fell that you didn't think would be there.
But I'm going to try to play Brad Holmes' interpreter here. What I think he would tell you is we didn't trade up to take Terrion Arnold because he played corner. We traded up to take Terrion Arnold because he was the best football player.
Okay.
Whether that's true or not, that's,
right.
I think, what he believes.
Okay, fine.
Are you calling that like a fallacy? You don't think that's...
Yeah, because how do you have the biggest need being a corner and you take 2 corners? All right, and so
I don't draft for need, John.
But you can manufacture that,
which is what I want him to do.
That's where, if you need an edge or an offensive lineman,
both,
and all of those guys that you think you would want or that you would trade up for if they get into that 22, 23, 24 range, they may all be gone. And then you're not trading up, or you might not even be taking a lineman or an edge at 28 because you don't think the guys that are there fit the scheme, fit your parameters for taking a guy at that position or at that spot.
Couple ticket texts, 248-539-9797. 3rd offseason in a row where the Lions have a massive need at pass rushing end. Go get someone. To borrow from the movie Draft Day, James Pierce Jr., no matter what, Tom in Flat Rock. Another person bringing up Pierce. He has off-field concerns, quote, regarding people around him. That's according to all these draft guys, but they never elaborate why he falls. Film is top 15.
Well, film is top 15, but we've seen, and I don't put a lot of stock in mock drafts because a lot of mock drafts are just going off of what they've heard.
Or the other guy's mock drafts.
Yeah, or the other guy's mock drafts. Oh, this guy, but Mel Kiper, he's got him, not going until the 43rd pick. Well, he must know something. No, he doesn't. And that's where, do I think James Pierce is ultimately available at 28? No. Do I think they could take him at 28 if he's there? Yes.
We've talked about him because of the, quote, general character questions. It depends what those character questions are. Holmes said that the character evaluation is year-round, and it's a pretty thorough process. J-Mo had issues. Off-field, got suspended 2 times. The culture here in Detroit, I think, has helped him stabilize his pro career. The same would be said of James Pierce or anybody, assuming it's...
It would be interesting if James Pierce and Mikal Williams are on the board at the same time.
Who do they take?
Because Mikal Williams is a guy that last year, what we're hearing, again, this is all hearing and speculation, is that he was injured last year, but continued to fight through it. And his numbers suffered, but is he more of a Lions guy than a James Pierce?
Right.
Because he was willing to fight through those things, whereas James Pierce, if it's true, had 1 foot out the door.
Yeah, you could ask the question if Williams is there and Pierce is there.
Because Pierce has clearly more talent.
If they're both there, which non-edge does Brad Holmes draft instead of both of them?
That could be a possibility.
He's aware of this edge thing. It's nauseating to him how much he's asked about the edge position.
Well, I sure as hell hope he's aware of it. He's the general manager, and they're not getting production other than Hutch.
No. I don't think he's aware of the quote the need the way we do. I think he's aware of the noise. I don't think he has the same level of urgency at the position group that fans and media.
I would disagree.
You disagree?
I think he knows there's an urgency to get better pass rush outside of just Aiden Hutchinson, because if you have better pass rush on the other side, what does that do for your good players already? Makes them better. And you can't sit there and say, well, if Hutch misses 10 games again, anybody could miss time. Anybody could get hurt. Just because he was hurt last year doesn't mean he's not going to get hurt this year.
Okay, I love a good troll ticket text, and this one's directed at me.
Is this Jamar?
No,
we didn't get him.
Jamar and Westland pushing a Hendon Hooker narrative.
Yeah.
No, we were talking about off-field issues. If a picture of James Pierce at Phantom Fireworks emerged, would Costa want to stay away? Yeah. Don't blow off your fingers. All right, we've got Malik Beasley with a letter in the Players Tribune to the city of Detroit. We'll get to that next. It's 97.1. I've got your pick. We're talking picks. The pick for the best dealership in town, Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer for 2024. Looking to do the same in 2025, and with deals like this, they're well on their way. At Moran, you can lease a 2025 Blazer EV LT all-wheel drive, $271 a month, 24-month, low-mileage lease, 0 down, and that's employee pricing to everyone. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Visit MoranExpress.com. Stop by on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Oh, we will. Oh, we will. Popcorn ready. Snacks ready. We'll watch the draft, and everyone knows how the story should end.
Does Brad really not get the whole sports fandom thing?
Oh, I think he just gets annoyed by it.
I would too if I was him, by the way. He's explained his philosophy a lot. He's not going to give stuff away before the draft. But Brad, there's a reason you're at this podium a week before the draft. It's because there's a fervor, there's an interest. People are feverish about the draft. We want any information we can glean and get. So
here we sit.
Here we sit a week away. Only a couple days away from the Pistons playing a playoff game.
I know. It's very exciting to think we're finally going to have playoff basketball. It has been so long. And it's been even longer since we thought that there was an actual chance to win not just a game, but a series.
Because the last playoff games for the Pistons, they had Blake Griffin. He got swept by the Bucks. He came
even
in with
when
that,
you were looking at
shaky knee,
all of the prognosticators saying the Pistons don't win the series.
Yeah.
Did any of them say the Pistons got swept?
No. They all think we're going to get our first playoff win since 2008.
Mm-hmm.
Which, again, the last few times the Pistons have made the playoffs, it was quick, a broom, goodbye, swept out of the playoffs. So there is some optimism. And we're going to talk tomorrow about whether they win the series and how many games and some key questions in the matchup.
And we finally just are able to sit here with the angst of the anticipation, the excitement of the unknown.
Yep.
And going into a game on Saturday, just sitting there thinking of all the possibilities. It gives you a chance to dream.
I've got the letter in front of me, written by Malik Beasley to the city of Detroit. It's from the Players Tribune. John, it's titled Detroit versus Everybody.
Oh.
It says, Dear Pistons fans, my mom is from Detroit, born and raised. Even though I grew up in Atlanta, there's part of me that feels like I'm Detroit raised too. Every summer as a kid, she'd bring me out here and we'd stay with my cousins in those visits where I really got a feel for the city. From hooping at the Joe Dumars gym to playing football or tag in the street on 7 Mile to having cookouts at the end of a long day, I got to see what Detroit is about firsthand. I got to see how this grit and grind mentality is combined with these straight family vibes, how it's all toughness and it's all love. And he goes on to detail it. He says, this was in the early 2000s, so it's the era when Chauncey, Big Ben, Rip, Sheed, and them ruled the city. Those guys, they brought a winning culture back, the bad boys culture. I can still hear their voices booming through the speakers. Detroit basketball. You hear those words and you know what it is. It's a state of mind, Detroit versus everybody. It's a feeling. And with this year's team, it's like we're bringing that feeling back again. I came into the season with something to prove. There's these stigmas that you can get in the league. You get put in a certain box, and it's hard to be seen as anything else. Me, I feel like I'm a winning player, someone who's worth investing in long term. Flag that as a note for the offseason.
Yes, this is a note to please keep me here.
Pay me, keep me, I want to be here. But the league wasn't necessarily seeing that last summer, so I knew I had to take a 1-year deal to show everyone, and I think Detroit was the perfect fit. This entire team has had something to prove. Ownership, coach, Cade, young guys, vets, man, even y'all fans, I think had something to prove. You finish last in the league, you lose 28 in a row, and the arena ain't rocking. It's not Detroit basketball. It's not where you want to be. One thing people slept on, though, is how last year's team wasn't that bad. I know this because I know what our scouting report was on the Bucks. It wasn't like we were expecting to beat them by 50. They have a group of young guys who battled like hell. They made you work for what you got. They needed to learn how to finish. Just to get to the end of the article here, or the letter here, John, he says, I want to thank you all for that. The support, the embrace. He says, for me, man, it feels like I'm coming full circle. I made all these people proud in the city that helped raise me. On the court, I'm really hooping and showing guys I'm worth investing in long term. Again, a note about that. Off the court, I'm embracing the energy from mile to mile, dropping off shoes in the neighborhoods, grabbing Coney Island, says, or Hudbachi, to eating the coldest wings and shrimp. Shout out to my cousin at Coach's Chicken, Shrimp, and Fish. To helping the Pistons mean something again. I've made this community my own. I feel like it's a community that made me one of their own, so I want to thank y'all for that and to promise to keep putting in the work in the playoffs. Our whole squad will. Our whole city will. If you're repping Detroit, this bleep is for you. If you're not, you're the rest. Let's get it, MB5.
It's nice. And I think everybody is fired up for the playoffs. To me, that reads more of a I really want to stay here, which we love that.
Yeah,
we want guys that want to be here.
Multiple notes of long-term investment.
Yeah, he wants to be here.
We want him here.
Yeah, we would love him here. So, I mean, was that a letter to us or was that a letter to Trajan Langdon?
It says, Dear Pistons fans, but in invisible ink, it also says Trajan Langdon.
Yes.
Look, this is going to be exciting because they finally get to be on this stage again in the playoffs. Cade gets the stage, Madison Square Garden. You get the New York Knicks. I think they can win this series. We'll get to the pick tomorrow. But if they win this series, it accelerates everything. And then we see how they handle success from Trajan Langdon's standpoint. And even if they don't win this series, I anticipate they'll win a couple games here. And then how do they handle that success? How do they build around this young core? And I think Beasley's a huge part of this. He's unlocked the spacing that lets all of this stuff happen.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a huge catalyst for the success of this team. And we'd love to see that. We'd love to see the good parts still be here and then add to and complement those good parts. Maybe it's with another superstar. Maybe it's with a Booker. And now all of a sudden it takes you from a 44-win team and being the 6th seed to, I don't know, what does it do? The third, the second, higher? Eventually, that's the entire goal.
Yeah. Ticket Texter says, Cookies is equally as annoying when trying to be positive about our teams. The Rockets are a 2 seed and are underdogs. I love the Pistons, but they aren't a contender yet, and that's what the NBA breaks down to. No reason to talk Rockets. It's not disrespectful. It's objective. But there's a difference there.
Well, sure. You get. I don't think you're saying they're a contender.
No, I said this first-round series
is winnable.
Yes, and it's not being treated that way. The Knicks, of all the teams with home court, are the worst. The worst against winning teams, the most vulnerable, and it's not being treated that way. Who is this in the studio? You're not Doug Karsh. You're not Scott the Gator Anderson.
I do respect people, though.
That's good.
Yeah, so.
You do respect people.
What is Gator into? His dogs. So I like dogs, too.
Lois.
So I'm kind of a combination of both those guys. Wait, that sounded weird. I'm sorry. Hey, can I
you
ask
think
you
you're
guys
a combination of
Yes.
Doug and Scott?
I don't want to be. Trust me.
You've combined the hairline.
Yeah, I know. I know. Sometimes you just got to shave it.
Burn.
Yeah, I kind of have a little more than Doug, but a lot less than Gator.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I'm not like you guys. You guys all have phenomenal hair. There's Gator right there. I was telling Gator this. There's this movie Trap. Have you seen Trap on Netflix?
No.
It's the spitting image of John Jansen. It's about a serial killer that takes his daughter to a concert, and the FBI
Oh,
gets...
I did see that. I watched it. I watched it.
No, it tells you the plot.
You think John's a serial killer?
I was going to say.
Oh, you watched it?
I did watch
Okay,
it.
Doesn't Josh Hartnett look like John Jansen?
No.
That's what you need to start with. Thank
You're saying this?
Josh Hartnett. That's
this
Josh.
Josh?
Yes.
Does that look like you?
That is a spitting
No.
image.
No.
Oh, yeah. Well, no.
I mean,
His hair's different.
cheekbones, maybe? Similar cheekbones.
Hold on, let me get you a good
my
picture.
cheekbones.
No, I think there's
Cheeks
some
are we
to it. Like
talking
Rigger
about?
pointed out to me this morning. I thought there's some to it. I think John has more of.
Like, come on.
I think John looks more like
That
Randy
does
Orton
not
than
look
the rest
anything
of us.
like John.
I see
that too.
Yeah.
No,
Thank you,
it is
Peter.
You're welcome.
not.
He's a handsome man.
I'm giving you a compliment. People like this guy.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying.
I've never even seen it. So
I watched the movie on a plane coming back from San Francisco. I'm like, oh my God, John Jansen is this serial killer.
Interesting.
Anyway,
Is
is
that
this
warm
what
your
serial
heart,
killer or
John?
is a serial killer?
either one.
Might be. I don't know.
John, you're a
I just
serial
have, maybe I have my new target now.
Should have let that
he,
linger.
he is bigger than me.
He could do some
Oh, is
damage.
he?
And he does hate electric cars.
Right. So what do you guys got on tap for today?
Well, you probably hit all the food groups today. I mean, obviously Brad Holmes just spoke, so
Yeah.
we're gonna try to dissect or read between lines or whatever. Really, it's just kind of draft talk because Brad doesn't give you a whole lot.
Right. Which we didn't expect him to.
No, you don't. He does a great job of dancing around things and being very non-specific, and that's kind of his draft philosophy anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's you're trying to read between the lines and figure something out there. But Tigers a little bit of slump here. Riley Green is
I blame all of you guys, by the way.
one for his last 32. Really?
You guys are very quick to just say this team is amazing.
We can look at your Twitter, too.
I didn't say they're amazing.
Red Wings, one game left in the season. Jeff's got an interesting question about that. I've got a topic out of that as well. That some people in the media have also kind of, not going to say latched onto, but we all collectively have a similar thought of how to improve this team. I like that. And then, hey, we got playoff basketball to think about on Saturday. That's kind of cool, too.
Yeah.
So we're going to hit all the food groups.
The interesting thing I think about Brad Holmes, and we'll let you guys get to the show, is we have our takes on what he said now. Then we'll actually watch the movie and see who he takes and how he operates. And then we'll go back and say, oh, and we'll have a completely different take on what he just said.
Exactly.
So
Karsch and Anderson with Jeff Rieger next, 97.1.
Well, good morning, everybody. Looks like a nice, beautiful day. Going to get up to close to 60 today in the afternoon. Gator with you along with Jeff Rieger, who's in for Doug. Doug will be back on tomorrow's show. Jeffrey, how are you today?
Fantastic. What's going on, guys? A little early for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is it? I mean, you
For
fill
me.
in the morning show a lot.
I mean, yeah, that's really early. My
Right.
goodness, you need a nap after that one.
Yeah.
But no, this is actually pretty good, right? You get out at 2:00. You got your whole afternoon in front of you. You can stay up late. You watch all the games. It's a good shift you got here.
Why, thank you. Yes,
Well, I know you're looking for my approval.
I rather enjoy it. Yeah. They're the stat of the day. I am going to complain a little. I'm going to look a little stiff on the when it comes to the Twitch feed or YouTube today. My neck, every once in a while, in the morning in particular, I think I've talked about this before. I'll get like this neck stinger might turn my head to the right. Maybe it happens too quickly, and all of a sudden this shooting pain goes through the left side of my neck and shoots down almost to my collarbone. And it's so painful. It's like a lightning bolt comes into my neck, and then it disappears like 10 seconds later.
Have you tried? Maybe it's a sciatica. That's what everybody.
Does that sound good? Yeah.
Yeah. I go with that.
I will tell you this morning that when it happened, it was the worst it's ever been for me.
Oh boy.
Like the worst. Like I can still feel a little bit of an effect of it now, but it lingered forever. And so I will be, when I turn to my right, it will be like my whole body turning to the right. Like driving in this morning was like looking over my shoulder to try to, change lanes.
Right, you can't change that. You can't turn your head. You're turning your entire body.
Because as I'm doing it, I can start to feel where it's going to go. I'm like, I can't do that. So
Gator,
I'll battle through it, though.
Years ago, do you remember Lions-Broncos, Peyton Manning's Sunday Night Football at Ford Field? Years ago. Lions started like 1-4, They ended up losing that game as well. That was the year that I think the Broncos won the Super Bowl.
They either won it or they played for it.
Yeah. Anyway,
back-to-back years.
I went in and I talked to Peyton Manning, and he did the same exact thing. I asked him a question, and he couldn't turn his head. He had to turn his entire body. It's like he had a swivel chair, like at the doctor's office. That's what I'm envisioning with you right now.
So if you want to watch, we stream the show live on twitch.tv.
You want to watch Gator in pain.
That's right. Search 971 The Ticket and you'll see us. Or you can watch it also on YouTube and search 971 The Ticket. And there's a streaming chat that goes with it. All the people on the on Twitch and YouTube, we have this nice conversation going on along. So it's interactive. It's pretty cool.
Oh.
You can also listen to the show through the Odyssey app. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. There's a 24-hour rewind feature on there that you go back to 24 hours ago. And if you missed something from yesterday's show, you can hear it. So it's pretty cool as well. But let's start with the lines, right? Because we've got Brad Holmes speaking today. He just got done talking probably about a half an hour ago or so with the media ahead of the draft, which is 1 week away, man. Get so excited about the draft. I love the draft. Draft is fantastic. Everything about the draft I love. All the hype leading up to it, the misinformation that goes on, and this is one of the great things that we love in the media is trying to guess what the GM is going to do with the first round pick. Like after that, nobody really cares.
Right.
I mean, you care, but it's not like you can offer up a firm opinion that in the third round, they got to get this guy. But the first round, we all have pretty strong opinions of what needs to be done, what they should do, where they need to look at, and all this. And Brad Holmes talking about it ahead of time today, and he doesn't say a ton. He's not going to tell you, yeah, I'm looking at an edge rusher. He's not going to say that. He's not going to tell you, yeah, I'm looking at an offensive lineman that's got versatility. He's not going to say that. Yeah, I'm looking for a playmaker, a guy that's going to get to the end zone, a threat to do it every time he touches the ball. He's not going to say that. What he is going to say is, we're looking for football players. We're looking for guys that love this game, fit what we do with our team, fit our culture, and are just players. And over the years, he's talked about having this bucket of players that they look at in the first round, and they try to get as many of those players as they can. And it's just different ways of looking at it, but it's the same thing. Like we all understand that, yeah, okay, there's some great players out there. Identify who those great players are. And if they happen to fit your need, that's great. Well, this year, I think there are plenty of depth. There's plenty of depth on the defensive line and on the offensive line. There's other depth positions too. I think there's lots of depth in the draft at tight end, which the Lions could look at. If you're looking down the road, are they gonna sign an extension with Sam Laporta? I don't know if they would, because that price is getting hefty, and you got to start thinking about other guys you're going to sign long term, like Herbie Joseph and Aiden Hutchinson. But it's just a kind of an interesting way of looking at the draft.
No, listen, I agree with you. I don't think he said anything that surprised anybody. And Brad Holmes is pretty consistent. He drafts the best player. He's not going to draft for need. And by the way, nobody's arguing that. For the most part, like we get it. He's absolutely right. The best player is probably better than settling for some guy at defensive end. If you don't love that guy, why would you draft that guy? The one thing I noticed, you tell me if it's something or nothing, okay? We all had the JMO conversations, right? Because they bring in Golden for the pre-visit, and everybody made a big deal about it. And then you look at JMO's contract, and you're like, 2 years left. Do you pick up the fifth-year option? And people are wondering, would he consider trading Jameson Williams, right? He mentioned JMO, I counted 5 times today.
Okay.
In various points about trading up, and was that almost like a subliminal message to the media that we're counting on Jameson Williams? He's not going anywhere without saying it? Or am I just looking way too far into it? That was the one thing I noticed the most. The one guy he mentioned more than anybody else on the team was Jameson Williams.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text us as well. We're talking the NFL draft. Brad Holmes just spoke. You heard him speak right here. Started speaking a little bit more than an hour ago. You heard it here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's an interesting question because, the whole thought of drafting a wide receiver in the first round seems a little ridiculous to me because you've got the receivers. But your point being, if you're asking about if people are bringing up Jameson Williams and then he brings him up several times during the press conference.
Like, nobody asked him straight about, like, hey, J-Mo's been, again, he already said they were probably leaning on picking up their 5th-year option, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I think J-Mo is going to be on the team. I think it would be absurd to trade him because you're still trying to win right now. It's not all about 2-3 years from now when you got to pay everybody. But they did bring in 2 different receivers for pre-draft visits.
Yeah, and one of them is thought of as being one of the top 2 or 3 receivers in the draft.
Right.
The other one, not so much.
The other, Isaac Tisla. Tisla?
Sure.
Tisla from Arkansas.
But
Tisla.
Yeah, the question of would they be trading up or down, that was addressed with Brad Holmes as well. We'll talk about this next. 248-539-9797. Jeff Rieger in for Doug. Gators with you today, as always, and we got Kang and Kenny behind the glass. We'll take your calls and texts as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsh and Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Jeff Riggers in for Doug Karsh. Taking your calls and texts, as always, 248-539-9797. Talking about the NFL Draft. It's next Thursday. We are 1 week away from the draft, and you know how much we love the draft, not only on this show, but certainly on this show, but this station and this town, we love the draft. Having the draft here in Detroit last year was amazing. It was just a fantastic week leading up to it, and then the weekend events it was great. Detroit was shining brightly. It was awesome. This year, it's a Green Bay. I suspect it'll be great for those that are there at Green Bay.
But they're not going to have 700,000 people there.
No, because they can't. The city isn't built for that. But it should still be pretty cool. You're in a title town, the whole bit, and the weather looks like it could cooperate at the early onset, but who knows because weather changes by the day. I'm sure Green Bay will do just fine. I'm curious to see how it does look. It's not like you got this amazing downtown to look at like Detroit had this. Detroit could not have looked better last year than when they did this. But we love the draft. We talk about the draft all the time. We've got a really good Lions team that was 15-2 last year despite all the injuries they had. Unfortunately, losing in the playoffs, I think you could safely say most of that attributed to guys that were not on the team at the time because of injuries, and certainly things that happened in the game. Looking at Jared Goff has a share of blame. There are other people that certainly have their share of blame in that game. The defense that gave up a ton of points, that's not good either. But improving this team, it starts with free agency, and then it goes to the draft. Now, the Lions went out and they got their cornerback, DJ Reed. He's very good. Carlton Davis, good? Sure. Probably as good. Maybe slightly under, maybe slightly better, but comparable, right? So effectively, they have the same team going into the season that they did last year. The way to change it now is through the draft. And Brad Holmes was talking about that this morning and going different ways. And, you had brought up that, Matthew Golden is one of the people that came in for a visit. Matthew Golden, the wide receiver from Texas, who ran a 4.29 40.
Yeah, he's pretty quick.
Yeah. And he's 5'10", 190 pounds. Obviously, he's got a ton of get up and go. And he's thought of as being a top 3 wide receiver in this draft, depending on where you look at it, either number 2 or number 3. Luther Burden's in that mix. McMillan is in that mix. Abuka is in that mix. But nonetheless, Matthew Golden is thought of as, without question, going to be a first-round pick. So they're bringing him in, and it kind of begs the question, why are they bringing a wide receiver of that ilk in there? And is it mind games, or what is it that Brad Holmes is doing here? We can get into that in a second here. But here's what Brad Holmes had to say about looking at wide receiver specifically in this draft for the Lions. So that's interesting to hear that, because if you can't have enough, which, by the way, he said about a bunch of different positions, which I think lots of people would say, well, the same thing about corner, which is what he said there. He has said that about edge rushers. He said it even today, talking about you can draft an edge rusher in every round. I think he said the same thing about offensive linemen. There's a bunch of positions you can say that about. But when he says it's a voluminous position, as if to say there's so many players in the draft that you can get, and then he's talking about even after the draft with undrafted free agents, or even still addressing free agents that haven't been signed yet. Why on earth are you bringing in Matthew Golden?
Well, maybe he's one of them, though. But the way you're talking about it, it almost seems like Brad Holmes' theory on receivers is, well, they got Amon-Ra St. Brown in the 4th round.
Yeah.
Right? You can get a productive receiver late in the draft that can help you. And if that's how he's thinking, and he did say, it's a deep draft for receivers, you do wonder if maybe, just maybe, because he's so concerned about paying those bills down the line, if he thinks about drafting a receiver earlier and maybe moving on from one of his current receivers.
Yeah, and I understand the theory of that with
I wouldn't do it.
Jameis. I wouldn't do it either because you've got J-Mo for 2 years now.
And he's a big part of your offense.
He is. He's become a major part of this offense. He had a bigger year than I thought he was going to this year. And you expect him to take another step forward this upcoming season. And in 2026, if you pick up the fifth-year option, which I wouldn't give him an extension, but I'll pick up the fifth-year option.
I agree with you. And it might be expensive if he has a good year this year. That's a good problem to have.
But the fifth-year option is going to be $14 million regardless. I mean, that's kind of where it's slotted at this point. So, okay, and that's expensive, but it's nowhere near as expensive as if you sign him to an extension, which you're going to be talking. If he puts up another year like he had this past season, you're looking at a $30 million player.
Right. And you probably can't do that, which is fine.
Do that.
But you don't have to make that decision right now. See, that is what, and Wojo and I were talking about this yesterday. There is something to be said. You're right. Like, you can get a receiver in any round, and a receiver can pay dividends. A rookie receiver can pay dividends. But you don't want to hang your quarterback out to dry. Like,
absolutely not. No.
Jamison Williams is a big part of that offense. You got 7 new coaches. You got a new OC. There's a chi between J-Mo and Jared Goff. It would make zero sense to me.
You went with chi.
You like chi?
I like that.
Rapport, is that better for you?
No, chi is
pretty good. Chi is more...
It's very new age.
Profound, I feel. Yes, but there's a connection there. So I've heard this, and it drives me nuts that people would think it's a good idea. And we got calls yesterday. People are like, well, if you can get a second and third round, which I don't think you would get, but if you could get a second and third round for a guy like J-Mo, I would do it in a heartbeat. But I wouldn't. Simply because you also don't have that many positions to fill on this current team.
That's the thing. The other thing is that I understand Brad Holmes has built this team through the draft.
Yeah, and he's done a great job.
The window of opportunity isn't just the next couple of years. I mean, they've got the foundation where it can be built beyond that. And then when you keep building beyond that, it's because you're drafting well. I understand all that. But your best opportunity right now is the next 2 years, and it's with Jamison Williams. I'm not looking to trade J-Mo, all right? Now, at some point in the 2026 season, after you've picked up the fifth-year option, if the Lions are in a situation where they don't look as good as they have, would I consider trading him at the deadline?
100%.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And then, of course, you're not going to get the value that you think you would if you traded him now. But
you're getting the value now with him.
I'm not looking for draft picks right now. I'm looking to add quality players to this team to put them over the edge. And so I'm not even looking at trading J-Mo. That being said, I'm also not looking at replacing him just yet either. I can do that either later in the draft with a third, fourth, fifth, somewhere in those later rounds. I don't think they have a fifth round pick, but third, fourth, sixth round, whatever it is.
Or next year.
Or next year.
Or maybe, just maybe, you love him so much, you find a way to keep him here some way, somehow.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
You're probably right, but the bottom line is...
It's going to be really hard
You're probably right.
To convince me of that.
But you don't need to make that decision right now. And that, I think, is kind of... I'm not saying Brad thinks this way, but the mindset of constantly pushing it down the road to make sure you can re-sign your own players... You get lost because eventually you got to say, like, we got a great chance this year.
Philadelphia has done that, right? Philadelphia said, we're not pushing it down the road anymore. We've drafted very well, and now we can afford to go ahead and make a move like a Saquon Barkley, right? Or they can sign a big free agent, put him in, plug him right back into this team, and here they are. Now they're Super Bowl champs. I think the Lions are in that position.
I agree.
Which is why, I would guess that you would echo this too when it came to the Trey Hendrickson stuff. I'm like, I think you can do this. I think you can make it happen. And it's because you can finagle cap space when you need to finagle cap space. And when you need to let go of players to make room for him, I think there's the easy button is, okay, well, look what's happening here. If you're not going to let Jamison Williams go, I don't have to pay him. That's money that's not going to be there. And if I'm not going to pay a tight end beyond Sam Laporta's 4-year deal, let him go like they did when it came to TJ Hawkinson. So I'm not going to pay that guy. That's 2 years down the road. You can replace those guys throughout the draft this year or next year. Like I said, it's a deep draft for tight end this year. You draft a tight end in the third or fourth round and get a quality guy there. That's going to be your replacement for Sam Laporta if you have to get there. But all that would be contingent on actually getting Trey Hendrickson and giving Cincinnati what they want and giving Trey Hendrickson what he wants. But I do think it can be managed with the payroll. and it gives your team an excellent chance to win over the next 2 years, and he'd be signed to a longer-term deal because that's what he wants. And that's when the pain comes in a little bit by letting a couple guys go. But
you're okay with it.
Bringing in all these great draft picks because Brad Holmes is brilliant.
Right. And also, like with Trey in the contract, he's 31, so it wouldn't be a 5-year deal. Like, I agree with you. It's totally doable. I have zero belief it would actually happen. But that's the kind of thing we're talking about, though.
Yeah.
There is. I get sick of hearing, like, we got bills to pay in the future when I want to win a Super Bowl now. Yeah. And to your point, if you get a Trey Hendrickson and you happen to win a Super Bowl, any of the pain you suffer after Hendrickson's gone, oh well.
Yeah,
it's part of the deal. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I guess I'll have a bruise on my cheek when I go to brush the tears away, but my Super Bowl ring keeps getting in the way.
Right. Go watch the DVD back when you're depressed.
Yeah,
it's the big parade down Woodward.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. What do you make of the comments he had there about the wide receiver in the draft and, Jamison Williams? Would you think of trading J-Mo, or would you just let it ride out for the next 2 years? Do you want to sign him to an extension after this upcoming season? Brad Holmes also talked about the draft when it came to trades. Trading up or trading back? We'll talk about that next year. 97.1, The Ticket. All right, we have some ticket text coming in regarding what Brad Holmes has talked about with the wide receiver position in the draft. Thought it was interesting that they brought in Matthew Golden, receiver, to take a look at him because he's a first-round talent. He's a top 15 talent, top 3 wide receiver talent, and I don't see the Lions using their first-round pick on a wide receiver, but interesting nonetheless. Holmes will always draft best player available. Might be a wide receiver, might be a linebacker, might be a long snapper. No, it wouldn't be a long snapper.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a long snapper.
But as far as the first round is concerned, because we've seen him go out and get a wide receiver in the first round, moving up to get Jamison Williams, I think you could argue at that point the Lions had a need for wide receiver. Now, I get that he's constantly saying we don't draft by need, we just draft best player of best. But, I mean, I think a lot of that is a smokescreen. And the other part of that is just understanding that there's a lot of depth of positions of need for the Lions. He's also said that he likes to build through the trenches, right? They have needs on the defensive line, whether it's defensive tackle or defensive end. They have needs on the offensive line. You know, you got to think about, first of all, they have a guard position, at least one guard position is wide open. And you could argue that if they got the top guard in the draft, that he'd be competing, you know, possibly with Glasgow as well to be the number 1 guard on this team. And you're thinking about replacing Frank Ragnow down the road, so there's certain players that would fit that as well. But I understand. In the end, they draft guys they love because they're great football players. I just think that each year is a little different based on circumstances. You're not always drafting for positional need. But now that the Lions this is their 4th draft going into it, I think they're pretty well established what they are.
Well, he said that last year, too. Remember, they gave up the 3rd-round pick for Gio Manu.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, dude, this guy doesn't even have a draft profile. What the hell are you doing? He's like, well, every guy we draft isn't even going to make this team. Like, we are deep. We've built a good team. So I think you'll see some of that along. I look at it the same way. Like you're
after the first round,
right, of course.
Yeah,
of course. But that's what we're both saying, though. You have a great established team right now. That if it wasn't for the injuries, who knows how far you would have gone last year. So you use a first round pick. Either it's offensive line or it's defensive line. Those are probably the 2 most likely spots, and you move on.
Holmes clearly puts players in buckets regardless of position. I bet he'll trade back because his bucket will be gone by like pick 20.
He did say it would be a dream scenario if there's a grouping of players that he knows he'd be able to trade back and get some draft equity as well.
Well, we'll get to what he had to say about the draft in just a minute about trading up and also about trading back. Meanwhile, let's get to the phones, 248-539-9797. Sam is in Pinckney. Sam, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
What's up, Sam?
Good morning. What up? Good morning, guys. So I would trade J-Mo. For a different reason now, because Kenny poked a hole in my story.
Uh-oh.
But I had said that I was going to trade him if he did something else stupid, which Kenny pointed out that it would hurt his draft stock, which is true. So I would trade him because wide receivers are a dime a dozen. They're always going to be there. So, yeah, I would trade him.
You would trade him right now. Like before the draft, you would trade him away, and you wouldn't have J-Mo, thus you need a receiver.
Well, I would wait until after the draft to see what we get. Not like.
How does that make any sense? You would trade him for draft picks, and then you would draft a receiver, I would assume.
So you're trading for future draft picks, not for this draft.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. Sorry.
All right.
So you don't have Jamison Williams then this year, and you don't have draft picks until the next draft.
But that means that he can't do anything else stupid to embarrass his team.
Okay. Well, and thanks for calling, Sam. That's one way to look at it, I guess.
What the hell are we doing there?
I don't know. I'm not concerned about. I'm not nearly as concerned about the perceived immaturity of the off-field stuff that happens with Jamison Williams. That has happened. Can't discount it. It has happened. Is it embarrassing? I don't know if it's embarrassing. Okay, so it just happened, and it ends up costing him playing time. And you know what? It probably ends up doing costing him an extension,
right, and more money. And it may already have.
But if you're going to trade Jamison Williams, you trade him either during the draft or before the draft.
Exactly.
Right, exactly, because you need to get that back. And though I agree that wide receivers are kind of a dime a dozen, and even Brad Holmes said that it's a voluminous position. You can find them throughout, and you can. Finding a guy with this kind of talent, that's not dime a dozen talent, right? You don't find guys that run a 4.2 40 all that often.
And I agree with you. That's why the Matthew Golden thing raised some eyebrows.
Yeah.
But again, I don't think people give JMO enough credit. Like, forget the 1,000 yards over 17 games, even though he didn't play all 17 games this year. I don't think people give the guy enough credit. He can be a game changer. And I think Jared Goff enjoys working with him. You would be moronic to do Sam's plan, which is...
I don't want to call Sam a moron.
No. I said the plan was moronic. I'm sure
enough.
Sam is a very bright individual.
Exactly. I agree. The trading after the draft doesn't make any sense. Kang is captain of the Jameson Williams fan club.
Yeah, you say he can be a difference maker. He is a difference maker, Rieger. I think, and there's more meat on the bone.
I agree.
And I think last year was just scratching the surface of. I think that was finally we got to see a little, some chemistry between him and Goff, right? And I think that the fact that who knows what's the new offensive coordinator is going to do, but to have a weapon like that on the field that takes away the safety, rolls coverage your way, whether it's just such an asset to have on a football team and an offense that I'm a big JMO guy. I think picking up the option is the easy thing. It's what we do after the fact.
But you hit the nail on the head. The new OC, John Morton, right? You're really going to, first move you make is you're going to hamstring your offense by getting rid of Jameson Williams?
No, I don't see them trading him at all. If you're going to think about it, it would be after next season.
Right.
And even then, you're probably not, because it's easy to pick up the fifth-year option for $14 million, and you're getting him at half his market value, and you're going to get production out of it. But that being said, Jameson Williams is a guy they traded up for. Brad Holmes talked about both trading up and trading back. Here's what he said about trading up in the draft. So to me, what's interesting is, have they identified a player in this draft that they would love to move up and get? Now, he talks about a lot of conversation, a lot of pre-planning, a lot of planning ahead to make something like that happen, because it takes more of a discussion. You have to plant those seeds. Things like that don't typically happen just on draft night, and some team comes from out of the blue and says, hey, would you want to move up into our spot? These are conversations that definitely take place ahead of time, and that you have to plan for this and what you would give up to move up to that spot. But I'm wondering if there's a player that, and I would imagine there have to be players that they truly covet, that they would say, yeah, we'd move up to 15 to take blank.
Right. No, and I agree with you. I think obviously you don't go through the hours and days of prep without figuring who that guy is, but it's a little different. Hear me out. Like, fans want another edge, correct?
Yes.
Correct, obviously. Don't you feel if they decided to go that route, then they believe whatever edge they want to target is the best player available, don't you think they're going to be able to get that person nearer to where they're picking anyway? 28th? Like, for instance, if you wanted a James Pierce, he's probably going to be right around low first round. I mentioned this guy to you, and I know King likes him, Shamar Stewart, and I know people bag on his college production, but he's going to be right around that area too. So if you want to trade up for defensive edge, I kind of feel the trade's not going to have to be significant. Now, offensive line might be a different deal. Maybe you would have to trade up even more.
Well, and defensive tackle might be another position. I mean, I have no idea what Brad Holmes covets in this draft. If it's Mike Green, the edge rusher from Marshall, who every mock draft now seems to have him going in the top 20 for sure. Decent size, 6'3", 250, incredible production last year with the 16 and a half sacks, and he just looks like this is an edge rusher that you'd like to have. But if they don't think there's that much separation between Mike Green and, say, James Pierce from Tennessee, as you mentioned, then you don't have to move up and get that guy, or maybe Jalen Walker from Georgia. A lot of people think he's a number 2 edge rusher in this draft behind Abdul Carter. If he's available, is that a guy that they want to jump up and get? But again, it depends on what the separation is. I was thinking about this morning. When one of my big pet peeves is when people use the term elite, because I don't think they understand what the word elite means, and they'll start talking, oh, this guy's an elite quarterback, this guy's an elite quarterback. And then when you start to add it up, you're like, you've got 9 elite quarterbacks in the league. That's not elite. Elite means best of the best.
Right.
So you're talking out of 32 starting quarterbacks, there might be, by definition, 3 elite quarterbacks. So, but the difference between the third guy who's elite and the quarterback at 8 might not be all that much. And maybe that's what we have here, looking at Mike Green, to the guys that are not elite, but they're pretty close to it.
I'm curious, though. You're the draft guru. You and Doug, you guys talk draft 24/7.
Everybody talks.
Do you believe that if they were to trade up for, let's just say, an edge, he would have already visited them? Like, do you put any stock into the pre-draft visits?
I put some stock into it, but
because they visited with 3.
Yeah, I put some stock into it, but I think there's more about what happened at the combine. You get an opportunity to talk to guys at the combine, and that's more volume there. So I would look at that. But hang on to that with the names you have. We got some calls on hold as well, 248-539-9797. And hearing what Brad Holmes has to say about trading back, that's always a popular move here in Detroit. Trade back, get more assets. We'll hear what he has to say about that next year, 97.1 The Ticket. Somebody did send a ticket text that I do want to address with you specifically, Jeff, because you have firsthand knowledge. We'll get to that coming up at 10:55. But we talked about trading up in the draft with Brad Holmes. Now, here's what Brad Holmes has to say about the ever-popular decision here in Detroit, which is almost like the go-to easy button, trading back in the draft. So we all love to hear that. And I think the easiest way that they can trade back is if there's a team that's picking in the let's say the top 10 in the second round that was looking for a quarterback but didn't want to use their first round pick on a quarterback. So they would trade back into the first round because they want the fifth year. So does that mean a team like Cleveland would be willing to trade their first pick overall in the second round if they don't take a quarterback, because it doesn't look like they're going to take a quarterback at number 2 this year. You know, the Giants, if the Giants don't take a quarterback in the first round, they have the second pick in the second round. You know, is it possible the Lions can trade back because there'd be teams like that that would be willing to move up? I think that's a possibility. And the other thing is, as we talk about it, we think there's, I don't want to lump you in this and let you have your own opinion on it, but I know Doug and I, and Kang to an extent as well, we all think there's a lot of depth on the defensive line, whether it's tackle or edge rusher. You can get your guy at 28, sure. But if I can move back 6 slots, 7 slots, and still get one of those guys in that group.
What do you get for it? What's the chart say? Yeah.
Yeah, and you get like a third-round pick in addition to it. Okay, I'd be happy to, because there's value to it, particularly if a team's moving back in to get a quarterback, because that fifth year is so valuable for the quarterback.
The only way you don't do that, and he wouldn't do that, is if he's in love with the guy that would be there at their spot, right? Which there's a possibility, because again, I mean, they've built this team so well that other draft picks are fantastic, and eventually you're going to need those draft picks because you got to pay guys, and you're probably going to lose guys down the line. But right now, if that guy is there, the guy they consider to be the best available, I wouldn't trade down. I would grab that guy. Yeah. But I hear you. Absolutely. I mean, it would be fantastic if you get a comparable individual and you get some more draft equity to go with it.
If they, let's say, for instance, James Pierce, who a few weeks ago, James Pierce was training to be a top 15 pick. Everybody loved him. And then words started getting out, you know what, he takes plays off, or he's this, he's that, and a lot of off-field questions about him or questions about his heart and determination, whatever. It could be character assassination. It could be all disinformation, distraction, smoke, whatever it is. But if everybody really does think he's a top 15 talent, and the Lions do too, and he starts to slip, that's that kind of guy. Like, they're not going to let him get past 28. They love him. They're going to take him.
The funny thing is, he meets all the criteria, doesn't he? He's a total stud. He's got an unbelievable RAS score, like one of the best. We know Brad Holmes loves the RAS. Like, it's almost wild. You can look at the RAS, and have they taken a guy with a really poor RAS score? I think the answer is no. And the only thing that doesn't equate with him is, I don't know if he loves football the way the Lions want you to love football.
That's the big thing, right? And that's what they look for. But I mean, this is a guy who's got, I mean, good God, a sub 4.5 40 that he ran. He played 3 years at Tennessee, and the last 2 years he had 17.5 sacks total, along with 27.5 tackles for loss. There's production attached to that. But if he needs to be unlocked to unlock the true potential, it's just to be that culture guy. The Lions have the culture. I think at this point, enough people know you come to Detroit, you're going to have to change up and adapt to whatever it is they want. He could be that guy that they really covet, regardless of the outside noise that may just be distraction, misinformation.
I know we're all trying to read tea leaves and just trying to figure out what Brad Holmes
just enjoy the movie.
No, yeah. Well, first of all, you should just enjoy.
That's what he said.
But secondly, to answer your question, have they ever drafted someone with a poor RAS score? Absolutely. Brian Branch. Brian Branch had a terrible RAS score.
Really?
And is Brian Branch a good football player? He's a great football
player.
All right. So I do agree that the Lions like the RAS score, and that's something to read into, but I wouldn't put all my eggs in one basket. They go back to they draft football players and guys that think that will help this team win. And Brian Branch is that guy. He had a terrible RAS score, and that's probably part of the reason why he fell to the second round.
Dude, look at you very quickly. His RAS was 5.27. That is an awful RAS score.
He had a slow 40.
Yeah, and that's why, he felt. But
I remember us talking about that a couple years ago when he was getting before the draft. I'm like, I don't care what his 40 time is. You watch Brian
4.58.
Watch Brian Branch play at Alabama. He was a playmaker. He was a football player, and it made all the sense. And when he was available at the top of the second round, we came back into that draft show the next day, leading into the second round, best players available. We're like, oh my God, please God, get Brian Branch. Was he the second player the Lions took in the second round?
Yeah, and they didn't even take him in the second round. They took Laporta first.
Yeah,
and then they took Branch.
Yeah, there were trades happened. They were able to get him again. So, yeah, I think there's this. Yeah, you're right, King. There's a balance there. There's a balance that they strike between, that the Lions know what they want. RAS scores have importance. Production has importance. There's lots of things that have importance. But in the end, the Lions have their own determination of what it is in the player that they're looking for. Here's a ticket text coming in regarding Jamison Williams. J-Mo is a huge part of the offense. I don't get why everyone wants to get rid of him so quick.
I don't think anybody does.
Makes no sense. He put up 1,000 yards. I know it was 17 games, but also 4 to 5 option 2. I think the gambling and legal issues scares everyone. J-Mo was the number one receiver on a lot of teams. I think it's a mistake to trade him, especially with the new offensive coordinator and the fact that he does already have a connection with this offense.
I don't think anybody wants to trade him. I think, the guy that called us wants to trade him after the draft for some reason, which makes no sense to me.
For him, it was because of the off-field stuff. He wants to nip it in the bud. He doesn't want to deal with any more distraction.
Fair, but I don't think the majority of people, I think somebody hit the nail on the head yesterday. Woj and I were talking about it, and the only reason we're talking about J-Mo and Matthew Golden is simply because there's not a whole hell of a lot to talk about. They got the 28th pick. There's not a ton of buzz. The Lions are a really good team. It's not a top 10 pick. So I kind of think sometimes we make up storylines, and the Matthew Golden one is kind of a made-up storyline. I would be floored if he got traded.
But why bring him in?
I don't know.
That's the storyline, is why was he brought in, Jeff?
What do you think the odds are that it actually happens?
None.
Right. Then why bring him in?
That's my question. Why you bring him in?
I'm not saying it's not a story. I'm not saying not to talk about it.
You get a limited number of visits.
Correct.
And you used one of them on a player that I don't think they're even considering drafting.
He's a young J-Mo, essentially. He's a speedster. He's unreal. But I don't know why you bring him in.
That's why you talk
maybe
about
it's a smokescreen. I'm not saying not to talk about it. I just don't think there's a ton of validity
you guys
to
aren't
it.
given any. That's the thing. I mean, Gator, you clearly don't think they have any interest, but they don't waste visits, do they? You think it's smokescreen. I don't think it's smokescreen. I think they have interest.
I think there's two reasons. I think there's smokescreen, and I think it's getting intel on some of the other players from Texas and maybe his opinion on players that he went against. I think there's all that.
They're not wasting a visit.
I think every player they talk about that stuff with. I think no matter who it is, they're going to talk about it, their teammates and other things adjacent to that. But I think there's a lot of smokescreen.
Maybe they're in love with the guy. Maybe if he falls far enough, they think about trading up to get him, knowing eventually they're going to have to get rid of or part ways with J-Mo. But right now, there's no situation where J-Mo's not on the team this coming year. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with that. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We had a listener text in a question to me to make sure that I asked you about this, because it was something we brought up earlier in the week, and I said, well, Jeff would have knowledge on this, so we'll ask Jeff that question coming up at 11:02.
I'm nervous.
On 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsch Anderson Show. Jeff Rieger's in for Doug Karsch today. Gator King, Kenny with you as well. Taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Getting a lot of response to the stuff that Brad Holmes was talking about. A couple hours ago, he spoke with the media ahead of next Thursday's draft and answering some questions about moving up, moving back in the draft. I thought it was interesting. They brought a wide receiver into town and, a very highly thought of wide receiver. He mentioned that you can't have enough of them. It's a voluminous position. Okay, well, that leads me to thinking get him throughout the draft. Why bring in one of the top talents? I still don't understand that one, but okay, we will see. Ticket text coming in. Brad made a lot of subtle comments about J-Mo. There's no way J-Mo is traded. J-Mo is Brad's guy. We may not extend long term, but he's not going anywhere anytime soon. I agree with that. I think the Lions are going to be, he's going to be here for the next 2 years. And I mean, for me, it's not much of a decision not to sign him to an extension because I just think it's too expensive. He'll earn more than $30 million in the free agent market if he does what I think he'll do over the next 2 years.
Right. And by the way, the Lions will benefit over the next 2 years, and J-Mo will benefit in the long run. You can't keep everybody. I mean, some guys you got to say goodbye to.
Well,
but I agree with that ticket texter. He did mention J-Mo a ton today.
Now, here's the way that you can keep him. I've always gone in as with the thought that the Lions can trade and get some player, some major impact player like a Trey Hendrickson, and then it would cost you a guy like J-Mo or might cost you Sam Laporta down the road. But if you're not going to trade for an impact player like that, then you can probably think about maybe we need to go move forward with Jamison Williams or with Sam Laporta. That you can go ahead and do that without having to necessarily draft their ultimate replacements.
But then who's out, right? Because there's so many guys that they want to. Brian Branch and Laporta and Aiden Hutchinson needs to get paid. I mean, you know the list as well.
Yeah.
But I hear you.
But you and I also know that this is, draft cap space is something that you kind of
you can finagle.
You can finagle
and the cap's going up.
Yeah, and in a couple of years, you'll have all these contracts that you just signed to players this last year that you can start to renegotiate with those guys to make room for these other guys. It's all a shell game. And at some point, you will have to pay the Piper.
Right.
Piper isn't going to be paid in 2026. It might be 28, 29.
I mean, it's well said, right? You can outrun the salary cap for a while. You really can. And then eventually, as to your point, you got to break it all up and you're going to be in cap hell and your team's going to suck and you got to rebuild and away we go. But in the meantime, let's win a Super Bowl.
So we discussed earlier this week when the Tigers were in Milwaukee and the Tigers lost the game yesterday. So they lose the series 2-1 at Milwaukee.
10-1, 2 games.
Yeah. Well, bats were non-existent in game 2 and, they hit the ball pretty hard yesterday, but unfortunately not when they needed to. Torkelson hit the home run. Outside of that, just wasn't there.
Against freaking Jose Quintana. I hate those dudes that seem to always dominate the Tigers.
Yeah, and this is now 2 starts in a row for the season for Jose Quintana where he's been very, very good. But the question came up, and I actually brought it up because when I was a kid, I went to Milwaukee a couple of times because I have cousins that live in Wisconsin, and they lived in suburban Milwaukee at the time. So I had very little knowledge of Milwaukee, but at least I had been to that area. I had a great time. It was because it was my cousins. It wasn't like when I'm 8 years old, I'm not going to the bar and hanging out with co-eds at Marquette. You know what I mean?
Right. And you probably watched a lot of Laverne and Shirley.
Sure.
Shamil
exactly.
Shamazel.
And I know all about Schatz Brewery and everything. But I said the guy really to ask is Jeff Rieger, because Jeff, you lived there.
I did.
For a short period of time. And I said, I don't know what Jeff's experience was there in Milwaukee, but here's what I know about Milwaukee is it's supposed to have the most bars per capita of any like big city in the country. And there's a college that's built right in there, and there's a lot going on. And then we started pulling up pictures of Milwaukee, the downtown area. It actually looks pretty nice right along the water. You got a river there as well. But Jeff, what is Milwaukee like?
Oh, it's great. It's like a cheap Chicago. It's got all the thrills of Chicago, but it's a lot cheaper. From my experience. But then I'm a dumbass because I went to Milwaukee from late December and then I came back to Detroit in April.
Oh.
Like right before opening day. So I lived in Milwaukee during the winter. It was a pain in the ass, but I lived right on the water. If I would have stayed there past April, I'm sure it would have been amazing. But they got that Summerfest. Yep. And I will tell you, every weekend just walking around the streets of Milwaukee. There's bars everywhere. I got drunk a lot.
Well,
and I do feel I was in my late 20s. Actually, no, mid 20s. It's fun. I do feel too, Gator. I'm not a very attractive man by any means, but I was single. I feel I had good success with the Milwaukee women too.
But did you? I mean, you could say you.
I feel I did.
You could say you feel like you did, but did you?
For me, yes, it was success.
What's feel like?
I feel like I had a chance, but did you?
No, when you're a guy like me that throughout the course of my life, I haven't had a ton of success, I feel like my batting average in Milwaukee was better than it was in Metro Detroit.
Oh, so you were like torque this year, not torque last year.
Right, in Milwaukee, yes. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Hitting about 280?
I looked more athletic at the plate, without a doubt.
Did you?
Made some adjustments.
I did, yeah. I went walking. I probably looked more athletic because I was also in better shape.
Yeah, you needed to be sent to Milwaukee at the time of your life.
Yes.
Sent down.
Yes. Yeah. But I missed you guys, so I came back.
Right,
well, you're ready then.
So,
yeah, but no, it was fun. It was fun.
Have you been back since?
Yeah, I went back during the summer a couple different times, went to a Brewers game, went to the Summer Fest. It's a blast.
Okay.
I mean, it is a blast. It's like any city.
The comment we had about Milwaukee was, in order to get to Milwaukee, you have to drive through Chicago.
That's true.
So it's like
it's a long drive.
Well, it's not that long. It's 6 hours to get from here to Milwaukee. But
I consider that long.
But the problem is, why drive through Chicago? You'd want to stay in Chicago because why would I go to Chicago Light when I can actually do Chicago? Unless it's just strictly money or you've got a wedding to go there or
right.
whatever.
I'm not comparing the two cities. Chicago's a blast too. I just think Milwaukee was fun.
You think it's underrated?
I do think it's underrated.
Okay.
Yes, I think it gets a bad rap. I mean, just because Jeffrey Dahmer was there, I think people give it a bad rap. I do think Milwaukee, Jeffrey Dahmer. Sorry. I just happened to watch the Netflix show recently.
Fair enough.
So I think also the question, Gator, was like no one would go out of their way to go to Milwaukee, right? Unless you had an absolute reason, like a wedding, like you mentioned, or something. An event that you had to go to.
Right, nobody's picking Milwaukee as like a tourist destination. I get that, but it is a fun city. It is.
I don't doubt that.
Quick Ticket Text says the Milwaukee women had a lot of success with Rieger too. He left town. John in Lake Orion.
Oh.
It's rather hurtful.
It's unnecessary is what that is.
I'm just telling you, man. You know how like when you look back on your life, you have various primes.
That was your window?
I did okay. 4 months in Milwaukee. I did. See, I wasn't there enough for them to be annoyed by me. You know what I mean? They wear out my welcome.
Yeah, but you've been with your wife now how long?
I don't know.
Like 10 years total?
I'm kidding.
I don't know.
2012. Yes, I know. 12 years? 13 years. Holy crap, where's the time go? Yes.
You're fine. You've done fine.
Oh, yeah. No, I know I've done fine.
Jeff's thinking about Milwaukee fondly.
No, Milwaukee was fun just because.
Well, you were single and younger.
The culture was just, let's go out and get hammered. That's
Milwaukee's culture.
I think that's Milwaukee's culture. It's probably everybody's culture when you're in your 20s.
I was gonna say, it's the culture of any 26-year-old.
Well, yes. So that just happened to be where I was, and it was really cold. So we spent a lot of time indoors in bars. So that's all. I also had a really nice place. I had the basement I had a big place. The basement of a building.
You had me a basement.
That was on the water. And if I just lasted until the summertime, I guarantee you my success rate would have went up even more because I would have had the killer pad. But I left.
As long as there's a guarantee.
It was like your Chris Shelton phase. You know, remember he had that good like.
It's like my Brennan Bosch.
Yeah, right.
You know what I was? Here's what I was. I was like Akil Badu for the first 2 months of the baseball season. That's what I was in Milwaukee.
Okay. All right. We could live with that.
You had waterfront property in the basement.
Waterfront property in the basement.
I had a nice window that looked on the lake.
I don't know. Do you call that a window? What do you call that thing?
Well, it was
egress?
It was actually smaller than your normal window.
Right? So we need to talk about Laverne and Shirley because they lived in the basement of their building.
They did.
That's effectively what you had. You had the Laverne and Shirley apartment.
I did. It wasn't very big, but it was nice real estate. Like I feel I got lucky. Yeah.
You think
in a couple different ways?
Think it was more Chris Shelton and Brennan Bosch or more Quentin Berry?
Wait, because you're saying Quentin Berry lasted shorter?
No, he was never really that good.
Right. He had one skill.
Brendan Bosch wasn't really that good either. I get what you're
Bosch
saying.
played it for a couple of years, but Quentin Berry had one skill. That was stealing bases.
Right. Fair.
And it
they did it
seem
well.
like the Tigers even talked him up, even while he's stealing base after base. They're like, all right, slow down. This guy's okay. It's not great.
So you're asking the question, in Milwaukee, which one-hit wonder for the Detroit Tigers I was?
Yeah.
That's essentially what you're saying?
That's essentially what we're saying.
Gotcha. I mean, again, I go back to Akil Baddoo. I hit some bombs, I feel. I hit it out of the ballpark a couple. There were a couple nights on Saturday night. I was very successful.
So Baddoo, but not Chris Shelton or Bosch. I think a Shelton and Bosch is better than a Baddoo.
I think of Bosch as better than Baddoo. I don't know about Shelton.
Shelton, that start that Shelton got off to was pretty epic.
I know, and the nickname you gave him has lasted to this day. Red Pop.
I didn't give the nickname Red Pop.
Oh, you did? I thought you did.
No, I hated it. I didn't like that. Those Red Bull was the way I like because he looked like a bull, but that's okay.
By the way,
but
somebody's
Red Pop made
saying
sense because of Fago.
Somebody's saying the women in Milwaukee clearly had beer goggles. Well, I'm not saying they were sober.
So did
either.
Jeff.
Yes.
So did Jeff.
Yeah. What about me?
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Something did happen in baseball that we want to get to. It's kind of an everyman type topic, and actually it involves a former Tiger. And something that you may not have known about baseball players was actually pretty cool. We'll discuss it next year, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, spring is here, and there's no better time to make a move than right now at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. The weather is warming up, as we know, and the days are getting longer. It's the perfect time to take advantage of some incredible offers that are really hard to beat. Right now, you can lease a 2025 Equinox EV for just $159 a month. That's right, just $159 a month. Plus, if you're looking for something with maybe a little more power, you can drive off in a 2025 Silverado for just $298 a month. And here's the best part. Both offers are with just $999 down, and that includes taxes and fees. Yes, you heard that right. No hidden surprises. Whether you need a sleek new SUV or a powerful truck, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has the perfect vehicle waiting for you, but you'll need to act fast. These deals will not last long, so why wait? Head over to Sarah Chevrolet Southfield today and take a test drive, and you'll see for yourself why they're known for making car buying a stress-free experience. Spring into action today. Don't miss out on these fantastic deals. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, together. Let's drive. Let's go back to the phones. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text as well. And Richard is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Richard.
Hi, guys. I just wanted to set you straight on what a great city Milwaukee is. I had two daughters that both went to Marquette University. They absolutely loved it. The city, it's right that it is a good drinking town, but the interesting thing about Milwaukee, you cannot buy beer, wine, alcohol of any kind 7 days a week after 9 p.m. It's if you want to come out and have a drink, we have 800 taverns to come out and get to know your neighbors and have a drink there.
Just want you to understand. So you can only buy alcohol after 9 o'clock at a bar or restaurant. You can't buy it from like a convenience store after 9.
Yes, grocery store.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I was there 4 months, but.
Yeah, you were in the taverns by 7 p.m. So.
That is true. I got off work and I went to go drink.
And the other thing about the city is known as the city of festivals. There is a festival every weekend in the summer on the lakefront, which is a mile-long lakefront, where he mentioned Summerfest, which is the largest music festival in the country. They have the largest Irish festival. They have the Irish festival is the largest in the United States, where they have clog dancing, and it's just amazing down there. And they have also, if you're from Milwaukee, you have the Bucks, you have the Packers, you have the Brewers,
Marquette.
You have legitimate sports teams. Yeah,
Green Bay, Milwaukee. You got a minor league hockey team, Gator. The Admirals, I believe they're called.
Yeah. There's some of that. I mean, it's two professional sports. I mean, Packers are.
Well, yeah, but they all love the Packers. Yeah, it's about an hour. Sure. It's about an hour drive to Lambeau.
Is it longer than that from Milwaukee? It's longer than that.
I think it was. I made the trip one time. I think it was about an hour 20. I went to the Kohl Center one time in Wisconsin. Saw Michigan play there.
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah.
It's very nice facility
area
in Madison. Yeah, very nice. Well, so there you have it. But here's the thing: with all that Milwaukee has going for it and all the water, they take advantage of the waterfront, which is something that Detroit is starting to do now, and they're starting to develop the waterfront a lot more.
They're kind of behind the curve, but you're right.
They're way behind the times, but they're getting there, and which is going to be kind of exciting in the years to come to see. Like in 5 years from now, the riverfront in Detroit will look completely different.
Were you and Doug trashing Milwaukee? Is that what was going on?
No, not at all. We were curious.
That what was happening?
Not at all. In fact, I was trying to sing the praises, and I thought that this is, kind of what you said. It's like Chicago Light.
Yeah, that was fine.
The hard part was, why would you stop? Why would you not stop in Chicago on the way to Milwaukee? But there are reasons why.
They got Giannis too.
There's
they had Prince Fielder, Bernie Brewer.
Yeah, we had Prince Fielder.
That's true.
You forget that? We had his dad Cecil. That was fun.
They had a good announcer too.
Yeah, we had a pretty good announcer.
That's a good point.
We followed that. Anyway, so former Tiger Jason Grilli was a pitcher. And his father actually pitched for the Tigers, Steve Grilli, years before Jason Grilli did. Jason Grilli was here in like the mid-2000s.
Yeah, actually pitched in some pretty big games.
Yeah, he did. It was bullpen arm, kind of a guy could do, if you needed him to start in a pinch, I suppose he could have done that. He was more of a lengthy inning guy, a long relief kind of guy.
Leland enjoyed using him.
Yeah, and then he left and he said some things that pissed Leland off. Remember that? And
you're right.
Leland got up in his grill about that. But the fact that Jason Grilli played more than 8 years in baseball. Here's the perk that we didn't know about this until the story came out this week. Maybe not many people knew about this. That if you have 8 years of service time in Major League Baseball, you get a pass to go to any baseball game in any stadium for life. That's one of the perks of being a former baseball player that had 8 years of service time. So you can go ahead and say, you know what? I want to see Justin Verlander pitch in San Francisco.
Right.
And as long as it's not a sellout, you can go and get a ticket to that game. Not only do you get a ticket, you get the best ticket available.
For free.
Is for free.
It's pretty sweet.
So Jason Grilli, this came about because he wanted to go take his kid to see Paul Skeens pitch in Pittsburgh. So he did, and he tweeted out a picture of his pass and send it out through social media.
I do have a question, though. before you go on, is it just for you or can you bring a group of people? What do we know?
Did he go to the game? He Grilly posted a picture. It was just his lifetime pass, and he said going to see basically Paul Skeens play, right?
Yeah, but he took his
son.
kid.
Yeah, he took his kid. So I don't know if it was. I don't know if he had to buy the one for the kid and get himself free.
If you get 2 tickets or if it's just one, but nonetheless, it's still pretty cool that's a perk you get as a major league player. Go to any game you want.
I had one more question, since you might know. Now, when you die, can you put it in your will to give to your kids so they can use it? No, it ends when you end.
I would, yes, it ends. I would imagine it ends when you end because you were the one that achieved. I don't think this is USAA insurance.
I could just think Jason Grilly's kids, God forbid he passes away. Well, Mom, who gets the pass to go to any game they want?
Well, just your father. That's it. That was it. But I think it begs the question. I mean, if you were in this same situation, if you can get a lifetime pass for any sport or event or whatever, this is something you have. What would you take advantage of? What would be the sport for you? You can go to any stadium at any time, basically, and watch. Now, keep in mind that if you're going to say football, that's going to be tough because most stadiums sell out.
Sure.
So to try to use a pass for something like that may not necessarily work. And some basketball, some hockey, it might be difficult as well. But I suppose we'll entertain the thought anyway, if you wanted to use one of those.
I want to answer what I think the people are going to say first. They're going to say the Masters, right? Or at least they're going to say the Masters. If you have a pass, you can go to you go to Augusta every year for free, and there's always going to be room. It's not going to be sold out as far as they can't get one more body there. I think the majority of people listening would say Augusta.
Really?
I don't know about that. I say it all the time. It'd be wasted on me. Augusta would be wasted on me. Not that I don't want to go ever, but I wouldn't appreciate it as much as you guys would.
Well, and I would have. I don't love going to golf events. I love to play golf. I don't necessarily love going to a golf event. Would I go to Augusta? Absolutely. I'd love to see it at least once. I'd like to see it, but I don't think it'd be something I'd want to go year after year. So I would disagree with Kang. I don't think that would be the number one answer. What is your answer, though?
For me?
Yeah, for you.
It's the NCAA tournament. I want to go to a game. I want to go wherever Michigan happens to be playing. I want to go to the Final Four, get a good seat, not one of the ones in the nosebleed, in the dome, wherever it happens to be. I would go to the tournament.
The NCAA tournament. Interesting. Not for me, but I get it, what you're saying.
Not even the playing game, Gator?
No, I'm not going to go to Dayton. Not going to waste my pass in Dayton.
Doug's been trying to get Gator to go to Dayton.
And once you guys go, broadcast from there.
Particularly not Dayton. No, not for me. For me, I guess it would probably be baseball because of the uniqueness of each stadium. And to have a pass to go to any stadium I want, to see basically any matchup, because games aren't sold out typically unless you get to the postseason. Even then, you can still get in. I think that would be it for me. To be able to see, you know what? I want to see a game, because I haven't been to that many stadiums in baseball. I've only been to a few stadiums in my life. But now, if I had that pass, that golden ticket, I want to see a game in Seattle. I want to see a game in San Francisco. I want to see a game at Dodger Stadium. Go to all these different ballparks and see the different dimensions and see the different attractions they have. To me, baseball would probably be the coolest because it's also one of these laid-back sports anyway. It's kind of a recreational sport where you just kind of sit back and enjoy it. You can. That's the way I like to look at it, just kind of laid back. So for me, it's baseball. For you, it's the NCAA tournament. Kang, what is it for you?
God, it's so hard not to say baseball for me. I mean, there's so many games. It's summertime. Most parks are outdoor. There should be plenty of good seats available, right?
But baseball's not your favorite sport.
No, but I just think for this type of question, I'm not going with my favorite sport. Like, my two favorite sports probably are football and basketball. But for this lifetime pass to just be able to enjoy, I think it's baseball. Baseball has got to be my number one. I think baseball is more than Augusta, Rieger, actually. I think more people would pick baseball.
What about Kenny? Kenny, what are you thinking? If you had a lifetime pass to go to any sporting event every year? You go to any baseball game, any hockey game.
I was going to say, I got to say hockey. Any OHL arena anywhere I want to go
to. Right. Kenny's going to be in Saskatoon.
Yeah, London Knights games. No, I'm gonna say hockey. I want to go to. My goal in life at some point is to visit every NHL arena at some point, just to catch a game, catch the vibe, see what it's like. So yeah, it would be.
How many you been to?
I've only been to 2. I've only been to the
Got a ways
or
to
3
go.
technically, if you want to count the Joe, LCA, and I went to Columbus. I've gone to Columbus several times.
How was Columbus?
Columbus is fun. You know what's funny about Columbus is even when their team is bad, those fans show up, and they're not like, the Wings fans that we were used to in like the mid 2000s, the older folks that would just fill up the stadium and not show up to the seats. It's a very younger vibe in Columbus
Because it's a younger team.
Yes.
I think that's the thing, is because they just showed up in existence 20 years ago. So that's going to be there for them.
We're getting some questions on the ticket text. Can you sell the pass?
Well, we can ask those questions coming up next. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. This is 97.1, the ticket. So Jason Grilli, former Tigers pitcher and former Major League Baseball pitcher, kind of let the world know there's an awesome perk to being in Major League Baseball for more than 8 years. You get a lifetime pass to go into any stadium in Major League Baseball. They'll give you the best seat that they have available for whatever seats they have available. So that's pretty freaking cool. He used it to go take his son to see a game with Pittsburgh and Paul Skeens pitching. That's a pretty good reason to go to a Pittsburgh game and to go see that ballpark. Great
Sweet
ballpark. Yeah.
It's a really cool ballpark. Although, did you hear they took down the Roberto Clemente tribute thing in right field?
Yeah, but they put it back up. But
did they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, because they made a horrific mistake.
Well, they did. Absolutely.
They owned up to making that mistake, and there was something else with bricks as well there that they had taken down. And they said, "Look, we're putting them back up. We're just kind of cleaning things up a little bit, but they will be back." They've made some mistakes, some missteps over there.
Okay.
But it's a beautiful. That's a beautiful ballpark.
Oh, it's great.
PNC, right on the river
With the
there.
bridge in the background.
Yeah.
Is it true the Pirates also refused to wear Jackie Robinson's number and put Surf City Squeezes patches instead of the Jackie Robinson patches? Pirates, what were they doing?
I don't know what they were thinking. Like, universally thought of as maybe the greatest human athlete ever, Roberto Clemente, who died while helping to transport aid to, earthquake victims in Nicaragua.
Correct.
Back in the early 70s, died in a plane crash. This guy is like universally revered.
Oh, he should, as he should be, totally beloved.
And oh, by the way, happened to be one of the greatest outfielders that ever lived. Had like 15 Gold Gloves, was a perennial all-star.
Didn't he end with 3,000 hits on the dot?
Right on the nose.
Yeah, but Gator, have you been to a Surf City Squeeze?
Ironically, I have not.
They replaced it with a Surf City Squeeze. Was that Surf City?
They're like, hey, dude, didn't like Roberto Clemente 21 used to be out there in the outfield? Yeah. Why'd you take? Oh, did we not put that back up? No, we got the Surf City thing up there. We what? I think we should probably put that up. You think?
Those corporate dollars are pretty good, right?
Man, that story was so unbelievable. What disrespect? And the guy with the Pirates is like, it was a mistake, clear mistake. It was a mistake. It's not like they were doing this.
You imagine that PR meeting, like, guys, the hell are we gonna do?
Yeah, what are we gonna do? But anyway, it was kind of the idea to have this free pass to go to any game is really, really cool. We asked the people, if you get a free pass for a sporting event anytime you wanted to go, what would it be for you? Jay is next up in White Lake. Jay, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
What's up, Jay?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good.
Listen, I've been a Detroiter all my life. I lived downtown for almost 20 years, and the thought of being able to just jump in my truck and go down to Comerica Park any night of the week, even if I missed the first half of the game, a sunset, a hot dog, the crack of the bat, any night I wanted to. If this were an actual thing for a fan, say $3-4 grand for a season, I would be first in line. I would save my pennies. I just think that would be the coolest thing ever. But for me, it would be baseball. I wouldn't be as interested if it was any other sport. I mean, it would be cool, but just the thought of that, I think for me, at least, in my whole family, there's still kind of a romanticism to baseball. For us, it's still the national pastime.
Jay, you bring up something interesting.
So special about that.
And thanks for the call. Jay brings up something interesting. Should Major League Baseball consider opening up something like this to fans, and just you have a flat fee or whatever it is? Like, hey, it's $5 grand, and you can go, or whatever. Maybe it's probably going to be more than that, but let's say it's $10 grand.
Like, are we talking lifetime, or are we talking just for annual?
A season pass.
I mean, that is pricey.
To
$5 G's though.
Well, if you're talking that you can go to, 200.
No, and
games,
I hear you. But like, realistically, how many people are going to be able to? Like, if you do it.
Well, that's the point. Is that if it's not many people, then you can jack up the price, and they're not doing it now. Why not go ahead? And
pretty sweet. And you're guaranteed really nice seats.
You're guaranteed the best seat that they have available. Now, I wonder, does that include, like, if you're Jason Grilly and you're calling the Tigers, Comerica Park, hey, I'm using my pass. Do you get to one of those new, home plate club seats. Those are technically the best seats in the house.
I mean, I guess if they're not,
those?
they're like $600 a pop. I guess. I guess.
I mean, it's available to the public to buy those seats.
By the way, somebody did say on the ticket text that apparently that golden ticket comes with 2 extra tickets.
Wow.
Meaning you can take people.
Even better.
Yeah.
Even better. But I kind of like this idea, kind of workshopping it now, being able to, that Major League Baseball should get on board and offer this up to just baseball fans. I mean, great that you offer it up.
I guess you could do it at any sport,
but you charge. But yeah, most, again, football probably not as much.
Be tough.
But for baseball, you're not selling out games. But if you were to offer up a $10,000 season ticket for a free pass to go to any ballpark, I think you'd be able to sell enough of it where it makes sense.
I need food and drinks with that.
Nope, sorry.
And parking.
No, you just get the ticket to the best seat in the house.
A little too expensive for me.
You don't have to.
But I like the idea.
Yeah, again, I kind of like the idea too. Obviously, I do. You guys keep talking about it. John, you're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, John.
Gentlemen, thanks for taking my call.
Johnny, hello.
I got a buddy that played 10 years of minor league baseball, and he gets the card. I think 10 years of minor league service does the same thing. And we went to playoff games. Like in 2012, we went down to the Yankee games and walked right up to the box office. He shows the card. He gets 2 seats, his and another seat. And at that time, best available was standing room only because it was the playoff games. But we walked right in, stood in the left field corner, and he went any game, any stadium with him and another guy anytime he wanted.
That's really cool.
It was incredible.
Now, John, because he spent 10 years in the minors, the pass is for Major League games, though, right? It's not for minor league games.
That's correct.
Oh, good.
Nope, Major League Baseball. And in matter of fact, we went to a game, if you remember, in 12, they had a rain out against the Yankees. It was a night game that got rained out, and they moved the game to the next day. It was the game that Miggy hit the bomb against CC Sabathia. And my buddy couldn't go to the game during the day, but when you get the tickets, it's like the rain check ticket. So I went with another friend of mine. I took those 2 tickets and actually went the next day to that game.
That's
we went
cool.
to almost every playoff game in 2012.
So your buddy made it through 10. He was 10 years in the minors. Did he ever make it to the majors?
He never made it in the show. As a matter of fact, he got some bad draws, man. He was with the Rangers, and he was an infielder, and he was kind of stuck behind Michael Young.
Yeah.
And then he got moved, and then he got traded to the Dodgers about the time they picked up Adrian Beltre. So he kept getting blocked by all the guys ahead of him.
Hey, John, the Tigers can use a third baseman. Can he still play?
Well, it's funny. He ended up in Detroit, but he got stuck behind Brandon Inge, which I bust his chops all the time because I thought Brandon Inge was a hack and that he couldn't get past Brandon Inge. But, yeah, his last 2 years were in Detroit, but Brandon Inge was blocking him from making the show.
John, any idea what he was making his last couple of years in the minors? Like hundreds of thousands, probably. Those guys do make
hundreds. I think he was making right around 100.
Okay.
But he's
Not
got
bad.
unbelievable stories. I mean, 10 years in the minors, and he played with all kinds of guys, and the stories this guy could tell you.
Oh, going to all those ballparks has to be crazy.
Oh, it was nuts. And then major leaguers that were on rehab assignments, and their locker would be next to his, and they'd get their major league paycheck. And some guys that were making millions of dollars, their 2-week paycheck was $107,000
exactly.
in a 2-week paycheck, and that guy would show it to the guys in the that were career minor leaguers.
And your buddy was probably nauseated,
right?
Oh yeah, it broke their hearts every week.
Can I ask who your buddy was,
incredible.
Or who your buddy is?
His name's Chris Demetrol.
Okay.
He actually played on the Greek Olympic baseball team in 2000 or whenever it was, and it was actually in Greece. And this dude is a riot, man. The stories he can tell you about being in minor league parks and the bus rides and some of the crazy stories. I mean, he's got a story about Pedro Guerrero that I can't even
Guerrero.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's amazing. The things this guy
I'm sure, and thanks for the call, John. I'm sure that you've seen a lot. Like, if you spent 10 years in the minors,
oh God,
I mean, you feel terrible that you never got a chance to make it to the show, but I mean, to chase a dream for 10 years like that is still pretty cool. And
it's not a bad living either.
I'm hearing there have to be a million stories. So you're seeing all these players come up, or you played against all these great players. Those stories would be great.
He brought up Brandon Inge. Do you remember when Brandon Inge signed a pretty big contract with the Tigers? He was making, I want to say $20 million total or something like that. One time, day game, it was the second Thursday. They got paid every other Thursday, I want to say. And I was walking past him, and he's like, Rieger, come here. And he showed me his paycheck. It was like $300,000 for 2 weeks of baseball. It was obscene.
Yeah, that would be obscene. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We got calls and texts on this. We'll get to next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Yeah, playoff basketball for the Pistons. That'll start on Saturday evening. We'll get into a little Piston talk coming up in the noon hour. Meantime, taking your calls and your texts. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Getting some ticket text in here. Lifetime pass to Augusta National. That's from Mike. He kind of agrees with you. They would love to have that lifetime pass to Augusta.
Sunday at the Masters would be sweet.
They would, yeah. I mean, like this past Sunday would have been unbelievable to watch that final group. And although Bryson didn't do his job, but you're watching Rory full command, lose command, get it back, lose it, go to the playoff, and then win it.
And the emotional outburst was amazing. But I do wonder, Gator, I've never covered or even been to a golf event. Like I actually went to, remember when there was, what was the one at Grand Blanc at Warwick Hills?
Yeah.
It was Tiger
Buick
Woods,
Open.
Vijay Singh. Yeah, Buick Open. I went there one time, but what are the odds that you actually got to close to Rory on that playoff hole or Justin Rose on that playoff hole? I mean, see, that's when I don't think I want to be at Augusta. I'd rather be watching on TV because I want to see what's going on. Odds are you're not being able to see what's going on.
Well, no. I mean, you don't have great views of the golf tournament, and that ball gets past you so quickly if you're on the side behind the ropes watching it. I mean, and for me, for everybody, it's different. For me individually, why it's not good for me to go to one of these golf events. I have a hard enough time tracking my own golf ball. Like my eyesight's so bad that I always tell people when I get to the tee, I said, do me a favor, have eyes on this. Because it's like I bet like 50% whether or not I see the drive or not. My irons, I can see where it's going, but it drives, sometimes I just lose it up in the sky because I hit it really high. So it's kind of lost on me to go to a golf event and really, truly enjoy it. I've been to some, and I have enjoyed them. I was at the Ryder Cup, and I was at the tournaments they've had, a couple tournaments they've had at
Oakland
Hills. I was a security guard at the U.S. Senior Open back in 1991. That summer.
Wow. Yeah, don't mess with Gator.
Yeah.
Kick your ass out.
I was kind of off the golf course in the
So you saw nothing?
I saw nothing. Well, it's not true.
They kept it safe, though. Nice job.
Thank you. For the practice rounds, I saw quite a bit. Actually, it was pretty cool for the practice round that I was there. But once the actual tournament started, I was relegated to this other area, which was kind of monitoring a fence over on the west side of the property. So people kept coming up and, hey, can we come in through here? I'm like, nope, you got to go around the front. That was my job. But we're right here. Sorry, got to go around the front. And I'd go back to reading a book or whatever I was doing.
Oh, okay.
You weren't reading.
I actually was.
Were you reading back then?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, what else are you going to do?
Well, Gator hates reading. That's why.
Is his battery-operated Discman broken? Back then.
Great question. That, I think, would have been a little too much to bring in with me at the time. If I brought that, they probably would have frowned on that.
A little too distracting.
Yeah, but a book, they're not really seeing you bring in a book.
Do you ever feel like a jerk, Gator, telling somebody no? Or was
no,
this,
not even a little bit.
Okay. Oh, this guy? Come on.
Not
Gator
even a little bit.
you probably got excitement out of it.
I wasn't a jerk about it. I just said, I'm sorry, you're going to have to go around the front.
Well, did you meet the golfers or no?
No.
Okay.
No. And
so you were totally away from the fun.
That's correct. And that tournament ended up, they had I believe that Jack Nicklaus and Chichi Rodriguez had a playoff that was, and because it's the U.S. Open, the Senior Open anyway, I think they had to play a whole 18 holes. They did that the next day, and I did not need to come there for the next day, which would have been the one that I went, wait a minute, I don't get to see the playoff of these guys. But it was an interesting experience all around. It was crazy. The questionnaire you had to fill out to be a security guard by the
like a background
company.
check?
Yeah. Well, it was sort of a background check. It was actually a personality test that you had to take. That was like 300 questions long. It took forever to fill this thing out. I'm like, are you kidding me? And asking you questions about,
like, give me an example,
like mental stability type questions. Do you ever have suicidal tendencies? Have you ever thought of doing harm to an animal? I'm like, what on earth are these questions? Do you have do you often have bouts of diarrhea or nausea? I'm like, what am I answering?
That one's understandable. You might have to leave your post to go to the bathroom.
Yes, but my goodness, it was strange questions. And then you had to get the uniform. So they give you the uniform, and it is like straight polyester, and it was middle of the summer. That was one hot weekend to be working, man. There's in the sun, it was just brutal, but interesting time. Yeah.
We just got way in the weeds.
Yeah, we did. That's what happens.
What was the temperature that day, Gator?
It was probably in the 90s, I would guess. Yeah. And very sunny out.
How old are you?
21.
Oh, whole life ahead of you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Whole life ahead of me. Jay is next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Jay.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey, Jay.
Hey, so my dad actually had a fraternity brother who became a major league umpire, and he got a pass, or ended up giving my dad a pass that got him into any game, any park in the country. So he would, at the time he was a sales guy, and he'd be traveling around the country a lot, and he'd just walk up, show his card, and walk right in any game he wanted to go to.
So your dad's friend gave him that pass, and he was just able to use that pass even though he wasn't the umpire.
Yeah, I don't know how many passes the guy got and was able to give out, probably a handful of them or whatever. But yeah, my dad would take customers occasionally and just walk up, didn't have to go to box office or anything, just walk in right where the umpire's going. So
that's pretty cool. Thank you. We have another person on tickets that says, yeah, my brother has an MLB pass this year through an umpire friend. Any game that's not sold out, he can bring one other person. And this is one that maybe I thought would apply to Kenny or certainly Evan as well, and I would give this thought. Give me WrestleMania passes.
Oh, yeah.
Every year, WrestleMania.
Now, only if you can get close. I mean, I heard Kenny and Evan talking about going to WrestleMania. They were so far back. That is of no interest to me.
Yeah. I used to go to the matches quite regularly when I was in high school. Used to go every month, basically, or every 6 weeks they would come to the Joe or to Kobo, WWF at the time, and probably went like 8 or 9 times. And if you don't have good seats, that's tough.
It's going to suck.
It's so different now because now you've got the TVs that are everywhere. You got the monitors, and it's a whole different experience. But back then, there were no TVs. There were no monitors.
Oh, geez.
These were like house shows.
You need binoculars.
Right. Well, these were just house shows, unless you had good seats. So what you learned was that during the intermission of the event, they would start to sell the tickets for the next event that would come by 6 weeks later. So you would bring your money with you to go buy tickets right away. So we ended up getting really decent seats for the next several shows we'd go to.
That sounds awful, though. Like for something like that, you need to be right there. But like a concert, for instance, anywhere you are for a concert, I have no issue. Like, for instance, I really want to go to AC/DC for the last time ever at Ford Field coming up at the end of this month. Cheapest seat's like $40. I'm thinking about taking my daughter to see Angus Young one last time before, they no longer tour. And if we're in the back of the building, who the hell cares? We still get to hear the music.
This is true. I'd like to see AC/DC as well.
You want to go? It's a Wednesday.
It's on a Wednesday?
It's on a Wednesday. It's the 30th.
I've never seen AC/DC.
I've seen him on YouTube. Angus is like 70. Brian Johnson is like 73.
Yeah,
they're still rocking, though. Poor Malcolm Young has passed away.
Yeah. I'd love to see AC/DC. There's a good chance I'd go. Good chance I'd go.
The open invite right there.
I didn't say go with Rieger. I said there's a good chance.
I was almost excited. I'm like, oh my God, Gator just committed to going to a concert with me.
Well,
it was a strong maybe.
I mean, the thing is,
yeah.
He did say he'd bring his daughter with him, right?
Yeah, I know that was.
Wait, I was gonna. Oh, you don't think I should?
Well, not
no.
Gator.
Honestly, I have no issue if you were. I think it's kind of cool if you're gonna.
Yeah, I mean,
teach your daughter about good music.
They're not about like Satan worshiping anymore, like people used to think they
were.
I know, but remember
they had song "Highway to Hell."
Right? Remember they used to be associated with like a serial killer back in the day because they found the AC/DC. I saw a whole documentary about this. They're good people. I would love to take my daughter to go see AC/DC.
Yeah,
it's great music.
I'd love to talk with Brian Johnson. 248-539. Well, because he's Scottish.
Yeah,
he's Scottish. Yeah, from up north there. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Pistons in the playoffs. They're going to start the series on Saturday afternoon, or Saturday evening, I should say. Want to get your thoughts on where that's headed, because not many people are giving this team any credit whatsoever. Do you? This is 97.1, The Ticket. Some more ticket text that came in regarding the pass to any event. Like Jason Grilly, former baseball player, spent 8 years of service time in Major League Baseball. You get a lifetime pass to go to any baseball game you want, provided they have seats, and then you get best seat available, which is pretty cool. And with that, apparently you get a couple of passes to go with it. Baseball, and it's not even close. Grilly's pass is also good for any and every minor league park game as well. That's Bill in Lake Orion. That would be a lot of fun to tour. Have you been to minor league stadiums?
Yeah, I've been to a couple. I went to the Whitecaps one time.
Yeah?
I think so. Yeah.
You don't look like you're happy.
Yeah, it's fine. We stopped at that, on the way down, you ever stop at one of those adult stores that all the truckers visit? We stopped at one of those places. Like the Velvet Touch, I think it was called. Jeez. That's what I remember about that trip. The game got rained out, but I remember going to the Velvet Touch.
You remember the touch, huh?
I remember the touch. Very disturbing place. But I remember, I'm like, memory. Yeah, it's memories.
Yeah? Get a steak and shake on the way. And
No. I could tell you many stories. I'm going to choose not to.
This guy.
Saw some different shakes there.
I'm just saying you did. There was a menu for what you could do. Never mind.
Good grief.
But that's what I remember about my only minor league game.
Was going to the Velvet Touch.
We went to the Velvet Touch.
All right.
But it wasn't like a me desperation, let's go to the Velvet Touch by myself. It was like me and like 4 other dudes went to the Velvet Touch.
It was group desperation.
That makes it better, right? No, it was curiosity.
Well, it's like going to a strip joint, right?
Right. Well, you can't go to a strip joint by yourself unless you're that 70-year-old dude sitting in the corner with the stack of bills that you're willing to give the strippers. You cannot go to a strip club by yourself.
I think you're probably right. No.
Me neither. Don't look at me like I have. No, I haven't.
I'm not looking at you like you have.
I don't go to the movie by myself. Why would I go to the strip club by myself?
I've been to movies by myself.
I
don't have any issue with.
I can't do that.
You know, I'm there to watch
I need a friend.
That's a drop.
Might be accurate, too.
Hey, stat of the day.
Anyway, sorry. Yes, but I went to one minor league game for like 3 innings.
So you've never been to Toledo?
No, I've driven past it, but like it looks cool.
Go.
Yeah.
It's worth it. It's a great stadium. It's a great atmosphere right in the heart of downtown. Stadium's kind of like dug into it's really cool. It's
Chase Young knocking the cover off the ball. Go see him.
Yeah, he got on base, I think, 5 times the other night.
Okay.
My lifetime pass would be the World Cup final, Andrew in Livonia. How about just the World Cup?
That'd be cool.
But proximity, man. I mean, doesn't he, is that a good one to use it on?
But it's every 4 years, so you can save up money to pay for going to it, and now your tickets are free.
Man, you're only buying a hotel and
airfare.
I'm sure it's still expensive, but I got to believe the tickets are expensive.
Although some places all spread out. I mean, maybe that's why he just says the final, because if it's in the United States, I mean, you're going to Los Angeles, you're going to Chicago, you're going to Seattle or Texas or wherever the hell else it'd be. Lifetime movie pass would be great, but in the sports world, I'd go with baseball. More bang for the buck. I would agree. And then when someone says lifetime visits to the Playboy Mansion,
I think
it's not around anymore.
Doesn't exist anymore.
No.
What is the Playboy Mansion? Like, did they carry on the legacy, or is it just somebody else owns it?
Somebody else owns it, I think, and I think they may. I don't know if they took it down or not.
Yeah, they renamed it the Velvet Touch.
West.
I don't think the Velvet Touch exists anymore. I'm sure they had some financial issues. Like at the Playboy Mansion, did they keep the grotto? Like the Playboy Mansion Memorial Grotto?
I think at least they clean it up.
I would hope so. I would assume you got to do that daily.
Yeah, that's one you want. You can't have enough chlorine.
Right. Yeah.
You have a crew that's dedicated to scrubbing. Yeah.
What celebs do you think had lifetime passes to the Playboy Mansion? Like Charlie Sheen probably had a lifetime pass.
Scott Baio.
That's a good one. Wow.
He's still there, I think.
I don't know, there might be some.
What else does he got going on?
I don't want to get down this topic because you saw the documentary that came out last year. There was
I heard about it.
Yeah, like a 10-part documentary about how horrific the Playboy Mansion is, and you ask about people that were were there all the time.
Oh,
people like Bill Cosby.
Oh, okay, all right. I got you.
There are things that happen there. Yeah, it's not a good scene. Let's just leave that one alone.
I
there.
apologize.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I don't think I brought it up. I just asked the follow-up question.
Yeah, well, that's what you're here for. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. So the Pistons start the playoffs on Saturday evening in New York. And it's interesting because, what?
I'm sorry. Before you get into the Pistons, we just got to take one call, if you don't mind. DJ's in Detroit. You're on the ticket. What's up, Deej?
What up, though? Jeffrey Rigger, are you kidding me, man? You ain't got to be no 70-year-old man alone in the strip club by yourself to go to the strip club.
You've gone to the strip club by
women
yourself?
Who go to the strip club by themselves. Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. I know women who do it. Yes.
Take me through the night, DJ. Go ahead.
Jeffrey Rigger, let me put you on game, my dog. You a married dude. I get all that. The strip clubs have the best food in Michigan, man. The Pantheon, Cheetahs, their food is like dang on their 4-star, whatever you want to call it. Their food is incredible. So a lot of times, man, I get texts from friends, hey, dog, meet me in the strip club. I'm up here by myself. Nah, the food's so good. You just go up there to have chicken and shrimp Alfredo or lamb chop. Like, the food is immaculate.
DJ, you do realize I love you, number one, but number two, everybody that's ever read Playboy, they say I read it for the articles. You expect me to believe you go to the strip club because the food's so good?
Absolutely. When I tell you absolutely, like at this age, man, I'm 46. I don't pay the strippers no attention. Absolutely.
Oh, you just go for the
food.
That's a power move.
Go and do you sit at the bar, or do you grab a stage side table and just wait to be waited on?
Nope. I mean, so it depends. If the bar is full, to answer your question, I'm going straight to the bar. If the bar is not available, yes, I'm going to grab a seat. And the young ladies will come up, you want to dance, No. I let them know, man, I'm here for the lamb chop or the Alfredo. like you, no, seriously, some of your callers, I know they feel me out there who from the D like I am. Trust me on this one. The Pantheon and Cheetah's food is incredible.
DJ,
just to eat.
DJ says, get off my lap and get me an app.
Yeah. Thanks, DJ. We appreciate it, buddy. Always.
DJ, I want to meet you at the strip club. Me and Deej go to the strip club.
He goes by himself, Jeff.
No, he says he meets his buddies.
If you like lamb chops at Alfredo, trust me on this one. The Pantheon is the best. And I hate to get them free promotion, but I'm just keeping it a buck. They're
DJ,
the best around here.
I think I would like the ambiance, too. I'll meet you over there.
There it
Set
is.
it up.
All right, see you, man. All right, that was worth taking.
I told you. Come on.
I mean,
what a line by King, by the way.
Who's the basketball player, King, during COVID that left the bubble to go?
Lou Williams.
Lou Williams.
Yeah, he said that too. Get off my lap. I want a nap.
Yeah, lemon pepper wings, man.
The wings. The wings were too. They were too good. Was
too
it in
good.
Atlanta?
Yeah.
It's like too good. Had to get the wings. Like you left the bubble of.
And
COVID.
no one believed him, but everyone started saying that the wings here are tremendous.
Like, yeah, dude, they're fire.
Right?
The wings are fire. 100.
The wings were busting, man.
So speaking of basketball.
Why?
There's a segue right there. Pistons in action on Saturday. The playoffs will begin. Jeff, nobody, and I mean nobody, when it comes to the national pundits, are giving the Pistons a chance. Every single one of them. We had 10 the other day that we had revealed. Doug had the sheet. He goes, "What's common about this sheet?" And I said, "Well, that all 10 predictions have the Knicks winning the series. Nobody is going out on a limb and saying that the Pistons are going to win this series. Are you surprised by that?"
No, because they have absolutely no experience. And let's be honest, like everybody got upset with Shaq because Shaq doesn't watch the Pistons, despite doing a basketball show. Right? I do think a lot of the national talking heads are probably like Shaq. They're not focused on the Pistons. They probably view it as a nice story. They probably watch more than Shaq. But I do believe when it comes down to the Knicks, you pretty much pander to your audience. It's the Knicks. I think that's why they're picking them. Not to mention, I think the Knicks have more talent. I know, obviously, the Pistons beat them in the regular season 3-1, but I think the playoffs are a different animal. And I know Isaiah went on Stoney and Evans' podcast the other day and said, you don't really need playoff experience and ignorance is bliss. I think I might disagree a little bit. I do think the playoffs are a different animal. I think it all feeds into why nobody's picking them.
Well, they do have guys that have experience that they added to this team in the offseason, and then adding Schroeder at the trade deadline gives you experience as well. I feel like they have some of those guys now, and coupled with all these young players that may not know any better, could be a good combination.
Oh, I hear you.
Look, if I'm going to pick who's going to win the series, I'll probably take the Knicks in 7. But I think the Pistons have a real chance. I'm not going to say it's a 50-50 chance, but I think that it can get to a game 7 here.
Here's what I want desperately, and I would probably be a little more negative. I think it's probably going to be New York in 5 or 6. But I so desperately, and King and I were talking about it before the show, for Detroit to steal 1 at the Garden. If you somehow come back 1-1, and on Thursday, I know it's the draft, but LCA is going to be insane. Just don't come back down 0-2. Because if you're down 0-2, it feels like it's your funeral.
Well, except it's, like when you get to the playoffs and these things, you have that stupid cliche. It doesn't become a series until somebody wins on the road, and then you're just holding court, literally, and all this. But I agree with you. I think it'd be amazing if they come back to LCA and the series is tied at 1. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Do you take offense that nobody is giving the Pistons a chance nationally to win this series? Plus, we have something else we want to kind of springboard off that as it relates to surprises here in Detroit playoff history or just Detroit sports history. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, if you want that beautiful green, lush lawn this summer, you've got to take care of it right now. That means talk to the great folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green, stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time, you purchase that full lawn program, and you get free grub control. But you got to mention my name, Gator, in the station's 97.1 The Ticket. Look, you want to save some money? Here's what you do. You get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month to get that early bird discount. And what's great about that? Well, you take care of crabgrass. It's crabgrass control time. That first application is the most important for crabgrass control, because if you see crabgrass in the middle of the summer, frankly, it's too late to treat for it. You want to take care of it right now. And we know that we've moved on, hopefully completely from the snow and the cold. It's time to really start thinking about your lawn. Call them right now, get on the schedule, and make sure that they come out and take care of your yard. In fact, they'll assign a specialist to your yard with the certified applicators and arborists that they have there. They custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. It's a locally owned company for 35 years and a company I've trusted for almost a dozen years. 100% satisfaction guarantee. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. So we now have a start time, by the way, for Game 3 at LCA on Thursday. Start time is 7 o'clock. So that's great news for Pistons fans and Lions fans alike. NFL draft. What time is it? Is the draft at 7 or 7:30, 8 o'clock? I forget what time the draft is.
I think it's 8, right? First pick?
I hope it's first pick at 8. If that's the case, then even better. I don't know why I'm thinking it's 7, though.
You might be right, but I 7:30 maybe. I don't know. But either way, unless the Lions are trading up big, which, by the way, if you're at the game, you're going to know about it anyway because you'll see it on your phone. I mean, it's the Pistons window. Pistons game, get over by 9:30, and then you can have plenty of time to watch the Lions draft.
The NFL draft is 8 o'clock. That's when it starts on Thursday. So that's great news because at 28, we know how this works. There's 6 to 8 picks an hour maybe at best. So it's going to take a few hours. So you can enjoy the playoff game. And whether you stay downtown or not, that's up to you. But you can certainly get home in plenty of time to watch the second half of the first round.
So, Gator, you mentioned the majority of people, when you look at the prognosticators, you look on TV, you look in the paper, you look online, everybody's taking the Knicks. For whatever reason, they're taking the Knicks. It's weird because the Pistons are only a plus 360, right? It's not a 1-8 seed. It's not this undoable task to beat the New York Knicks, but I, too, would probably take New York. With that being said, I want to ask you something. Maybe give us a little talking it into existence. When was the last time in Detroit sports where we didn't think we had a chance in hell, or maybe nobody else thought we had a chance in hell, and we pulled off a surprising victory that was substantial? Like, for instance, I don't think that anybody thought the Tigers would beat the Astros.
No.
They had gone to the ALCS 7 straight years. They were a playoff veteran team. They had good pitching. They had monster bats. And the Tigers went in there and they won 2 games.
Yeah, and I think with that, once they got into the playoffs and got to that first round, I think some people may have thought, all right, you only have to win 2. It's possible. But the way that they got in there with a 2-man rotation,
right, and all the games being in Houston,
yeah, it didn't seem like that was going to be in the Tigers' favor. So even then, it was still like, okay, they have a chance. But I mean, if you had to pick the series, most people were saying it's Houston.
All right, what else you got?
That was a nice return for me. Go back to that Detroit surprise, if you will, sometime over the last 30 years. Let's limit it there. To me, it was the Kenneth Walker Michigan State team that went 11-2 in 2021. That team came out of nowhere that year. You come out of COVID, you don't really know what's there. You heard that they got this transfer running back from Wake Forest, and he was good for Wake Forest, but not great. I mean, he had 579 yards rushing for Wake Forest, and nobody thought this was going to be a game breaker. And then the first game of the season, I think, was against Northwestern. And I remember I was at Arts Beats and Eats watching the Mugs play, and I'm looking to my right, and the game is going on as well because it was right outside of O'Toole's at the time. And he goes for the second play of the game or whatever it was. It goes for 89 yards and a touchdown or something crazy. What is going on here? And then the season progresses, and they keep winning. They keep having these big games from Kenneth Walker, and they beat Michigan. And they're like, wow, this is actually – that's a team that nobody thought was going to be anything. And they won 11 games, including their the bowl game against Pitt, where both teams were without their best player.
And Tuck got the big extension.
And he got the big extension. Everything went downhill from that
After
point.
that, it got a little interesting.
But it was that season, that 2021 season, that came out of nowhere that nobody thought that team was going to be a very good football team, and that's what they were, a very good football team.
I think I have the perfect one, and we're asking kind of in spirit because nobody thinks the Pistons are going to win this series, at least nationally. What is your one Detroit surprise that kind of proves anything's possible? I got you guys. Michigan State basketball 2019 against Duke, when you had Zion and R.J. Barrett and Kenny Goins hits that big shot at the end of the game. Nobody thought that Michigan State would beat Duke. Nobody thought Duke would lose. And everybody was upset that they were in the same bracket as MSU, and MSU popped them to go to the Final Four, then lost to Texas Tech.
Yeah, I was at a supper club.
Supper club
event friends in Lathrop Village. They had this.
What's the average age of a supper club?
Probably
65.
I would know younger than that, but
40.
I would guess somewhere between. I would say around 40 and 50, somewhere in there. I mean, it was just residents of Lathrop Village. So I had a lot of friends that lived in there, and we were there, and they had a big screen TV set up for that game, but that happened to be adjacent. Like they were there for this supper club. It was something they did every month.
Right, go for the supper club, stay for the basketball.
I'm not going to go. And my friends said, well, they're going to have the game on. Like, all right, then I'm going to go. And we sat and watched the game. It was awesome.
Do you know what I've never heard a 25-year-old say?
I had a supper club meeting.
I got supper club plans.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how many 25-year-olds are living on their own in a house either. So, I mean, it was a great time. Don't knock it. It's a nice community event if you're in a nice
just sounds
neighborhood.
very old.
So?
I'm just saying.
So?
I'm not ripping on you.
Yeah, you are.
I mean, I kind of am.
It's a good time. Kang, do you like deviled eggs?
I love deviled eggs.
Okay.
I have a problem, actually.
Yeah. Let me tell you what happened at Supper Club.
Uh-oh.
There were like 5 trays of deviled eggs.
Oh!
Okay? If you like deviled eggs, this is the place for you.
The Supper Club is the place for you. Kang is not old enough to attend Supper Club.
So, like, deviled eggs, I could eat, like, 10 of them, I feel like.
Yeah.
Right? But I would never eat a 5-egg omelet.
Right.
Like, why is that?
I don't know. Like, I could eat a million deviled eggs.
But if you made that omelet form, you'd be like, this is insane.
Right, no. What is that? It's a 6-egg omelet. What?
No.
I'm curious.
Can I just have a dozen deviled eggs? Can I do that instead?
Does the book club happen before or after the supper club?
Oh, I see. You got jokes. I don't know about a book club. I just know about a supper club that allows you to bring alcohol to it. Is that fun? You seem to like to drink, but even in your 20s, you like to get drunk, is what you said.
Why do you say it so accusatory?
It's not accusatory. I'm just pointing out facts.
I don't drink as much anymore. I mean, I guess if I went to a supper club, I would.
Kind of cool to bring your own stuff with you. It was a
Gator
great time.
would never be part of a book club. Come on.
Not a book club. What are you
Right.
nuts?
Yeah. What do you
Supper club is so much cooler.
It was fun. It's a great community event.
I think if it's dinner club, it just sounds better. Supper club sounds like a bunch of Thelmas and Sophies hanging out when they're 85 years old.
I didn't say any Thelmas. I can't say it wasn't a Sophie.
How old was she?
I have no idea. I don't know. I had a great time. Enjoyed it.
Okay.
It's when you live in I don't live in Lathrop Village, but it's a smaller community, and it's a great community. Everybody talks to each other and friendly with each other. That's why they have events like that.
All right. So what's your Detroit surprise?
I said for me, it was
I
Michigan
know.
State
I'm not
team.
saying you. I'm just saying in general. 248-539-9797.
Now we can move on. Are you done picking on me for going to supper club?
Doesn't that sound funny?
I don't know. What's funnier, going to the Velvet Touch?
By the way, people are texting in. The Velvet Touch is still open.
It's funny because DJ wants to have supper at the Velvet Touch.
DJ only goes to supper club for the supper.
Fair enough.
Not for the club.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. What's the Detroit surprise over the last 30 years where you can come up with an instance that nobody thought this team was going to win, and yet that's exactly what happened? We'll talk about it with you next year. 97.1, The Ticket. Go ahead.
What?
You're laughing. I'm sure am I getting killed?
No. I'm just reading some of the ticket text at the break. Scott and Carlton said, guys, great name for a strip club, the Devil's Egg. A buffet of gourmet devil eggs, LFG. So that's all. I got nothing else.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody says, heard the Velvet Touch has a daily crab dinner special. Chris and Helen.
No.
By Detroit Surprises is that Gator has been to the Supper Club. Mike from Waterford.
It's a good time. Yeah. Haven't been in years, but that may have been the last time I went, was that Final Four.
It's a good day.
It was good times.
I want a Supper Club lifetime pass so I can bring Rieger and watch him cold hand Luke deviled eggs. I'm not a big deviled eggs guy myself. That's more King.
And Cool Hand Luke was the movie with Paul Newman where he ate, I think it was 40 hard-boiled eggs.
Yeah.
That was disgusting. One of the most disgusting scenes, and it was just gluttony.
40?
40.
That's too much.
That's a lot.
You want to give it a shot?
No, I don't even want to attempt that.
I mean, you're talking a good game. You can go 10 deviled eggs.
Yeah, I mean,
that's effectively 5 eggs.
Yeah.
That would make me want to vomit.
You don't just go back to back. You all of a sudden just end up there somehow.
Yeah,
right?
you're
you're just like,
you're
you
walking
have one.
around.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, I'm like, how many have I had?
Yeah, right.
It's like a pizza where you just keep scarfing pizza. Then you look down, you're like, oh my God, I had 7 slices. Who knew?
No, because pizza's that's what you're there for. That's it. Deviled egg is like an appetizer. You're having a couple deviled eggs, and you walk around like, oh yeah, I'll have what's this? Puff pastry. Okay, all right, I have a little salad over here. And, oh, another deviled egg. Okay, sure. And the next thing you know, you've had
8 to 10.
8 to 10.
I had no idea. Like, do you guys? I know you and Doug talk about food a lot. You guys do the "Would you eat that?"
Right?
Are you going to eat that?
I'm sorry. What now?
Are you going to eat that?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Are you going to eat that? Yes. Do you guys have an official food of the Karsch and Anderson program? Because if you don't, I kind of think you do now.
We don't, because Doug throws a wrench in everything with what he likes and doesn't.
Why wouldn't he like deviled eggs? That's not fatty.
What has he said about deviled eggs? I don't remember him talking about
I'm not sure
eggs.
if he's a fan or not. Yeah.
Yeah. Not sure he is. Depends what you're mixing in with the deviled egg.
Yeah, that's big for him.
Yeah. I mean, you can't throw bacon in there because he's not going to do it.
No.
Well, bacon deviled egg is great.
What a lifestyle. Very disciplined.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It's discipline. And then there'll be something off the wall that he's like, yeah, I'll crush that. Like his pretzel M&Ms.
Yes.
Oh, that's not healthy at all.
No.
Oh.
Girl Scout cookies. The thin mix.
Definitely not healthy. Okay.
You'll eat sleeves at a time.
You should send him to study on those. Not great. Just saying.
Are you talking about the metal thing that came up?
I've read some stuff.
Right, yeah, okay. Allegedly, I don't know if it's true.
I mean, yes, allegedly.
Even that's not stopping Doug.
No, he actually, yeah.
Can't stop, won't stop. But we were asked about the surprise over the last 30 years, the Detroit surprise, in relation to what's going on with the Pistons when they play on Saturday night, because nobody is picking the Pistons to win nationally. None of the pundits are saying, oh, yeah, Pistons. I got the Pistons in 6. Right? Pistons. Everything is Knicks. I don't think any of those were sweeps, but there were a lot that came in at 5 and 6 and were a couple at 7 games. But everybody picking the Knicks, and it seems like, okay, I don't mind that from a Detroit standpoint, because the Pistons can use anything they can as fodder and put the chip on the shoulder or whatever, bulletin board material, whatever kind of motivation you think that they need. I don't know if that gives them too much, but it seems often enough in sports we've seen locally, people do keep receipts. Jared Goff keeps receipts. Brad Holmes keeps receipts.
Accurate.
And it's fun when they keep the receipt and they bring it out. Like when Jared Goff, when they beat the Chiefs to start the season a couple of years ago, and Jared Goff called out, was it Fitzpatrick, the quarterback?
Yes.
Who was on the post-game show.
The Thursday night pre- and post-game.
Yeah, and he called him out and said, oh, my poor man's Matt Ryan, huh? After they knock off the Super Bowl champs. He had receipts. It was cool. We like the receipt thing. But what's that Detroit surprise over the last 30 years? I think we just had one, frankly, over the weekend. Western Michigan winning the national championship in hockey, college hockey. Nobody was giving Western a chance.
I didn't even know they had a hockey team.
You did not?
I mean, not really. I didn't know Central didn't have one either. Apparently Central doesn't, but Western does. No, you're right about that. And a pretty good hockey team nonetheless. And to beat a team like Boston, right, that has an unbelievable hockey pedigree, that's pretty awesome.
Well, to beat Denver and then to beat Boston.
Well,
Denver and Boston, these are two of the blue bloods of
hockey
college
powerhouse.
hockey. And Denver's been a powerhouse for, I don't know, maybe a dozen years or so. They've won multiple national championships, and Boston has been forever. I think they set the record for most wins in the Frozen Four tournament in college hockey. And then Western just says, all right, we got this, and knock them both off and win the national championship and do it convincingly on Saturday night. That was really fun.
That was awesome. I think one of the ones, too, happened recently was Michigan beating Ohio State. They were at 25, 26, 28, whatever it was, point dog. And we thought that Ryan Day was going to throw all over Michigan. And next thing you know, they beat him 13-10. Like, who the hell would have thought that?
Yeah, I think you even go back a few years when they had the game where the snow was falling and C.J. Stroud game at Michigan Stadium. Nobody was giving Michigan a chance to win that game. And they bullied Ohio State in that game. It was an impressive victory that they had, and with the snow falling, and then Stroud throws the interception at the end. It's like, wow, that just happened, and then it's happened every year since too, which is incredible. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. So the Red Wings finish up their season tonight.
No, really?
Last game of the year.
Cool.
At Toronto. And lots of questions are being asked. I think it's interesting watching how they're finishing up the season because they're playing really well.
Yeah.
Which is aggravating and frustrating.
But Todd McClellan said it. He's like, the teams are playing really aren't engaged. He said that the other day after they beat the Dallas Stars, which, by the way, I give him crazy credit for. It's like, don't get too carried away. The teams are playing aren't really engaged. And it's true. Dallas rested some dudes. Yesterday, Devils playing without Hughes. Today, Toronto couldn't care less considering they're already locked into the top spot in the Atlantic. So they could win 4 in a row. They can get up to 87 points, but I don't know how impressive it really is.
And you're watching the game last night, and all 5 goals were like wrist shots. And so you have like sort of delayed reaction on watching it as a fan, like, oh, that's a goal. Oh, that's a goal. And the last couple games, you've seen some different combinations out there on the ice. Berggren's played on the top line, and he looks better. He's actually had points in these last couple games. Fun to watch that. Watching Marco Kasper play over the last 20 games, or he looks like, okay, that's a real good player there, and now he's got 19 goals on the season.
He could be your second-line center.
He looks really good. And then what they've done also the last couple games is they paired, for the most part, Mo Seider and Simon Edvinsson together.
Which, by the way, how it should be, I kind of feel, but yes.
And I think probably how it will be moving forward to have that top defensive pair, and we'll see what they do next year with who they're going to pair if Sandin Pellikka makes the team, which I think he will. Does he go with Ben Sherratt, or what do they do?
Can I tell you something that blew me away yesterday? So I was working the game, and I'm curious what Kenny thinks too, because he's a big Wings guy, but I was working the game yesterday, and, Dylan Larkin scored his 30th goal. So that's now 4 consecutive seasons with 30 or more goal for the Wings captain. And then I was going down. I was curious how many goals he had, 250-some since he's been a Wing. And then some stat blew me away. And it probably doesn't blow you away. You realize that tonight Dylan Larkin finishes his 10th season with the Red Wings? 10th! That's insane. And he's made 1 playoff series. And I'm not saying it's all his fault, because of course it's not. But my God, what a legacy. Dude's been in the league a decade, and he's played in 1 playoff series where the top 16 teams make the postseason every year. That is unbelievable.
It's a time of futility for this Red Wing team because they haven't made the playoffs. It's brutal that they have gone this long without making the playoffs. But to your point about Dylan Larkin, he's that guy, right? He's the leader of this team, and of course it's not all on his shoulders that this team hasn't made the playoffs.
No, but do you think, and I'm just throwing it out there, okay? There's big changes coming up. I know they're going to do their best to try to get Mitch Marner, which would be unbelievable if he leaves Toronto and you could somehow land that guy, and if Steve's willing to pay him the contract and the term, it'd be sensational. top line winger. I mean, that dude would kill it in Hockey Town. With that being said, though, we've talked about so many different things about what the Wings should do because it's going to be a massive offseason and they need to rebuild their bottom two lines. And I do wonder, are you positive? I'm beating around the bush because I don't know if I actually want to say it.
Oh.
Are we positive that Dylan Larkin is the right guy to rebuild this thing? And when I say rebuild, I mean take this thing to the next level. And it's not all his fault by any means. But let's not forget, this was a guy that they weren't sure if they wanted to be the captain. They had no captain for 1 year. He's been the captain. He's been great, right? But has he? I just don't know if Larkin is that dude moving forward, and would they be better off trading him? Would you, Waterford native, contemplate trading Dylan Larkin? And in return, you hope to get some pieces that put you in a better spot.
248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, I've got some good news for you. I think that we've officially moved on from winter, and that means some more great news. The red, white, and blue trucks that are everywhere, you can call them. Those are the expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to make sure that your HVAC and plumbing are ready to take on the heat that is just around the corner. Don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating they have from the Better Business Bureau or some of the 5-star reviews they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, water filtration, your AC unit, schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Welcome back to Carson Anderson here at 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Rieger with you today. Doug will be back tomorrow. And Jeff brings up an interesting question with the Red Wings season coming to a close. Do you continue to move on with Dylan Larkin, or do you look to move Dylan Larkin? He's been here for 10 years, 4 straight seasons of 30 goals.
Oh, yeah.
I guess my quick answer to that is I'm not looking to trade him because guys that score 30 goals a season, they don't grow on trees. And if you have one and he's under contract for several years, at actually kind of an affordable price when you look at things.
That is true.
I'm going to hang on to him. And I recognize that there's a lot of futility here, but if you're going to trade away one of those guys, what are you going to get in return? Are you going to get draft picks in return?
No. You would have to trade him for a proven player. Like I always think, and maybe this doesn't fit, so you tell me if it doesn't, but I think of the Flames and Panthers trade. When the Flames got Matthew Tkachuk from Calgary, and in return, they gave up a really good player in Jonathan Huberdeau and Mackenzie Weegar, right? These are 2 really good players that are now just kind of starting to fit with the Flames. Meanwhile, Panthers won a Stanley Cup with Tkachuk.
Yeah. Well, so other players there too, but yes.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that's the move, but it would be something like that, right? Where you trade a guy that I think could need a scenery change, and a lot of teams would want him. And as you mentioned, can score 30 goals and play center, whether it's top line or second line. And then you get in return a couple guys that can really help you out. So, no, you don't trade him for prospects. I would never do that. But as far as your points about like 30 goal scorers, right? Currently, there are only, and I'm looking at it right now, there's like 40 players that score 30 or more goals in the league. So while 30 is impressive, and it's definitely impressive here, I don't know if that's the sole reason you hang on to him.
Well, no, and the Red Wings have 2 of those players. Yeah. DeBrincat's got 38, Larkin has 30, and Lucas Raymond has 27. Not likely to get a hat trick tonight, but you never know.
You never know. I don't think Toronto cares about winning that game.
No, but Lucas Raymond's a point-a-game guy. He's at 80-point season already this year. You know, the top 2 lines aren't the problem with the Red Wings, as you mentioned earlier.
I agree.
It's the bottom 2 lines and the overall lack of team defense. I think with this offseason, we're going to see an opportunity for change for sure, just because some guys are free agents they're going to let go. Guys like Tyler Mott, Craig Smith, that won't be here. I don't know if Watson's going to be either. Not that Watson's played a ton, but
got to find a way to get rid of Tarasenko.
Tarasenko was a bad signing last offseason. It just was 2 years. I think $4.5 million each year.
Compher's got 2 more years.
Compher and Kopp are 2 players that are kind of similar in what they do. Kopp has been hurt and has missed the last 20 games or so. That maybe not so coincidentally is the time when the Red Wings started to take a dive in the standings. But yeah, certainly that last line you could find improvement on. And if you were to trade away Larkin, yeah, you would think you'd get a player like that, but you're losing one of those top players that I don't think they can afford to lose.
No, and listen, I hear you, but what you're getting in return, sometimes you simply need to shake it up. And I agree with you. Like, let's say you go out and you somehow rebuild the bottom 2 lines, right? And let's say you bolster the D and Pelika's up here and you're playing Edvinsson and Seider together. Let's say you make real improvements. You're still what? A 95 point team? Like, you're still trying to not just make the postseason, which you got to do, but get further. I wondered about this a while. I'm curious where people are at. I'm looking at the ticket text. At what point do you say you shake it up so extremely that you get rid of the captain? And again, this is in regards to getting something back that you can use right away.
Yeah, I guess
you make a good trade, value for value trade.
Yeah, which those are hard to make in the NHL. You don't typically see that. Typically what you see is trading away a player for draft picks, or you're trading away a player of significance like this for a younger player that has promise, but they're not anywhere near the level of the player you're trading. So you're banking on the long run. Red Wing fans don't want to wait much any longer, right? They want to make the playoffs. And so I guess the way I look at it is I'm not trading Larkin. What I am going to do is be very aggressive in the offseason. I am all for putting all your eggs in the basket of Mitch Marner. I think if you add Mitch Marner to this team, you are a playoff team. And part of the reason, look, you talk about just if you do nothing, would the team be any better next year than what they were this year? I don't know. The recent record would tell you no, because it's 3 years in a row of basically doing the same thing, and you're getting
they're actually worse
results
this year than they were last year.
The difference with what I think would come down the road next year is that you saw tremendous growth in certain players. Like Elmer Soderblom, when he was promoted to one of the top 2 lines, all of a sudden that guy's a force. Marco Kasper has been very good for this team since being moved to the top 2 lines. Whether he's playing with the Larkin line or with Patrick Kane, and now it's with Kane and DeBrincat, he looks great with those 2 guys. And this is a guy who's a rookie in the league, and in his rookie season, he's got 37 points or something like that.
Yeah, no, he's been really good.
36 points, 19 goals in his rookie season.
I agree,
and a lot of that production has come in the last 20 games. So am I counting on Marco Kasper? Can Marco Kasper step up next year and be a 30-goal scorer next year already? I mean, he's at 19 right now.
Hell, I'll just take a competent second center or even a top-line center.
So, my plan is I'm going all in on Marner. I'm going to pay him $13 million a year. I'll do it for 8 years. Get him here and make the top 2 lines even better than what they are. I'm letting go some players that on the bottom 2 lines specifically, at least 3 of those guys. And then I can replace those guys with players that you want to see, like a Nate Danielson or Carter Mazer or, Amadeus Lombardi, who's having a good run right now with Grand Rapids as well.
Sweet name, too.
Maybe, we'll see if the other prospects are ready to come up from the forward standpoint. And I'm going to take my chances with those young forwards to get better. But my top 2 lines have now gone from being good top 2 lines because now I've added Marner to being great.
Right, because you're probably going to lose Patrick Kane, which is fine.
You may or may not.
Okay, fine. If he comes back,
I don't know.
he comes back.
I have no idea what he wants. If he wants to come back, I'm bringing him back.
And that's fine. With that being said, if you somehow got Mitch Marner, then I agree with you. There's no talk of trading Dylan Larkin. Everything is great. Now, he might be leaving. I still think until I see it, he's from Toronto. He's got one more playoffs in him. I still think he's going to choose to stay there, and they're going to find a way to finagle the cap and somehow get him under contract. With that being said, though, they tried to trade him. They asked him to waive his no trade. They wanted to get rid of him, and he got all pissed off, and it led to a rather contentious little back and forth with the media where he's like, I'm not going to talk about this contract stuff. So there is a belief that maybe he will become a free agent. If you somehow scored a Mitch Marner, then I think this entire city would go insane. Like the DeBrincat trade was amazing. You get a Marner, and I agree. You're right back on track. Life is good. We're all buying our season tickets, and Costa's renewing. It's a big if, though. I mean, there's going to be 15 to 17 teams, if he's truly available, that are going to go try to get Mitch Marner. And Steve Yzerman does not have a history of giving out massive term, also doesn't have a history of overpaying. So if that were to happen, awesome. I just don't know if I can put my eggs in that basket.
Yeah, I understand, and it'd be, you imagine, to lure him away, but Toronto can't afford him. That's the thing, is that they have real cap issues. So if they can't afford him and he hits the free agent market, do I think Detroit has a chance? Yeah. Do I think Detroit might have to overpay? Maybe. But that's a player that I'm okay with overpaying for. In the NHL, players can play and be very productive later in life, more so than you see.
Oh, I agree with you.
More so than you see like in Major League Baseball. Like we talk about, if you're going to give somebody an 8-year contract who's, let's say, 28 years old in baseball,
they might fall off for the last 2 years.
Those last couple of years are going to be brutal.
No, but here's the thing with Marner, too. He might be happy here because, let's be honest, and I'm not trying to say anything that we don't already know is true. Detroit's media market, not quite to the extent what Toronto's hockey media market is. I mean, they get in your face over there. They're constantly in your grill.
Well, I don't know if that matters as much.
I think Marner wants to get the hell away from the media there. But, again, he's a Toronto native, so maybe it means something to him to play for the Maple Leafs.
Here's the other thing, is that your dollar does go further here in the United States than it does in Canada. So
good point.
If you're making $13 million American dollars, that's significant.
Well, let me ask you this. Does it hurt him or help the Wings if they get knocked out again in the first round of the playoffs? They're going to play the Ottawa Senators.
I think it would only help the Red Wings
all right.
Because I think
so let's get together and root against Toronto.
Yeah. I mean, Marner and Tavares are both unrestricted free agents.
Well, Tavares is like
I know. I'm just saying it's another one. I don't
and...
want. That's not who I'm after. Mitch Marner. But Toronto's going to have a hard time trying to put something together where they can bring Marner back, unless, like you said, hey, if he's a Toronto guy and wants to stay in Toronto, maybe there's a hometown discount for him, but maybe not.
Right,
because if they get knocked out again in the first round or don't advance as far as they want them to,
I don't know that they will, despite always doing it, with the exception of that one time. But to your point, Gator, you work your ass off to hit free agency, and he just had his first ever 100-point season. Like, he is prime to get paid. And some team definitely will overpay for him. Now, will it be the Red Wings? I have no idea. But the more I think about it, he probably does leave.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Brad Holmes, Lions GM, he did speak this morning. We'll tell you what he had to say coming up next here. 97.1, The Ticket.
Pistons wrapping up a full week of practice and will travel to the Big Apple next before their first-round playoff series with the Knicks. Head coach J.B. Bickerstaff, what do you want to see from this young Pistons team in their first playoff appearance? Pistons had lots of regular season success against the Knicks this year, going 3-1 with 2 stints at Madison Square Garden where they won. Game 1 Saturday at 6. Reese Olson getting the ball tonight. Tigers open up a 4-game weekend series with the Royals at Comerica Park. They're looking to bounce back now from back-to-back losses to end their series with the Brewers. First pitch at 6:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Red Wings aim to make it 4 straight wins to end the year during the season finale at the Leafs tonight. No playoffs for 9 straight seasons now. That puck drop at 7 on WWJ. Lions GM Brad Holmes Holmes talking to the media this morning, saying there have not been any recent discussions about a reunion with defensive end Zadarius Smith. Smith was spotted recently at a Pistons game, but Holmes says they have not had contract talks since last month. And the legendary Lee Corso retiring from ESPN. His 4-decade run on College Game Day ends in August. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, welcome back to the Carson Anderson program. Gator and Rieger with you today. Doug will be back on tomorrow's show. Taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. We were talking about the Red Wings and finishing up the season tonight. Jeff had kind of wondering, just kind of talking it out loud, do you think about moving on from Dylan Larkin? And he's been here for 10 years. 10 years.
It's a lot.
And
it really is.
His rookie season made the playoffs and hasn't made the playoffs since then. And, of course, it's not all on him. He just happens to be, that the common link. He's definitely a plus player in the league, but would you think of moving on from him? I would not. I'm not even sure you're sold on that.
No, I'm not sold. I do think that a scenery change could help him. I also think if you could get a value for value deal, and again, I brought up the Flames and I brought up the Florida Panthers. You trade for proven players, come this way and maybe start things over again. I think it could help. But here's what I would say. While it's not on him, and you're 100% right, it blows me away it's been 10 years, but the last 3 years in March. Now, I know he didn't play last year because he was injured for some of it. The last 3 years, we've had March blow-ups, and he's been the captain that entire time. Now, I get it, different coaches, maybe you want to blame Yzerman, but it's not like him being there, his presence has stopped them from stopping those long losing skids. That I kind of hold against Dylan.
248-539-9797. We're going to get some Brad Holmes cuts in just a minute, what he had to say this morning. Scott is next up here, 97 on The Ticket. Hey, Scott.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
All right.
Scotty, hello.
My point is, and I have nothing against Yzerman, but you draft all these big players, Evanson, Sider, Bergeron, and they don't hit anybody. And I think that's another sore spot.
You don't think Mo Sider hits anybody?
Not really. Not like he should, like in front of the net. He should be clearing people and take a penalty. Screw it.
I would completely disagree with that.
Yeah, but Scott, listen, are they the most physical of teams? The answer is no. I think they definitely hit people, though. Where I see it is along the boards, 50-50 battles. I think way too many times they get pushed around or not coming away with the puck. But the other thing I've noticed, and Scott, both Scotts here, you tell me if I'm crazy about this. Why is it every time I look at the face-off one stat, the Wings don't just lose, they lose by a pretty wide margin. It seems like they're constantly getting out face-offed by like 65-35. Am I wrong about this?
No, you're not. You're absolutely right. But when a guy comes in the zone, and I've had this complaint I've been a Red Wing fan since '87, when you come in one-on-one with the defenseman, one-on-one, he has no one to pass to, you plant him into the ice. And that's what I want to see our so-called big guys do. If you have no one to pass to, bye-bye.
All right. I don't know how many times we've seen a one-on-one matchup where that's happened, where the player gets by him and does it. But, I mean, fair enough. Look, the argument about the Wings aren't big enough, they're not tough enough, it has been going on for a million years. I think there's a time and a place for that argument. I think you could say that I'd rather say that from a forward standpoint. I don't know if they're physical enough from a forward standpoint. From a defense standpoint, Mo Sider's very physical.
He's one.
I think that Edvinson will learn to be more like that once he gets used to playing this game. And he's played, 80 games in his career, and 77 are from this year. So it's not like he's played a ton. He's played 102 games in his National Hockey League career. I very much like what Simon Edvinsson brings to the table. And by the way, Simon Edvinsson is one of two players on a team that's actually plus and a plus minus? He's plus 15.
I mean, Ben Sherratt does hit people. The only problem is he's not a great defenseman. Let's ask Don Cherry's grandson very quickly. Sitting across the glass, I just saw Kenny lose his freaking mind when that last caller insinuated that Sider never hits anybody.
Sider initiates a lot of contact. He doesn't need to be challenged by anybody. He'll do the dirty work. He'll initiate. We saw Soderblom do it quite a bit when he was up with the team. Edvinson, I think, will learn. Rasmussen does it. Sherratt does it. This team is not – there's no lack of physicality. It's just when you have players like Sherratt, like you bring up, I mean, he's just not a good defenseman. That's the only issue there.
What they don't have, and this is, I mean, people hold it to the standard, they don't have a Kachuk.
Yes, they don't have a guy who's willing to, after the whistle, mix it up and get in your face and be a rat. They don't have that.
And none of the defensemen are like, even like Sider's not, Chris Chelios was like that, right? Chris Chelios was annoying as hell when he was playing with the Blackhawks. I hated Chris Chelios because after the whistle, all he was doing was face washing Steve Yzerman or Sergei Fedorov or whoever, hammering through the boards after the play, not getting whistled for it. I hated him. It took me a while when he got traded to the Red Wings to really fully accept him. And it felt like when he was a Red Wing, he was never the same player he was when he was with Chicago because he was older. But nonetheless, they don't have that type of player.
Right. I think the term is, and Steve said it himself talking about Yzerman, they're not tough enough to play against. And that's accurate. They're just not. So whether you view that as they're not tough enough or they don't hit enough, whatever the case is, they're not physical enough, they need to be a tougher team to play against.
When it comes to perhaps signing some of the substance in the offseason, this came from Kukla's Corner.
Oh, yeah.
And Adam Proto of the Hockey News said,
I read those guys.
So the Red Wings may overpay to get some top talent to sign with them, but that's the cost of doing business for a team that is consistently underwhelmed for almost a decade. The other option for Yzerman is to acquire an elite player via trade, but that will almost certainly mean giving up significant draft capital. So far in his tenure, Yzerman has been reluctant to do much of that, aside from moving the Bruins' first rounder in the DeBrincat trade. In some regards, that's admirable for Yzerman's part because you want as many prospects in the system as possible, but sooner or later, you need a difference maker and an experienced hand to get you into the playoffs, and that's where the Red Wings are right now.
You know, to be fair, I mean, Steve has gone at his own pace, and it has been 6 years, and people obviously are losing their patience, but it's not like they don't have the equity to go out and make a big-time trade. They have a stacked farm system. They got guys they can trade. If he identifies that dude that Kukla could be talking about, you could go out and get him and make yourself a pretty important trade that could help you next season.
Well, they have prospects, but what those prospects are, they're not like blowing you away by being point-a-game guys or this is a possible 50-goal scorer. I don't know if they have that guy, but they've got guys that like seemingly would be great fits in a couple of years. I don't know how many of those guys are going to be top two-line guys, but they'd certainly be second two-line guys.
Yeah, but you trade them to teams that obviously currently are rebuilding.
You could. You absolutely could.
You get one of their better players.
Jeff's in Commerce. Jeff, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Jeff.
What's up, Jeff?
Hey, guys. I don't take this the wrong way. I've lived here my whole life. I love the Detroit sports teams. But maybe you already talked about this, but why, in your opinion, and I know one of you is super, super critical, but why does Yzerman get a pass? 9 years of losing.
I don't know if anybody's here. We haven't said he's gotten a pass.
Well, the 9 years is not all on him. It's been 6 years on him. But Jeff, like, they're not going to
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Look what Gores did with the Pistons. He came in and cleaned house. He was a buffoon for what, like 4 years?
It took a while for Gores.
I know. No, it did. He did. He finally groomed everybody, brought in. So the Lions finally figured it out. But it just seems from a kind of I'll be admitting I'm a fair weather fan, but it seems like anybody else. There's just something about Yzerman. He's untouchable. I don't know what it is.
All right, I got to stop with that because he's not. He's gotten plenty of criticism. He's gotten plenty of criticism from this show. And I keep saying, I look at it, if you're on the hot seat, you got the three levels of the hot seat. And I think, and I kept saying that if they don't make the playoffs, that level is going to level 3 on the hot seat, and it's up to him to do something this offseason.
I hear you.
And then if things aren't starting off well next year, then we have this serious discussion about is he the problem? Because he's been able to draft well, but the free agency.
Oh, God. And the trade.
And the trade.
I mean, the trade with DeBrincat was great, but people will say he fell in his lap. But Gator, I agree with you. Like, nobody's saying to fire Yzerman right now, except for I heard Kenny Cott say it many times in the afternoon show. Nobody's saying fire Yzerman. Nobody. But if he doesn't make the playoffs next year, then yes, we have a conversation. But this is the year that he's got to go out and he's got to make the team better, and I think he will.
It's a very important offseason for the Red Wings that'll start after tonight's game, tonight being the last game of the season. Okay, switching gears back to football. Brad Holmes spoke this morning, said a lot about the upcoming draft. We will hear what he has to say about moving up in the draft, moving back in the draft, and also what it means for positions of need. We talk about that a lot on the show. People always say, well, they have a need for this, need for that. What does Brad Holmes think? We'll hear from him next on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so believe it or not, we're a week away from the NFL draft. The first round of the draft next Thursday night. Clock starts at 8 o'clock at night. A little after 8, I guess. But it's exciting times. We love the draft here. Can't wait for the NFL draft. Can't wait to see what Brad Holmes decides to do. And, of course, there's multiple things you can do. different position groups you can go after. Do you move up? Do you move back? Do you stay put? All types of questions. There's even more questions when you look at the list of players that they brought in to actually interview. The receiver from Texas, Golden, was brought in. I still don't know why. I don't know why you bring in Golden, because he's a first-round talent, and even if he's available to you at 28, are you taking the wide receiver at 28?
Maybe. If he's the best player, Gator.
When you still have the receivers that you have, I'm assuming you're not going to be trading Jameson Williams, but if you do, then I guess that makes sense. But if you're not going to trade Jameson Williams, you're going to use this pick on a wide receiver?
I mean, unless you really love him. If you love him, you think he's the heir apparent to J-Mo. You know you can't afford to keep J-Mo, so you get J-Mo this year and the fifth-year option next year. And then Matthew Golden is part of your receiving core. But no, I probably wouldn't think that's going to happen.
I wouldn't, but Ken, you've been quick to point out, and it's accurate. Brad Holmes, they come up with players that they absolutely love. These are guys they put in the bucket, and a lot of people would say if you look at Golden being maybe the second best wide receiver in this draft, if he's a top 10, perennial top 10 pick, and Holmes wouldn't disagree with that, then if that's the case, if a player like that's available at 28, it's hard to pass up on just pure talent, which is that's what the Lions have been doing. They just try to get the most talented player they can find.
Yeah, just to rationalize why they would take a visit with Matthew Golden, I would say this. On the outside looking in, looks weird, but the inside out, maybe they have, even though everyone says this is a defensive-heavy first round, maybe they only have 3-4 guys with first-round grades on the defensive side of the ball, right? And there's a chance those guys are off the board by 28. Then you start going down the board, right? You stick to your boards, trust the process. The next guy on the board might be Matthew Golden. Although I think they're going to pick up Jameson Williams' fifth-year option, and Brad Holmes has stated they're leaning that way. They officially haven't picked up his option yet, so that's still a thing maybe. And lastly, they just brought him in for a visit. That doesn't mean they're going to take him or they even like him. Maybe they're just gathering more intel on whether they would possibly take him or not. I do think there is some interest there because I don't think they waste top 30 visits. But along with this, I think it does send out a little smoke screen as far as letting the rest of the league know we might be interested in Matthew Golden. You go up and get him, that pushes a defensive player down to you, So I think this is part of the game, but I do think there is some interest there.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We mentioned that Brad Holmes did speak this morning. If you were listening to the morning show, you got to hear it live, but we have played some cuts earlier today. But one of the things that he was talking about, and he actually mentioned it a couple different times, and that was talking about when you draft for need. And one thing Brad Holmes has made abundantly clear, they are not reaching for anyone. So there are a couple things I take out of that. One is that the Lions are never afraid to draft a player that's got an injured history because they do think more long-term with that.
Right. This year might be different, though, considering you need a guy this year still.
It looks that way. I can't argue with that. I mean, what they've got right now on the roster is bringing back exactly the same defensive line basically that they had last year, which means you're bringing back Marcus Davenport. What you're not bringing back at this point is Zadarius Smith. You already said that we were not going to pay that money for him. Now, maybe Zadarius Smith comes back and says, I'll come in for less money. But even if that's the case, it's still.
He did talk about Zadarius Smith because Smith was at the Pistons game.
Yeah.
And they asked him, any more contact with Smith's agent? He's like, no, we just pretty much left it with his agent will tell us if maybe he's willing to take that much of a discount. And if he is, then maybe he's here.
Right.
If not, I still think at the end of the day, Zadarius Smith is a Lion. I really do believe that, but that's beside the point.
Well, yeah, I mean, and they still have cap space to go ahead and do it. I mean, you're not going to be signing Zadarius Smith to a 4-year deal.
No, it's going to be like a 1-year deal.
It would be 1-year deals, which is what they're kings of doing. So I think the other interpretation I get out of this is that there's plenty of depth at positions of need for the Lions. So to say that you're not going to reach for a player, right. I mean, if you've got this group or pool of players on the defensive line and the offensive line, or maybe there's a wide receiver, and the wide receiver I think might be a little bit of a stretch because I don't think this team needs to go ahead and do that. But this is what Brad Holmes has done in the past. They've gone and taken their chances on guys. He mentioned the Jamison Williams factor, that they knew he was going to be able to play right away. It was going to take a while. Maybe they get him at the end of the season, which is exactly what happened. They got him at the end of the season. Here's what's different. This is a 15-2 football team.
Yeah, you got to win now.
This isn't a team that was, coming off that first season and then they had the run in that second season.
Right.
This is not that. This is a different story altogether. This is a team that is built to win right now. And if there's going to be a player that you like on the defensive line, whether it's the tackle or an end or edge rusher, however you want to look at it, linebacker, I feel like they can go ahead and get that player. No one's going to say it's a reach.
No, exactly. They need offensive line help right now, which you could get in the draft. You might have to trade up a little bit, or everybody talks about the edges. If they were going to take an edge, and if they fell in love with a James Pierce, or they fell in love with, choose another judge, Shermer Stewart, who actually visited them.
Shamar Stewart.
Shamar, rather. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's all right. I thought you just made him Jewish, I thought.
Shermer is Jewish?
Sounds like it.
Sherman? Maybe. Anyway. Listen, he's got a perfect RAS score.
He does have a perfect RAS score.
I'm just saying, so Brad Holmes probably enjoys that. But you can get those guys kind of closer to 28, where you're going to draft regardless.
Yeah, I think Lions fans, by and large, feel pretty comfortable if they stay at 28, that they should get a very talented player. Could be offensive line, could be defensive line, could be a linebacker. If let's say Jihad Campbell, does he slip there and kind of a jack of all trades of a linebacker, and could be a pass rusher as well. Do you like that? Whether there's a defensive back that, Nick Emanuori is this crazy RAS score guy as well, who's a safety. I mean, you don't think the Lions need a safety, but this is a guy that would be a quintessential Brad Holmes pick. He's just a great football player, great talent. You can plug him in anywhere you want. But we'll see where that is. But he did talk about trading up and trading back. Here's what he had to say about trading up in the draft. One thing I think, without question, is the Lions will be prepared. Brad Holmes has done a great job on draft night and draft day and draft day.
I like how 3 days.
Yeah,
I mean, he's pretty. I mean, compared to other Lions GMs, he's pretty transparent.
He talks
as much as you can.
Well, he's sort of transparent. I mean,
as
he'll
much
say,
as you can be.
He'll
He's not
say
going
the
to break
same
down who's on
things
his
is what
board.
he said.
Yes.
They like best player available. That's what they do. But I think as you get longer and longer in your tenure and the team gets better and better, I think that maybe you would approach things perhaps a little bit differently. And even though he's not going to say it and do it more based on need, but what was curious to me about that is that we had the him talking about, trading up and if there's a guy they like, they'll go get him. I'm dying to know who that player is that they like, or what the players are that they think are probably untouchable. But if they start to slip in the draft, like, where is that point? Is it, oh my God, this guy's still available at 21. We got to go get him. And how aggressive would they be? 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. What would Brad Holmes do? Would he trade up? Would he perhaps trade back? He talks about that next. 97.1, the ticket. So, Jeff, I had cut you off because we were up against a break here, Rick. I apologize for that, but you were going to ask a question.
Yeah, I was just curious from people listening right now. I'm not talking about Brad Holmes. We know it's best player available, right? However, if the Lions are at 28 or maybe a little before or after, and you have your choice of, at that time, the best offensive lineman available or the best defensive lineman available, what are you going with? And I know on surface you're going to be like, defense, right? However, I mean, you look at the O-line, there's holes in the O-line as well. And if a guy actually from the offensive line who are projected to go higher fell down to you, maybe you would rather go offensive line. But I'm curious what you would choose of the two.
To me, it's a curious question because, I've long said offensive line is a possibility for them at 28. It depends on what player is available there. If it's somebody that you have very highly rated, somebody you thought is a top 15 guy, let's just say Gray Zabel, for instance.
Who, by the way, did meet with them.
Yes. And versatility playing anywhere really on the offensive line, but specifically guard and center. And big guy, kind of a mauling type player, but didn't play at the high level, but went to the Senior Bowl and answered all questions. Like when he was there at those practices, he was going against the best of the best, and he more than held his own, and that's why he's highly regarded. If this is a guy that you value as a top 15 pick and he's there at 28, it's awfully tough for me to say I'm not going to go offensive line. But to hedge it, and I hate to do that, but it depends on what defensive player is available. If the same thing is there, if both things are equal, let's just say, for instance,
we are saying both things are equal. Both guys are rated exactly as high as the other one.
And the other guy I would look at highly is Mike Green.
Yes,
the edge rusher from Marshall. If it comes down to Mike Green and Gray Zabel, I'm probably going to go with Mike Green, and there it becomes that's positionally right. And of course, Holmes is going to take whoever is more higher rated on his board. But for me, if I'm looking at those guys and I think that they're equal, all things being equal, I'd lean to the defense.
Right. Even though Mike Green, of course, has a couple accusations out there now, nothing's come from them. But obviously, you wonder how Holmes and the Lions look into that. But I hear you. I would go defense too. Like if all things are the same. King, real quick, I'm curious. All things are the same. You're at 28. Your best O-line or D-line is out there. Who are you going with?
D-line all day.
I agree.
And this is why they have a board, though. I don't think they have names next to each other. I think they have them in order.
Yeah.
So it's like, Mike Green ahead of pick your offensive line, Tyler Booker, whoever, right? I think they have them in that order, even if it's super, super close. And maybe their tiebreaker is position. But they keep telling you that position doesn't matter. I mean, we played the cut already. He's not chasing need. He's drafting football players. So they'll have their board set up. But, yeah, if all things equal, defense all day.
So Brad Holmes had talked about trading up as the possibility. We play that cut. But he's also talked about trading back. Here's what he had to say about trading back in the draft this morning. So there he is talking a little bit about that bucket and about what we've talked about here. If you got a bunch of guys that are in that bucket, why not trade back? And I think that they have there'd be a possibility for them in my mind, depending on what happens with the first 10 picks of the draft. If you see teams that look like they could draft a quarterback but don't, instead, like a team like Cleveland.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like they're going to draft a quarterback. It sounds like they're going to go with Travis Hunter. So Cleveland, would they want to get back into the first round, say at 28, and make a deal with the Lions so that they could take a quarterback like a Jackson Dart, get him late in the first round because you want to have that fifth-year option associated with that player? Is that possible? And then would the Lions have – okay, obviously it depends on what the compensation is coming toward the Lions. If it's a third-round pick, would you do that just to move back 6 spots or 7 spots in the draft? Yeah, I would.
Oh, God, yes. But that's where Holmes is actually tested, because if the guy he truly wants, that he has graded the highest, is out there, would he be okay going to somebody else that's almost as good, but in return you get some pretty good draft compensation?
But this is why he says if we look at our bucket and you see plenty of players in a bucket, we got 6 players in a bucket, and we're only talking about trading back 5 spots, you're getting one of those 6 guaranteed.
Right.
And probably a couple, you'll have your choice between a couple of those guys. But I find it very interesting when he starts talking about the draft. As much as we do, we know best player available that's all about Brad Holmes. But that last cut about trading back tells you that there's a bucket of players, and he got excited about it, thinking, okay, if there's a bunch of players there at 28, and I tend to think that there will be. But can you find the trade partner in the second round to trade back to, where you're not trading out of that position to get one of those players in the bucket? That's not the easy part. That's the hard part. That's the heavy lifting. And that's why I'm curious to see what happens with the top of this draft. Are the Giants and the Browns specifically, are they going to pass up on quarterbacks? Are the Saints going to pass up on a quarterback? Those are teams that have top 10 picks in the second round. So we shall see. 248-539-9797. Chris is in Ypsilanti. Chris, you're next up here. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Chris.
What's up, Chris?
Hey, guys. Hey, what's up? All right, I'm going to predict the future for you.
Oh.
Brad Holmes in the first round lives in a 3-circle Venn diagram. That circle Venn diagram is high production, high-end athleticism, and high character. You can trace back every single first-round pick. They are at the center of that triple Venn diagram. There's one player who will be available in the middle of the first round, right at the tips of the fingers of Brad Holmes' reach, and that's Jihad Campbell, inside linebacker, Alabama. High-end athleticism. You saw him at the Combine. High-end production, 117 tackles, 5 sacks, a pick, 2 forced fumbles.
And he's got a ton of versatility. He plays Mike linebacker, Will linebacker. He's a rusher. Yeah.
And he's got an outstanding RAS score as well, 985.
Coached by Saban. And think about this. In 2026, do you know how many linebackers are assigned to the current roster? 2. It's literally just Jack Campbell and Derek Barnes. Now, take a look at Atlanta. They had the second fewest picks in the draft. If Kelvin Banks, the offensive tackle out of Texas, is off the board, he can go at 10, he can go at 11, he can go at 13. If he's off the board, Atlanta is going to look to trade back. And I promise you, Brad Holmes is going to try to move heaven and earth to outbid either the Giants or the Browns to get up to 15 to take Jihad Campbell, because he's probably not going to make it out of the top 20. He just won't.
So that's your big call. That's your big call. Is you think they're going to go all in on
that's
Jihad
my call.
Campbell?
And on FanDuel, the Lions are plus 3,800 to take a linebacker with their first overall pick.
You doing it?
The Lions have been interviewing linebackers all day. They had Jihad Campbell in, but they interviewed almost every single linebacker at the Combine. They are looking for linebackers, and Jihad Campbell is that guy. He really is that guy.
Well, we'll see. And thanks for the call, Chris. I appreciate it.
They had 3 linebackers come at least for their pro day or for their meeting.
Yes.
Why are you looking at me like?
No, I was just trying to remember. Who are they? What was
Chaz Chambliss, Ruben Hippolyte, and there was one more I saw that I can't see right now. Damn it, where'd it go? There was one more. Trust me on this.
I will trust you.
Yes. Anyway. Yes.
Yeah, and as you get, it's not a terribly deep draft for top-end linebackers. Jihad Campbell is the one that could go in the first round. After that, the next best linebacker, at least by the Athletic rated, is Carson Schweisinger, who is from UCLA, and he's rated in the second round. And then it's Danny Stutzman from Oklahoma, who's got a third-round grade. Now, look, the Lions are going to have different grades than these. This is just a baseline to look at. But what that tells you is that, at least by this source, the depth isn't necessarily at that position. But if you value Jihad Campbell, which I do think the Lions do, I think there's a lot to like with Jihad Campbell because he can play every down and he can play multiple positions. He's not pigeonholed to be the off-ball linebacker or the outside linebacker.
But he's got the versatility they like. Yeah. But with that being said, too, like Brad Holmes talked about this today. He talked about the chart, right? Like what it would take to move up, what it would take to move down. And he was talking about some teams are so specific about the chart that they need to go exactly. You have to give them exactly what they're looking for. And if not, they're not going to do a deal. Apparently, the Holmes and the Lions way of doing things is within range. They're like, you're in range. Let's make a deal.
Correct. Yes, and I like that because there's flexibility.
I do too.
I mean, it's having the hard
more
and
chance
fast.
for a trade, exactly.
Well, and lots of people have their hard and fast rules when it comes to the draft, and if you're going to stick by that, because a lot of the popular hard and fast rules are you can't draft a running back in the first round.
Yeah.
You can't draft a tight end in the first round. You can't draft a linebacker in the first round. Well, the Lions went
Kicker
ahead.
either.
Right. Well, but those are the three positions that come up specifically here in Detroit. The Lions went and did two of those three, and the third they actually took early in the second round, and they've paid pretty good dividends to this point.
The funny thing is the running back, when Jahmyr Gibbs was taken, the absolute outrage across Metro Detroit, probably by myself as well. I can't remember that far back. But, I mean, honestly, what a pick. Could you imagine? And then all the Myles Garrett discussion because we thought he was available until they went back to Cleveland. All the people that are like, are you insane? You would give up Jahmyr Gibbs in a Myles Garrett trade? You're a moron. When 2 months or 2 years earlier, they were like, you took a running back in the first round?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't have hard and fast rules. You got to be flexible about it. And even with specifically with Jahmyr Gibbs, they clearly, when you look back at that, had Jahmyr Gibbs in his bucket of great players, but they thought that he was going to be available to them later on. That's why they traded back to do what they did, and it worked out brilliantly for them. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. All right, so something else Brad Holmes touched on today, and this is an interesting question to ask, is asking about what he won't do in the draft and how it is that people should sit back and watch the draft. Here's what he had to say. One of the things that bothers me about that whole thing, though, is that I don't think he's looking at this the right way. It's not. I think he's kind of dumbing down the audience. Like the audience is just saying, and the fans are saying, "Well, you got to get the edge rusher because that's the position of need." I think the fans are smart enough to know that, of course, it has to be a fit, and of course, it has to be a guy who can play. We're not saying just. Oh, take the edge rusher, take a third edge rusher in the draft because he's an edge rusher. You're not saying that.
I think Brad Holmes is looking at it from the standpoint of he's got a bunch of people that are waiting to say and prove him wrong. Like, oh, how you took that guy, you got it wrong, Brad. When nobody's like that. First of all, Brad
that's
has.
Not true.
Well, not right now. Not right now.
There are still people that.
I mean, not as much as there used to be with any other GM that's been for the Lions. But to say, like, why are people so interested in getting it right? I mean, it's human nature, dude. And we care, doesn't he? He should be happy so many people care about the damn thing.
Well, people definitely care about the draft, and it's a week away. I can't wait for it. I think it's exciting to see what they can do at 28 because, and particularly after what he had to say about moving up and moving back in the draft, that is absolutely that they're engaged in that and they plan for that and they talk about what that plan would be. Hey, here's the compensation we would have to give up to move up to a certain spot, or here's what we would expect in return if we're going to move back for a certain spot. What it tells me is that there are a lot of players that they can envision being a Detroit Lion in or around number 28, whether it's moving up to 22 or moving back to pick 34 or 35 in the draft, whatever the case is. There's a lot of players I think that they envision being Detroit Lions because they're great football players, which is what they look for most. Now, here's the kicker. It just so happens that those players are probably going to fit a position of need as well. And it's okay.
I would agree. You can kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah, but you're not going to take the 10th best offensive tackle at 28 just because you need an offensive tackle.
Very quickly.
Yes.
Stoney and Rico are about to come in here. Tigers start a 10-game homestand. You got the Royals, the Orioles, and the best in baseball Padres. On a level of 1 to 10, concern level for Riley Green. Go.
1 to 10, my concern?
1 to 10. 1 to 10. He has won for his last 32. He's got 28 strikeouts for the season and 18 in that span.
I'm at a 3. I'm not terribly concerned. I mean, there is concern to be sure because it is a horrible stretch. He struck out 18 times and he's 32 at bats during the slump.
Strikeouts are pretty bad too.
It's horrible.
There's different kinds of strikeouts.
Yeah,
you know,
he looks outmatched and it's not a good look. I thought at the beginning of the season he hit a couple of home runs and they were like straight uppercut shots.
Yeah, he was
and
great in
they were
Seattle.
like, did that seriously get out of the ballpark? And like, it did. Okay, thought it was too high of a launch angle, and yet he did. But since then, it feels like that's what he's going up to the plate to do every time is to hit the ball as deep as he can, as opposed to just going up there and hitting. I don't think he's got the right approach right now. That's me on the outside looking in. I'm sure he's doing everything he can to correct it. But my concern level isn't terribly high just yet. But I'm on alert. I'm on alert here.
Well,
like, am I going to play him?
shocking.
I think he's going to get every start against right-handed pitching to try to correct this problem. But the question is, when you go against left-handed pitching, do you still automatically pencil in Riley Green, left field, Riley Green, center field?
You need him in the field, so I say yes. I mean, if anything, you don't have a center fielder that you can trust a ton. I mean, Kreidler's been better, but you need him in the outfield because the other options are Jahan, who's not a great fielder, and, I mean, Kerry Bonds is okay defensively, but I think you need Riley defensively. But I'm kind of at a 4 out of 10. I truly believe dude was an all-star last year. I'm pretty sure he's going to get it together, and I'm sure some home cooking will help, but it's staggering. I mean, it is startling to see some of those at-bats, especially yesterday. He walks away, and he is just he is kerfluffled. He has no idea what the hell just happened.
Stoney joins us.
How are you?
Doing just fine. How are you?
What's going on?
I'm good. Thanks, Riggs. Good to see you like twice within the last 5 hours.
I know. I saw you early this morning down at Allen Park.
Yes.
So you were there for the Brad Holmes presser. I heard you ask a question, at least one question.
Yeah. It was actually an innocuous question.
What was the question? Oh, it was about the charts, right?
Do they still use it?
Yeah.
To trade up or down?
The draft
the trade
chart. The value chart.
I like how he says like it doesn't have to be exact. The philosophy of the Lions doesn't have to be exact.
Right.
But with other teams, they can be.
Yeah. If you're 0.5 away, they won't make the trade.
Well, you got standards.
That's right.
I don't know. I like the fact that they're actually flexible on that, but
yes,
we shall see. I can't believe it's just a week away. Rico, how are you?
Good, gentlemen. How are you guys?
Excellent. What's coming up on the show next?
I used to Rieger sitting right there.
I know. Usually it's Douglas.
I mean, I have a little more hair than Doug, and I eat way more meat than Doug. Other than that, we're pretty much the same guy. I'm respectful, too.
This is your flex? Wow. Gator, let me ask you a question.
I'm a better golfer than Doug.
No, you're not.
I beat him by 10 strokes at the company outing.
Okay, well, that's one.
Rieger, you had 4 hours to sell your insecurities. Can I answer Gator's question now?
Nobody's impressed? Go on.
No, we're not. We're not. What we got coming up? One, with the Pistons playoffs coming up, I don't think they're going to win. Stoney doesn't think they're going to win the playoffs. Doesn't mean
you guys are very
we're not
negative.
Bad fans, but no, it's like Pistons fans explain to us why we're wrong, why you feel so confident in beating the Knicks, and we'll talk about some of Brad Holmes and the things that he said. And do you think the Lions are going to trade up, trade down, or they're just going to make the pick at 28?
Sounds good. Coming up next year, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers open up a 4-game weekend series with the Royals at Comerica Park tonight. They're looking to bounce back from 2 straight losses to end the road trip against the Brewers. Reese Olson gets the ball for Detroit. Ex-Tiger Michael Lorenzen for KC. Manager A.J. Hinch says the Tigers should not be pressing right now, even after just scoring only 1 run the past 2 games. Tigers enter this divisional showdown. Tops in the Central 10-8. Royals off to an 8-11 start. At first pitch at 6:40, pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1. Red Wings look to close their season with a 4th straight win during the season finale at the Leafs tonight. No playoffs again, 9 straight years now in Hockey Town. That puck drop at 7 over on WWJ. We now know the start time for the Pistons playoff home opener against the Knicks downtown. Game 3, 1 week from today at LCA, tips off at 7. Game 1, of course, Saturday, 6 at the Garden. Game 2 in NYC, Monday at 7:30. Lions GM Brad Holmes says there have not been any recent discussions about our union with defensive end Zadarius Smith. He was spotted recently at a Pistons game, but Holmes says they have not had contract talks with him since last month. And the legendary Lee Corso is retiring from ESPN. It ends a 4-decade run on College Game Day, last show coming up in August. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good afternoon. It's the Valenti Enrico Show. I'm Stoney in for Mr. Valenti, the hatchet man, Kenny Cott, the other side of the glass. What's up, Rico? How are you?
Good, man. I realize, Stoney, you may work more hours in semi-retirement than anybody I know as I'm listening to the Brad Holmes press conference. And I'm like, I know that voice. I will be paired up with that voice.
Yeah.
Is that Stoney that up that early?
You know, it's...
Bruh, I'm going to give you some respect.
Thank you.
That's dedication right there. Because what, you had to get up at, 7 something?
Yeah, whatever.
To get there?
Yeah.
I felt bad. I literally just rolled over and turned on our radio station like, man, Stoney's outdoing me.
Well, I'm glad you're here because your compatriot would probably just call me the biggest loser in the world for doing that, which is probably,
you know what?
There's some truth to that.
Stoney, he does it to me every week. Like, you go to the games. I was like, yes, it's what I enjoy doing.
Yes, exactly.
And I realize you enjoy doing that, and I'm like, yeah, so that's just dedication.
I'm sure if you go through some sort of psychoanalysis, there's something wrong with me that we, of course,
Stoney,
always knew.
If you find something that you enjoy, these losers made fun of me because I flew out to a game in Seattle.
Right.
State played
Washington.
No, I just flew out there and I flew right back. I was like, all right,
that is not why we made fun of you. He went with no bag. Who flies with no bag, no nothing? You just go and then come. No.
Well, if you're basically going to be there for less than 8 hours, yeah, I get it.
Because you would do the same thing. I wouldn't.
Well, yes.
Take a bag.
I wouldn't take a bag because I'm not going to change my clothes.
Right,
what am I taking a bag for? However, I do find it odd to fly cross country for a football game and not stay at least another day or two and enjoy Seattle or whatever. That I would find odd. That would be something I probably would make fun of you for. But a jovial, joking manner.
All right. So
look, I mean, I'd fly across the country to see a concert. I mean, come on. I mean, let's. We all have our little crazy things.
Yeah, well, that game, that was,
Stuff happens, yeah.
It's
but
really bad when you fly across country and your team gets embarrassed. So,
yeah, that would be bad. I'm sure there are, people who might, I don't know, fly to New York for the weekend, go to the game if they can afford the tickets in New York and come back home. But if they did, I would assume they're not just going for the Pistons-Knicks games at the Garden on Saturday. They're probably going to go, going Friday, check out the city, check out the sights, some friends, whatever, and come back on Sunday. I don't think they're going to fly to New York and then come back after the game. Plus, the game's at night. They're 6 o'clock, so you probably can't get a flight out of there anyway at night. So you have to stay over. You'd have to bring – Rico, if you were going to the Pistons-Knicks game, you would have to bring your bag. Right?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Unless you were going private or something, but no.
A backpack, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not taking I can't tell you the last time and I'm sure people don't really care about this. I can't tell you the last time I actually
checked luggage.
Yeah, checked luggage. I think I went out of the country. That was the last time I actually checked some luggage. Other than that,
I try not to either. Our telephone number, by the way, is 248-539-9797. Speaking of the Knicks and the Pistons, we got a time for the game on Thursday. The first home game is going to be, 7:15, I believe, is when they'll probably tip it off.
Yeah.
And the draft will start about an hour later, so people will have a little bit of a conundrum, so to speak. But to me, there's no conundrum because I don't anticipate Brad Holmes trading up that high to even for the Lions to even make a pick before the Piston game is over. And even if they were, you'd figure out when they were going to pick because you have social media, and then you'd maybe flip over. Or, as you said in the bullpen, if you have which one's getting the big screen and which one's getting the small screen. To me, the actual physical activity of sports would have the big screen on, and I could watch, Roger Goodell walk up and hug a guy on the small screen. I don't need to see that in a 65-inch television.
I disagree with that. I disagree
really?
Wholeheartedly. It's the NFL draft, Stoney. And the NFL draft is a soap opera because every pick is connected to the next pick. It's a story. Whereas a game, unless you're a diehard Pistons fan, you can come in and out of a game. You can, okay, they're up by 10. Let me go back to this. Okay, now they're down by 5. Okay, let me go back to this.
But under your scenario, there are two televisions. There's the big screen and the small screen.
Right.
What do you need?
The Pistons game, how I would see it is this. Real quick. We'll get into this later. Pistons game is up, no sound.
Right.
Draft is up with sound. I can hear what's happening. I know what's going on. I can hear the trades. The Pistons, I can watch this game. I don't need to hear the sound. I could just watch the action, glance over. You see the score in the corner, and you go back. Now, if the game got good in the final minutes or so, we swap it out. But at that point, because you're listening, you're wondering who's making the trades, who's doing what.
I guess. You got to have to listen to Shefty, I guess. However, but a lot of people around here, Rico, they don't have to worry about that when you said the game getting good and stuff, because there are people around here to think, hey, Pistons could just win this series, no problem, right?
I found out yesterday, we're in the minority.
I know.
I mean, Cookie's got the brigade going. We had some callers. I think it was caller Butch. Hey, Pistons are going to win this thing. I think a lot of people see the fact that the Pistons beat the Knicks 3-1. But when you look at it, they played the Knicks early in the year. I think one was in November. And let's be, I don't think the I don't think everybody played in that game, and the Knicks weren't really taking the Pistons seriously because they were, you were thinking they were Pistons from the previous year. The last time they played, the Knicks sat 3 starters. You beat them, I think you're going to see a different Knicks team. A lot of people say, hey, Cade's the best person on the court. I disagree with that. I think Cade is one of the best people, but I think Brunson is a little bit better than Cade. It's going to be a challenge. It's why I wanted the Pistons to play the Pacers instead of the Knicks, because I don't think you have a better chance. Vegas agrees with me. Not that Vegas means anything, but Vegas is saying probably going to be a 5-game series, folks. But for you Pistons fans out there, I would like to know. I really would. 248-539-9797. Are we just underestimating the Knicks? Because tell me why you believe the Pistons are going to win this series. Tell me why. Give me reasons why Detroit's going to win. And this is like, there's no judgment here. I just want to hear why. Because I don't see it. I told you, the only way I see the Pistons pulling this series off, you must take either game 1 or game 2 and come back to Detroit. At that point, you got a chance because now you got 2 games here with the home crowd. But coming back down 0-2, I don't think you're going to have enough, and I do think it'll probably end up being 5 games, maybe 6 at the most. But I would like to know, 248-539-9797, Pistons fans out there, give me real reasons, not, because grit and Detroit and tough and Detroit versus... No. We're a little smarter than that.
Substantial reasons.
Tell me...
Basketball reasons.
Right, basketball reasons why you feel this way. This isn't to make fun of you. This is, I want to hear. I want to know why you feel so strongly that this team is winning this series. 248-539-9797.
97-1 the ticket.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. The weather is getting warmer, folks. That yellow thing up in the sky, that's the sun. That means spring and summer is going to be here. Warm temperatures means you're going to be outside. And it means you're going to be looking at your lawn. And if you haven't called Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service by now, well, it's getting close, but it's not too late for you because still for a limited time, you can purchase a full lawn program and get free grub control, but you got to tell them Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call at 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. They're going to come out there. They're going to come up with a plan for your lawn, and you're going to be assigned your own specialist. And you want to get this process started quickly so they can spray for crabgrass, because once you see the crabgrass, forget about it. It's yours for the summer. You bought it. You don't want that. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. They will spray for the crabgrass. They will take care of your lawn, and they will make sure you are totally happy because they have 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
248-539-9797. Watching the playing games last night. God, Tyler Hero was unbelievable. Miami went into Chicago, kicked their butt. And also last night, Dallas over Sacramento, and then they fired the Sacramento general manager. It looks like Detroit.
Pretty much as soon as the game was over.
Yes, Scott Perry, former Piston executive, Knicks executive actually as well. Orlando, he's going to take over for Sacramento if you believe what you read. 248-539-9797. Pistons Knicks beginning Saturday at 6 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And Rico, I think you said, 6 games? I said 5, I believe, as far as we both think the Knicks are going to win this series. I pray that I'm wrong. I don't think it makes you a bad fan if you don't think your team is going to win. I just think when you take the experience and the talent level of the New York Knicks, I just think they're better than the Pistons. And maybe 5 might be a little rough to hear. I could be wrong. And who cares if I'm wrong? That's really irrelevant. We want to know why, because a lot of people are giving us crap about picking the New York Knicks. So from a basketball perspective, tell me why you think that the Pistons are going to win this series. Yeah. I mean, there are legitimate reasons. This is not, and I think even though a 5-game, I think it's a 5-game series. I think all these games are going to be really, really competitive. But in fact, that's why I think the Knicks are going to win, because crunch time, they've been there before. Brunson especially, whatever. I just think they're really, really good, and I can't stand them.
See, here's a
get it. Okay,
yeah.
Come on. All right.
Here's the thing, because.
Oh, wait. Hold on 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Who is that?
Oh, wait. You don't recognize this? Here, let me help you out.
Oh, okay. That sounds a little bit like him at the beginning. Yeah, but it's not.
Yeah, it's rough, isn't it? It's rough.
That's like me trying to. When I tried to do Eminem, Kid Rock. I can't sing.
No, when you did Coolio, I think.
Coolio, yeah. That was at least funny, at least.
That's all it was.
Right.
But here's the thing about this series.
How can you not be able to do Mason? It's the easiest thing in the world.
I agree, but, it's Jim Costa, so. A lot of excitement there in that Detroit basketball.
Yeah.
But here's the thing with this series, and the argument most that I've heard is Cade's the best player on the court. Okay, wonderful. Let's say he is. You can argue that. Mm-hmm. Let's say he is.
Okay.
Who are the next 4 to 5 players on that list? They're all Knicks. They're all Knicks players. So, okay, so Cade is the best. Wonderful. You need more than that to win a series. And I'll give you this example. Go back to the 80s. Michael Jordan was the best player on the court when he played the Boston Celtics in that series. Everyone remembers it. They talked about it on The Last Dance. He scored 63. And the way they talked about it on there was like, oh, they won the game and the series. Mm-mm. No, they lost the game and they lost the series. And he was the best player on the court. So you can have the best player on the court. That doesn't mean you're going to win the series. The Knicks are a better team. I'm sorry. I love the Pistons. I would love for them to win the series. I just don't see it this year. If it's next year, cool. This year, I don't see it. Sorry.
I think this year is one of those years, and I'm not going to say moral victory if they're if they lose the series.
But you're going to learn a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
These guys, most of them, have never played the playoffs before. Yes, Hardaway Jr. has. Yes, Beasley has. And yes, Tobias Harris has. Unfortunately, Tobias Harris had a lot of layups that came up about 6 inches short every time he needed a clutch one for the Sixers. 248-539-9797. Chuck, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Chuck.
Hi, Chuck.
I think 6 is a right number, but I'm praying they can steal one in NYC. And another reason I think we can get in Towns' head with Stewart and Duran. They can play him because they're stronger than him, I think. So they got in his head last game, I think, didn't they, at home here? But and then you put Asar Thompson on Brunson, and then you can double. Somebody can help you double on him, and I think that's why we're going to negate them.
Well, I agree with you as far as strategy-wise. I think putting Thompson on Brunson would be really smart to do. Whether they'll do it or not, I don't know. But let's not this whole. I mean, hopefully you guys are right that Karl Anthony Towns will be doing endorsements for Charmin when this series is over. But he's not. People are making him out to be like this, guy who shies away from everything. He has some things mentally that gets the reputation. He's still the third best player in this series.
Right.
Right?
Right.
I mean, and, the Pistons have to, thanks for the call, the Pistons have to be careful because the Knicks know what they're getting into, okay? So it's not going to be, oh, my God, we have no idea we're going to face this team. In today's media gathering in New York, Mitchell Robinson, who is certainly, you let him shoot every day, but he's a rim protector defensive player. I'm quoting him right now. It's going to be a dirty series. We're going to get out there and fight. So, maybe you can sit there, you can take the two ways. One way of saying, well, they're ready. They know what they're in for. And the other is, see, the Pistons are already getting in their heads. They're looking to fight already.
Well, yeah, I mean, but if you're the Pistons, you have to be able to curtail that because I don't think the NBA is going to allow you to do what you did in the regular season because dirty little secret outside of Detroit, not a lot of people were watching. That's why the TNT crew kept butchering names and didn't know where you played. Now you're on the main stage. You're in New York. And they don't want to see thug basketball because that's what they're going to label it, okay?
Right.
You're going to call it gritty. They're like, no. We want to see something better than that. I think Stewart's going to have the quick hook. I think JB, you know what? You would keep arguing with the refs? You can go and join Stewart. We're not playing. Come out there and play your best game. And you're right. Cade, I'll give you. Let's just say Cade is the best player in the series. The Knicks own the other top 4 spots.
Correct. Yeah. And one of those players is, you just named him, is Mitchell Robinson, who everyone wants to talk about. The Pistons were 3-1 against the Knicks. They didn't play one game against Mitchell Robinson this year.
Right.
Not
now,
one.
I wouldn't say he's one of the next 4 players, best players.
But not having him on the court in that series in the regular season matters because he's going to make an impact on the rebounding and the physical part of the game.
Yes, and the guy who's going to take his place coming off the bench with the most feminine name of all time is a tough son of a bitch, and that's Precious. Right?
Yes.
I mean, how do you have that name and be a tough guy?
He ain't Precious, I tell you that.
I know. He is definitely tough as hell.
That is deceiving when you see that name.
Yeah.
I'm sure growing up, they're like, oh, please, I'm just going to dominate this guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Why did his mom just name him Wuss? 248-539-9797. This is the Valenti Show with Rico. Stoney here in for Mike. 97 won the ticket. Coming up at 3 o'clock, Brad Holmes. He'll tell everybody who he's picking. Now, he had his press conference today. We'll see if we can decipher what he had to say. Right now, we're talking Pistons, and we're just asking. And that's the excitement from somebody who thinks they're going to win. We're asking basketball reasons why you think the Pistons are going to win. Not the, Detroit versus everybody and all that kind of stuff, and everybody hates us, the league hates us, and all that crap. Some of it is true. The league historically has not been very kind to the Detroit Pistons. I get it.
See, Stoney, I think the league has disapproved of the Pistons style.
Right.
It's not the city. It's not the team. It's not the colors.
No.
But if you look at from the bad boys, the going-to-work Pistons, they don't really like that style. They celebrate Showtime. They celebrate the Kobe and Shaq. They celebrate LeBron.
But as Isaiah Thomas told me and Evan yesterday on Restore the Floor, download, listen, when that doesn't get a siren if it's actually a guest on a podcast.
As he told me.
Okay. Anyway, it was when Pat Riley coached the New York Knicks, they played pretty similar thug quote basketball.
And they didn't like them.
And the league was okay with them.
No.
Oh yes.
Stoney, hand checking was no longer allowed after that Knick team. You can't. They abolished that. They said no. We want a freedom of offense because
Well, that was because of Jordan more than anything else.
That Knicks team. Yeah, that was ugly basketball as well, and they made sure.
But none of the media loved it. The media loved it because it was the Knicks. Pat Riley didn't complain about it. He complained about the Pistons when he was coaching the Lakers and it was all Showtime. Then he went to the Knicks and realized, hey, we need guys like Charles Smith and Anthony Mason and people like that, and Oakley and Ewing was. They got it was okay because it was in New York. I agree with Isaiah on that one. All right, some ticket text, David.
Plenty of ticket text here. Someone says, I think Schroeder is another X factor in this series. Experience and the minutes he gives when Cade is off the floor are massive. Also, Knicks have a woeful record against good teams this year, so let's not act like they are some amazing team.
That is true. The Knicks do not play very well against, or at least this season, against good teams, but don't forget that is the regular season.
Are the Pistons a good team?
Yeah, Pistons are a good team.
Compared to the teams at the top that we're talking about, the record.
No. Right.
That's what I'm saying.
No.
They're not the Celtics. They're not the,
Right, but that 3-1, 1-3 against the Pistons is probably
it
calculated.
Does add to that record.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. To me, it's very simple. David asks for divine intervention. We got Cade Cunningham, so the Pistons are on a mission from God. That is from Paul in Frazier.
Oh, that's right. So if they pull this off, it's all because of David.
Oh no, David jumped off that ship a long time ago.
I was worried about Cade last year. Yeah,
am I right?
Yeah, he jumped off the ark a long time ago.
Okay, it's not just me. Okay,
I'm in the water. You asked the question of the reasoning why the Detroit Pistons are going to win. Someone simply says, because we're fans of Detroit. You guys don't understand that?
No, I do understand. That's why we're asking for basketball reasons.
I wanted something a little more nuanced. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Yes, we get it. You're from Detroit. You're going to root for anything Detroit. But is there basketball reasons to give you that confidence to say, oh, no. If you look at this matchup, like the stat, hey, the Knicks don't play well against the top teams. Okay, legitimate stat. Because I'm wearing my Lucky's hoodie? No, not legitimate.
Maybe this is some reasons here. Reasons: Pistons win the series. Transition offense beats New York's half-court defense. Cade being the best player, and Detroit more physical than New York, which throws them off.
The Pistons are more physical, but now that Robinson is back, and he's only played like 17 games with them, the Knicks can play physical as well. I don't know how much he's going to play, but the human fire hydrant, PJ Tucker, is now on that team. He played against them at LCA the other night. Yeah, and like we mentioned, Precious Achiuwa. And to me, the X factor, and he's not even an X factor really, because he's a starter and he's a really good player and he's a great defensive player. But people forget.
Bridges?
No. OG.
Yeah,
OG.
you're right.
I mean,
he dealt with injury this year.
he dealt with injuries. He played 74 games. And I'm talking about, and a great defensive player, right? Everybody seems to agree with that. But he's still averaged, I'm looking here, 18 points a game. And all your Karl Anthony Towns hate that's out there right now, you know what he shot from three? 42%.
I think the Karl Anthony Town hate is just, you've been told he's soft. But in the playoffs, he's pretty much about a 19-10 for the last 3 years in the playoffs.
You're exactly right. He averaged this season 24 and 12, and shot 42% from three.
Right.
And you're right. In the playoffs, he has increased that.
In the playoffs, I think he was 20 and 10, but yeah, he's up there. He's like, let's just say round it off. He's a 20 and 10 type of person. That ain't soft, people.
No.
Just throwing that out there. 248-539-9797.
Let's go talk to Larry in Southfield. Good afternoon, Larry.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. How you guys doing?
Hey, good.
I think something that we're discounting in this conversation, the length of the Pistons guards. If you look at Cade Cunningham at 6'6", you look at Hardaway, 6'7", 6'8", and then you look at Thompson, the forward coming. I think that's a lot of length to throw at Brunson, who's only, 6 feet, 6'2".
True. That's a good point.
I don't think you can discount that, because when those little guys get those tall guys with those long arms over them, it's a different ball game. So I think you're selling them a little short there. I think Bickerstaff is a hell of a coach, and he's going to be very well prepared for this game. No question about it. He's going to be ready to go. It's not like we got Killian Hayes at guard anymore.
No, you're right.
Solid guard.
I mean,
we got solid guards. We got your boy Schroeder coming off the bench as a common influence. I think we got a lot of stuff going on here. I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't see more of Reed this series.
Well, he might have to play because of foul trouble. And if the Knicks are going to try to even go punch for punch, so to speak, you're right. Paul Reed might be a weird X factor. But you do make a really good point. That's what we want. Basketball
right.
That was a good point, because the Pistons guards, like you said, have long arms. And the Knicks, it's Brunson's 5'11", and Josh Hart is 6'3", 6'4". So that makes some sense. Let's say good afternoon to Tom. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Tom?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
So I think the Pistons take game one, and from there we'll see. I think it'll be Cade's on a national stage, sort of big coming out party. And one of the things that I would look at is with Karl Anthony Towns in the playoffs. I think you're talking about his numbers. They actually seem to, like, from what I've seen, they kind of go down a little bit, and I think he's still sort of unproven. And we've got some X factors. I mean, we've got Malik Beasley. I think he probably was one of the best 3-point shooters this year.
Mm-hmm.
Hardaway was in the finals last year. I think we've got a lot of weapons where we can steal 2 games. Do they beat them? I mean, injuries, they can self-destruct. I mean, can Bickerstaff out-scheme Thibodeau? I don't know. But I like them to win game one, and I definitely think they're going to get one in Detroit, because it's going to be, LCA, I think it's going to be crazy. And, I'm so excited either way, just to kind of have them back with the team that is, on the rise up.
You should be excited. There's no doubt about it. And look, I think it's going to be, it sounds stupid to say, well, how's a 5-game series going to be a great series? You can have 5 great basketball games, and I think most of them will be that way. I just think down the crunch time, New York coming away with the victory. But, I hope I'm wrong. I mean, the Pistons are good. This isn't, somebody is right. This isn't a 1 versus an 8. This is a 3 versus a 6. And they are somewhat close. I just think the Knicks are better. And I believe, despite what other people feel, that the experience does make a difference. And, yeah, the Pistons do have a few guys who've been in the trenches. He mentioned Hardaway. Beasley's been in the playoffs before, Tobias Harris even. But, I mean, if you're going to call Karl Anthony Towns playoff soft, trust me, from people who watched the Philadelphia 76ers the last few years in the playoffs. Ben Simmons before him, Tobias Harris came up soft in the playoffs too, especially in big games, big moments.
Yeah, well, someone did just text in and says it is a soft 20-10 playoff kitty cat.
Okay.
Oh, here's the thing. In essence, when the Pistons played the Knicks at full strength, they were 1-1. In December, Cat didn't play in that game. They had 3 starters not playing a few weeks ago. So, Cade went and had a great game at Madison Square Garden. He's going to have to be that guy. Cade, I'm going to say this for the people in the back. Cade goes to Madison Square Garden and takes either game 1 or game 2. It's game on.
Yeah.
And I think advantage is now Detroit. The cliche is it's a series until the home team loses the game, but I don't think you can come back down 0-2 with this Knicks team. At that point, you got to wonder because of the playoff inexperience, will the players start pressing a little bit more, trying not to lose that third game and just not realizing, that's just how it is. I'm hoping that they learn from this and come next year, it's going to be a different standard. But right now, you haven't been in the playoffs in a long time. This isn't me discounting the Pistons. It's just
they're playing new. It's new, and they're playing a really good team. This is not anti-Piston.
Yeah.
And like I've said before, I'll say it probably about another 100 times before the series is over. I can't stand the New York Knicks. I just think they're better. 97-1, the ticket. Smooth Jazz 98.7. No, that's 97.1 The Ticket. It's Valenti Rico Show. Stoney subbing in for Mr. Valenti and the Hatchet Man. It is now time for some football.
Guys, Aaron Rodgers spoke today.
Oh, God.
And we got our answers. Well, no, we don't. We still have no answers on where he's going to go, if he's going to play, if he's going to retire. But we did get a story regarding the Jets with him. He's not happy with the way that ended. So he says Aaron Glenn made Aaron Rodgers fly across the country just to tell him they were going another direction. Quote, I met with Coach. We started talking. He runs out of the room. Then he comes back with the GM, and I'm like, okay. So we sit down, think we're going to have a long conversation, and 20 seconds in, Glenn asks him, you sure you want to play football? Rodgers answers, I said yes. Immediately after, Glenn says, we're going in another direction. Aaron then says in his interview, he had to pay for his own flight and spent hours flying for what could have turned into a 15-minute meeting on a phone call. Is this a bad look for Aaron Glenn?
It's a bad luck for the Jets. It is a bad look for Aaron. Look, I have no sympathy at all for Aaron Rodgers. I mean, oh, boy, you only make $60 million or whatever the hell you make and you can't afford to fly. I don't feel for that. But he's right. If you have no desire to keep me, why the hell do you make me fly to New York? That is a bad look for Aaron Glenn. And maybe he was under, Woody Johnson told him that's the way he had to do it. That's possible too, but that's ridiculous.
It's a catch-22 because here's the thing. Because he's Hall of Fame quarterback, did you disrespect him by simply calling him up and saying, not face-to-face, not being a man, yeah, we're going to move on in a different direction? Because then he would be like, you could have at least called me in there and did it face-to-face. It's Aaron Rodgers, and he just finds a way to bitch and whine and complain about everything. The Jets, you let him go. I'm going to ask you, is there ever a right way to break up with somebody? No. Because the person's going to say, well, you should have did this, or we could have did this over the phone, or you could have sent the text message. They could have just sent the text message, Aaron, we're done with you. And he would have been on the show all angry and, oh, look at they disrespected me. It's Aaron Rodgers. So I admit I'm a little skewed, but hey, look, if you're going to move on, this I would have just pressed the issue on the phone and said, hey, guys, if you're not going to have me back, just go ahead and spare. Let's save the money.
Correct.
And just tell me right now. Just tell me. That would have been me. Just tell me right now before I fly all the way out there, because I got better things to do to fly out there to have you say, well, we're going to move on.
Or tell me if I have to pay for my own flight anyway.
Correct. I totally agree with you, because if you watch the interview, Aaron Rodgers continued to say there's a lot of things going on in his personal life. So if that's the case, you call me, that would be, you know what, tell me what is going on, because if I don't have to fly out, I got other things I can handle.
Right.
Just let me know now.
Right. If I'm in the same town, that's one thing. But it's like, hey, I need you to come into the office.
If you want to talk football, then yes,
okay,
I'll
this
come.
Sounds serious. If you're letting me go, I'm going to let you off the hook right here, right now.
Right.
Just let me go over the phone.
Bad look, Jets.
But, yeah, don't waste my time.
He would have complained either way, though. I think you're right.
That's true.
They just called me, didn't even, it's Aaron Rodgers. So let's move on to the Cleveland Browns. Yeah, the Cleveland Browns. They have the number 2 pick, and Andrew Berry spoke today, just like the Lions GM spoke today. And, yep, they're taking Travis Hunter because he says this. It's a little bit like Shohei Ohtani with Travis Hunter. Pitcher or hitter, he's an outstanding player. You get a unicorn if you use him both ways. I mean, no even surprise of even opening up a trade possibility. You're telling everyone I'm taking Travis Hunter.
Well, maybe he's
See, I don't think he
is.
I don't think it's a trade opportunity, David, because the one thing we've said about this draft, and Stoney, it's a lot of depth. There are no people that you're like, oh my God, this guy's a difference maker. To me, the only one would be Abdul Carter.
Right.
And if he's going to fall to you, New York,
you're going to take
you know
him.
what? I'm going to let you guys do what you got to do. There's no quarterback that, man, this guy is a can't miss guy. There's no player. So I think that they are just telling Cleveland fans, unlike what, Brad said, hey, I'm going to tip my hand here. This is the guy we're going to go for, so get ready. Get ready for your Travis Hunter jerseys. Yeah.
So let's move on here to the NFL GMs regarding NIL. Things have changed. We know players are getting paid now, and we sometimes wonder, how do GMs, how do scouts kind of look into this? Well, Diana Rossini kind of gave a view inside on Colin Cowherd regarding what GMs do, and this is a question that a GM asked during the combine. She said she had one general manager share with me the notes that he took during an interview. Says, yes, we understand players are getting paid. That is not the problem for us. He says, she goes on to say that he shared with me that he met with some of these prospects and some of these guys were telling him that they had other opportunities at other schools that they were going to pay more, but they liked the program they were part of, and that's what the GMs and scouts care about. Are they choosing themselves over the team or the team over them? Instead of choosing to go to a place that gave them more money, they chose less, chose the team. Fair for the GMs to look into that?
Sure. It shows, it wouldn't be a deal breaker for me if I was a GM, but, a lot of teams who, care about culture, shows a commitment and they're not worried about other things. I think that's good. For football guys, they like seeing that.
I think when it comes down to the NIL, I've said this and I'm going to say it again. Players who constantly are in the portal and moving around and taking that next deal, no, they're not going to go to the next level. So I have to maximize now. Mm-hmm. Players who know I'm an NFL player, I'm going to go to the league. Not only go to the league, I'm going to stick on a roster. I'm going to play. These are NIL, that's pennies. I'm not going to fight over pennies when I'm about to make serious cash money dollars. So, yes, I'm in a situation, I'm going to help this team win because even if I'm on a bad losing team, I'm going to the league anyway, and that's where I'm going to get the real paychecks, where the people who are in the portal bouncing around, chances are after their 5th or 6th year, that's it.
To your point,
they'll be playing in the UFL and in Canada.
You're right. And to your point, this is regarding the Nico situation. Cam Newton was out there saying, yes, he gets it. Players should get paid. He understands that. But he also said regarding Nico, he says, the money will be there later. Yeah. Worry about development now.
Right. Well, speaking of Nico, if you believe his dad, it had nothing to do with the money. It was the type of offense that he was going to be in.
Yeah, and he's getting
right
now 1.75 at UCLA, according to the report.
Well, that high-powered offense that UCLA has.
Yes, exactly.
Now, the only other thing, the side that GMs run into with the portal and NIL, because players stay, I think it hurts the depth of the draft, where a lot of guys that you would have taken in round 5, 6, and 7 and undrafted free agents, finding those hidden gems, it's better for me just to stick around and make the money, and then I'll be that 5th, 6th round pick in a few years rather than just taking that chance right now. So I do think that it takes away from the depth perspective after like the first 4 rounds. Now a lot of guys that you probably would have been in the draft stayed in college to make a couple extra bucks just in case. But yeah, Nico, spare me. You're going to UCLA.
Yeah, it ain't
not
the
a powerhouse
offense.
team. Deshaun Foster, okay, good luck with that.
And let's close it out with this. Speaking of transfer portal, West Virginia, Rich Rod is back, but not players, because 30-plus players have entered the transfer portal from West Virginia. They entered on Wednesday. 30-plus players?
David, 36, and 12 of them were walk-ons.
So that's 24 players.
Right.
Real player, yes.
24 players. David, I think we got to move on from a society of seeing that number and be like, oh, my God, what's going on? That's every team.
You're right.
Every team is going to have about 20 or so players leave every year. And look at your program's falling apart. Wait, it's like a bus. Wait a minute. It'll be your program in about 5 minutes of everybody exiting and leaving.
That's the new landscape. You're exactly right.
I expect 20 players every year to turn over off of every roster.
And that is in football today.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Tigers opening up a 4-game weekend series with the Royals at Comerica Park tonight. They're looking to bounce back from 2 straight losses to the Brewers to end their last road trip. Reese Olson tonight gets the start for Detroit's Michael Lorenzen, the former Tiger for KC. At first pitch at 6:40, pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. We're officially 1 week before the NFL draft, and Lions GM Brad Holmes, talking to the media today, was asked about what needs are on this roster. Also from Holmes today, he says there have not been any recent discussions about a reunion with defensive end Zadarius Smith. Smith was recently spotted at a Pistons game, but Holmes says that they've not had any contract talks with him since last month. Wings aim to make it 4 straight wins to end the year. They've got their season finale at the Leafs tonight. Of course, no playoffs for a 9th straight season. That puck drop at 7 over on WWJ. And up in East Lansing, Michigan State Gymnastics playing very well right now. They'll compete in the national championship semis tonight for the first time in 37 years. Spartans facing off against number 1 LSU, Utah, and UCLA. That's 9 o'clock tonight in Fort Worth, Texas. At the Corba Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It is the Valenti Show with Rico. I'm Stoney in for Mr. Valenti. Kenny Cott, the Hatchet Man, David Hull, with us as well, running things smoothly. We appreciate everybody listening. 248-539-9797 is the number to talk to us on the telephone, or if you'd like to text in your questions, your comments, your opinions, anything else. We would love to hear from you as well. All right. Brad Holmes held his press conference today at Allen Park, 9 a.m. A little early for me, but I decided to go down there anyway.
You were there?
Yeah, I was there. And I knew going in that there's usually not much that is divulged at these pre-draft press conferences. In fact, years ago, I think all the media were instructed, I don't know, I think this is pretty much league-wide, especially if you're not picking in the top 5. Not to ask about individual players because they're not going to say anything. And if they do, sometimes they'll lie anyway. Oh, he's a really good player, obviously, because they're not going to tell us what their intel told us about, whether they went to teammates, birthday parties and all that kind of stuff, right? So the one thing that I think everybody was interested in was how active Brad Holmes will be during the draft in the first round, because the Lions picked 28th. Do they want to move the pick or stay where they are? And look, in the Lions' short history with Brad Holmes, he's done both, but in the first round, he's mostly traded up. Now, he obviously traded up to get Jamison Williams. He traded down when he had the 6th pick when they got Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
And then he's also traded up later in the rounds in the Broderick Martin and the Manu, and last year Terry and Arnold they traded up to get. I don't know if I'm missing anybody else right now off the top of my head, but so he was asked about, trading up in the draft. I would love to be, that's the one thing where they let you inside, the quote unquote war room, the Lions and all these other teams, they released the videos of them getting all excited in the hugs and talking to the owners and all that stuff. Yeah, but they don't show you. They'll never show you when somebody is picked right before theirs and
slamming their hands out.
Damn it! I wanted this guy.
Kicking the chair.
That's what I'd love to see, or even the whole trade machinations.
Tony, you didn't realize that all 32 owners got everybody who they wanted right in that spot. You're right. That would be perfect.
That'd be great television. I mean, but I understand that.
Right, like how we all sit at a TV watching the game, waiting for that shot to go in or the field goal. It's like, oh!
Yeah, because I understand why they don't do it because, I don't know, let's say, hypothetically, they wanted somebody before Jameer Gibbs. Jameer Gibbs is a bad example. Before Jack Campbell, let's say, hypothetically. And that person was taken. And if they made that reaction like, damn, I wanted this guy, how do you think Jack Campbell would feel? Say, God,
right?
They really didn't want me, but they got. So I understand.
At that point, you always know you were the silver medal.
Yes. So you heard what he had to say about trading up. Here's what he had to say about dropping a few spots. So 248-539-9797. What do you want Brad Holmes to do? Not who you want him to take, but do you want him to trade up, trade down, or just stay where he is? Look, we don't know because at 28 you have no idea who's going to be there. What I think they're going to do is, I think they're going to stay where they are unless they believe that there's a guy that they have to have, and they'll trade up a few. I don't think they don't have the collateral, I don't think, to move up like 10 spots or whatever to do something like that. But I think, especially if it is defensive, end or whatever, and the draft falls the way where they can sit there and say, I can take this guy that I like at 28, but he's in a bunch of five guys that they're pretty much the same. If I can take them, with somebody's early second round pick who wants to trade back, I'll do that. That's the only way he trades down, I think.
So, yeah, we're asking, is he going to trade up? Is he going to trade down? Or is he going to just keep the pick at 28?
I think he's going to keep the pick at 28.
You think he's going to keep the pick at 28?
Yeah.
I don't. I think he's going to trade up. Reason being, Stoney, he's in over half his drafts, he's moved up. Mm-hmm. One draft he moved down. Only one for Sewell did he just kind of stand pat and it just took to his guy.
Right.
And technically Hutch.
Yes.
But he then moved up and, as he said, and shocked everybody and moved back into the first round and picked up J-Mo. Moved up higher in the first round. I think he's going to do the same. I don't think 28 is good enough for him. I'm not saying it's going to be a top 10 pick, but I can easily see him moving up into the high 20s, like 20, 21, 22, saying, there's a guy we want, and kind of doing like you did for Terrion Arnold. We're going to move up a couple spots. We're not going to take a chance that our guy is going to be gone, especially if that run starts. And it's, oh my goodness, okay, we may see that run of players. Mm-hmm. We got three of the guys we want. One just got taken. Let's make sure we get at least one of our guys. I think they move up. I think they will try to trade up. 248-539-9797. We're asking, do you think the Lions are going to trade up, trade back, or make the pick at 28? 97.1.
We are 1 week and 5 hours away from the NFL draft. Could you imagine if the draft was here this year? The Pistons up having a home playoff game? What would they do? They might have. They wouldn't. Obviously they wouldn't move the playoff game. Maybe to Friday, but they still got a huge amount of people downtown on a Friday last year.
No, I think it actually would work out perfectly for them because Detroit, all the people who were there, plus the extra people going to the Pistons game. This is where, you really showcase the city because now it's like, look at everything going on in Detroit. I think that's actually what you wish would happen. I get what you're saying.
I don't know where people would park for the Pistons game.
So now we know the real strategy to Iserman last year. Don't make the playoffs and cause gridlock in downtown. Now it makes more sense.
No,
I get it now.
David, he was just waiting to break out the players in 2028. You just wait. You just wait.
248-539-9797. By the way, they go for their fourth in a row tonight to close out the season in Toronto.
Hit that same drop again, Rico.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly.
David, ticket texts.
Holmes wants more elite offensive players. He trades up, no doubt. It might be for a running back, so don't be surprised.
Oh, come on. Now,
No. Here's the thing. I'm not surprised by anything this man does. I mean, he clearly is like, I can do whatever. Detroit's going to embrace it. So I've learned a long time ago. There's players who I like, and then there's players he's going to take. But I agree with the player. He's going to move up, and I promise you, I'm not going to like the player.
Okay, it won't be for a running back unless they plan on cutting David Montgomery or trading him.
They just paid the man,
right? Or they want to, or they're going to trade Gibbs, which I think if that would, no, they're not.
It's not a running back.
It's not a running back. Okay.
I will say this though. I've changed my stance on this. Before the show, I thought they would stand pat. I truly believe that. I'm like, I don't see anything happening. But there was a cut that was played during the update that changed my mind. I'm going to play this. We have a great roster already, but it's not going to lessen my desire. I think Brad Holmes loves it to just trade up. I think he's going to trade up. I think he enjoys that more than sex. I think he enjoys when the draft comes around. He's going to find a way to get that guy.
Oh, wait, hold on. I could just, Brad.
Brad.
Please, Brad. No.
Cut his mic.
No.
David.
No, honey. No.
All right.
I have to trade up. I want to trade up.
Okay. I think Brad Holmes, when he says desire like that, I think he enjoys it. It makes his year. And I think because of that soundbite, I think it changed my mind.
Okay,
he's trading up.
Okay,
David,
so why
half his drafts he's traded
right?
Up.
Okay, so the other half he hasn't. And here's the other thing: so you're only taking that part of the soundbite, but you're not taking the part where he says be patient. He could be patient too.
Nope, I'm not taking that. I'm not using that part
because I don't think he is.
I don't think either.
I think he's got a plethora of third-round selections. Third-round draft picks. He's going to parlay that into trying to move up. And I don't think it's a top 10 pick, but I think he'll move up to, somewhere between 21 to 24, kind of like how they did Terry and Arnold last year. All of a sudden you'll hear, hey, Lions are on the clock now. Oh, my goodness, who are they got? Who do they really want? Why? Because last year, corners were starting to come off, and I think the corner who they wanted ended up going to Philly. So they're like, "Yeah, we gotta do something. We got to make sure we get at least our guy at corner." And they end up with Arnold, and then they followed it up with Rakestraw.
Right. I have no problem if he trades up, depending on who he gets. I think
You're right. Running back, I think, is right up there with quarterback. I don't think they're going after a quarterback or running
Kicker,
back.
punter, no, they're not trading up for that.
Are you shocked? Would you really be shocked if they took a wide receiver? Would you really be shocked if a guy like,
McMillan or
Colston Loveland is sitting there and they say, you know what? We're going to go ahead and upgrade our tight end room.
Well, if they do that, that means they definitely have no intentions of extending Laporta when his deal's up.
Or you just run 2 tight ends.
Yeah, but you don't need 2. Well, we don't know if Loveland or let's say it's Warren to keep the.
I think Warren's gone.
Okay.
But if Loveland is there, then why not? I mean, now you can run a jumbo package, and you know what you don't have to do? Dan Skipper doesn't have to be eligible. You can just put 2 tight ends out there on the field.
248-539-9797.
That I'm so sick of. I'm sorry.
You don't like the Dan Skipper?
No.
Wow.
Because now every time he does, the crowd has to okay.
They're kind of giving it away too when they cheer it.
Hear me out. You just get a tight end who could actually do tight end type of things.
Well, sometimes they play 2 tight ends and Dan Skipper.
The element of surprise went away in Dallas because now
I know.
He would have to put on a mask just to go out on the field so people wouldn't know who he was. Second he walks in that spot, the crowd cheers and you just gave away the play.
Well, they announced that he's eligible first of all, but it was funny the first few times I got it. Yeah, and so maybe the crowd cheering is a little much ado about nothing, but a lot of teams run that same formation.
I'm saying I get the formation.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if Colston Loveland, how about we just put a tight end and let a tight end do tight end things and not Skipper?
I got you.
I'm sorry. I digress. David, go ahead.
Ticket text here says, the Lions are getting an O lineman or a D lineman round 1, and I 100% expect them to get the one they want. They're going to trade up for it. You guys listen to the inflection in Brad's voice when you listen to that audio again. That sounds like a guy who is ready to trade down.
The thing about that is, at least he said that nobody's really asking for that Lions spot right now. So, as he said, you got to have 2 to dance here, and I don't think anybody, at least as of now.
Oh, is he telling the truth? I mean, he's not going to say, yeah, we got a call the other day from somebody who wants to trade. He's not going to say
Jackson
that.
Dart and Shedeur Sanders, I think, are the key to all of a sudden them moving back down.
Correct.
If Shedeur doesn't get drafted and he gets past the Saints, I think all bets are off because now the Giants and now the Browns are going to look and say, hey, we can move up. Hey, Detroit, you want to move back 4 spots and get your guy and we'll give you extra whatever and you can still take your guy because we need that quarterback. That's when all of a sudden I think his phone call will happen. I don't think that's going to happen, Stoney. That's why I think they're going. I think he may go into the game. Go into the draft saying, I'm just going to pick 20. Like he's going to have a little note in his pocket. Pick 28, no matter what. But in the end, yeah, he's not going to do like Kevin Costner. He's going to go ahead and he's going to move up.
The other thing,
trade up.
He'll probably have notes in his pocket if you want to use that expression or whatever. He's going to have a list probably of 3 or 4 guys that are worth trading up for, that he might. And he also has a list of maybe 3 or 4 guys that, you know what, if they're there at 28, I'm going to try to trade down because I think I can get them later if somebody wants to move back in the first round.
And I think what's going to happen, I agree with you. I think what's going to happen, he's going to tip his hand when all of a sudden a run happens. And if it's the run of that position group, I got to move up and get one of our guys. Because the top one we thought would slide to us, he's now gone. I don't want to be sitting here with nothing and getting the 4th best player. I'm going to move up. If nobody selects him, let's just say defensive tackle. And there's all those guys just kind of sitting there and, there's Nolan and there's Derek Harm. Like, you know what? We may not have to do anything. But if all of a sudden, the Steelers select Walter Nolan and this, now we got to jump in there.
Yes,
all right.
Indeed.
I got to move up now.
248-539-9797. I know that many of you are going through the same thing that happened to me a few years back. My vision was deteriorating. I had a hard time seeing things up close, like the small print of my phone. Needed reading glasses. Hated them. So I saw Michigan's most experienced eye surgeon, Dr. Yaldo. He explained that about by our mid-40s, our natural lenses start losing flexibility. He recommended a recent and remarkable innovation. It's called bifocal implants. I said, let's do it. And wow, what a lifestyle boost it's turned out to be. Not only will I never need glasses, contacts, or readers again, but the implants give me the best vision of my life. I see everything with stunning clarity from up close and from the upper deck, or as Bob Uecker would say, front row. For those of you who are younger, Dr. Yaldo's custom LASIK will also free you of glasses and contacts for good. Both procedures are fast, painless, safe, and can have you back at work the next day. Go to YaldoEyeCenter.com for a free, no-obligation evaluation. That's YaldoEyeCenter.com. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I saw this interesting story in the New York Post while I was trying to get some Pistons, Knicks intel. And it was a story about Zion Williamson. And it's interesting. And then, first of all, here's the headline, as only the New York Post can do. Zion Williamson's stalker drama has Pelicans ownership fuming with trade possible. And you remember, I think one of the famous drops that I have was basically reading something that involves Zion Williamson and a woman, or whether that was on a text chain or something like that. Wasn't it Zion, I believe, David? I think
it was.
Yeah, one of those, yeah. Anyway, according to a report in a New Orleans newspaper, noted ownership was livid over Williamson's recent off-the-court headlines. In other words, there's his girlfriend, wife, or whatever was stalking this same woman that the drop was about. Her name was Mona, I think, or Mariah Miles, or Mariah Mills, a pornographic star, film star, whatever. Anyway, that said, Zion Williamson has basically been a huge disappointment in the NBA. When he plays, when he's healthy, he's really, he's good. He's almost unstoppable. The problem is he's never available. And that's it. Yes, exactly. That's part of his problem as well. But anyway, the Pelicans, as you know, have a new person in charge running their basketball operations after David Griffin was fired, and that would be one Joe Dumars. According to the New York Post here, and quoting the article by this writer, says, and I'm just going to read it here right now, it is noted following David Griffin's firing, Dumars is opening, I should say, his professional chapter, quote, with additional constraints. The mandates. There are mandates to A, keep head coach and Detroiter Willie Green, and B, trade Zion Williamson. Do you want anything to do with Zion Williamson as a Detroit Piston?
Yeah, but I think I'm going to wait until that window opens up where I'm not going to trade, because I think if they end up just releasing him, because I think that they will, now you can just sign him to a contract and you're not on the hook for whatever they're paying him.
Do you think they will just release? He's got a guaranteed contract. His cap hits the next 3 seasons.
Stoney, if I'm correct,
39 million next year, 42 million in 26-27, and 44 million in 27-28.
And that's why I said there's they could release him and just say, we're done, we're moving on. If they release him, you don't have to pay any of that. You can sign him to a new deal. Am I going to trade for him? No.
Okay.
But
I don't think the Pelicans are just going to cut him.
I think they may just be tired of his stuff.
That's too,
no, I don't think they're going to just outright cut him.
That's too much money.
Right.
They can't have all that dead cap money. I mean, it sounds like we're talking about the NBA, but I mean the NFL with dead cap money. But these are guaranteed contracts. It's not the NFL. They have to pay this guy, and they're not going to use up $44 million of their salary cap on somebody who's not on the team. I don't think.
And you're right. There is a clause about the weight clause, but according to a report in January, he was hitting that clause.
Yeah.
He was hitting the weight part of the clause. So there's no reason to release him. They can't release him.
He gets an anonymous box of beignets.
It's not happening. They're not just releasing him.
All the crawfish and jambalaya, beignets. Oh, yeah. Here's some hurricanes to wash it all down. Oh, and by the way,
put some insure in there that he wouldn't know about.
Right. Now we're going to weigh you tomorrow morning. Would I make the trade?
First of all, you have to come close to getting what the money is worth. So the first person you'd have to trade is Ivy. That's got to be in that.
See, I've often thought that he just never was motivated to play in New Orleans. I mean, going back to draft day, he thought he was going to be a Knick. He just knew. And when New Orleans got that ping pong ball, the look on his face was like, I got to go to New Orleans. Yeah. And I don't think he's ever been motivated to really go out there and play. I think a change of scenery. He's a guy that could revive his career. I don't know.
Well, look,
if the price was right, I would consider it, but I'm not going to go all out if I'm the Pistons to bring in Zion.
I agree with you. And well, first of all, there's a huge telltale sign about Zion Williamson if he would come to Detroit. And that's Trajan Langdon. Okay, he knows him better than probably anybody else in the league except for the guys who just got fired, David Griffin. So if Trajan Langdon would bring in Zion Williamson, he'd have a pretty good idea that Zion Williamson would be ready.
See, the other thing, and I've never known if was it because just the lack of motivation of playing in New Orleans. Sonny, he's never healthy. I know.
Like I said, availability is never there.
Newsflash, Zion out for another 20-some games. Okay. Now, how is that going to help you as a Pistons team? The more and more I'm talking myself out of, I think I just would do a hard pass on Zion.
You brought up a great point, Tony, because I didn't even think about that, because we all talk about letting Brad cook and trusting Brad and trusting Iserman and all these other GMs in town.
Because those people have won playoff games here in Detroit, David. They've all won, right, Kenny?
But if Langdon is off season, if he pulls the trigger on Zion, then you have to trust it because he has intimate knowledge of Zion Williamson's history, his work ethic, everything. So you would say, okay, I have to trust it. If he makes the move, I would not make the move.
Right.
But if he does, you got to trust
too many
it.
games.
Oh, yeah. I say that's why. And I don't, he probably knows he wouldn't. So let me ask you this.
And the fact that you got to put a clause in there saying you got to stay under a certain weight, which tells me, dude, do you want to play in the NBA or not? I mean, that's the Kyler Murray clause. Study your playbook. Red flag right there.
So he couldn't hang out at Coney Island with Jameson Williams?
Oh, J-Mo could take him there at 3 a.m. There you go. They taste best at 3 a.m.
Now, some people in their lives, they do mature when they get older. He's still only 24 years old, right?
Yeah, all the drama that's still going on off the – he's more famous for the stuff off the court than on the court.
Zion, I know. I get it, but he'll be 25 in July. So let me ask you this hypothetical question, because there's another great player with questions we mentioned the other day who's going to be on the trading block. If you're the Pistons, would you rather have Kevin Durant, who's got 2 years left at his advanced age of 30, he'll be 37 next year. 2 years of Kevin Durant. Well, actually, it's only, correct me.
It's an option.
1 year.
Yeah.
1 year of Kevin Durant. Or 3 more years or 3 years of Zion Williamson. And Zion, his contract, like I said, 39, 42, 44. KD next year is 54.
So would you rather run a mile with a rock in your shoe or take a 4-hour flight next to a screaming baby?
Yeah, that's a great analogy.
You finally got me to say it, Stoney. I'd take KD.
Yeah.
I would take KD, and yeah.
It's a 1 year deal.
I mean, I would take KD knowing and telling everybody, and I'd tell, hey, guys, it's 1 year.
Yeah.
Don't get attached to him. Treat him, he's a rental car. We ain't changing the oil. He's just here.
Right.
For 1 year.
Let him score.
And if we don't get it done with him, that's okay.
Yeah.
We're moving on.
Right.
Because if you do not resist the temptation to pick up that extra year.
No.
You know what? He would tear this team apart.
Oh, that is so painful to even say I take KD.
But Zion is
Zion, you would be stuck for.
Zion would be great for us because he's going to keep doing stupid stuff to give us stuff to talk about on the air. But
Yeah.
on the court.
Exactly. 97 won the ticket. Tiger baseball tonight. Kansas City Royals are in town. Go down there. It's big start of a big homestand, 10-game homestand. 4 with the Royals, 3 for the Padres, and 3 with the Baltimore Orioles. Red Wings finish out the regular season in Toronto tonight. And, of course, the Pistons begin their playoff series Saturday in New York. And one of the advantages of playing New York and having the games on ESPN is, as we're watching NBA Today right now, Shams Charania, exclusive one-on-one with Kate Cunningham right now. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. The draft a week from tonight. Woo-hoo-hoo. David, it's football today.
You all right, Stoney? The draft is a week from today, and while every team needs to get the draft right, we're going to go through a list here of teams specifically that need to get it right and for different reasons. Let's start with number 10 on this list. It is the Las Vegas Raiders. They have to get it right. Their reasoning for getting it right is because Pete Carroll's age. He's arriving at a steady hand with the new GM. The Raiders are hoping to fast-track the surge because Pete Carroll's not going to be there a long time. You agree with that reasoning for the Raiders?
Yeah, I agree with it, but I think it's stupid reasoning. I mean, you stupid to. I still think he could probably coach, but if you're hiring this guy, then you say, "Oh, we have to rush things." Just because before he's too old to coach or too old to, or he dies on us. No, I mean that's absurd. You should build your team, the way it should be built, regardless of the age of the coach. But then again, these are the Raiders.
I get what you're saying, Stoney and David. Yes, I don't think that you brought Pete Carroll in for a 5-year plan. I think you brought Pete Carroll in for, a 2-year plan. In 2 years, we need to be one of the best teams in the AFC. In 2 years, we need to be one of those teams that people are talking about knocking off the Chiefs and the Bills and the Ravens. We got to put ourselves in that conversation. Unfortunately, Carroll's not there for this long-term plan. So, David, you're right. This pick has to work. It has to be that guy, which is why I do think they're probably going to go after and get a running back. And I think that's going to be Genty.
You're probably right about that. Next on the list will be the Jacksonville Jaguars. The reasoning here is two-part. First part is we always talk about how they're supposed to be good. Well, it's time for them to be good, and getting this pick right will help them do that. Second part is they will have a new stadium. And in order to sell out the stadium, in order to get the fans excited, they need to get the pick right.
Well, the selling out the stadium, I think, is overrated because the league makes so much money that the teams make a hell of a lot of money whether one person's in the seat or the stadium or 80,000 people are in the stadium. I think the reason they need to get it right is because their quarterback, who was the number 1 overall pick a few years ago, right, Trevor Lawrence, it's like, let's go. It's time for him. So anything that can help him win football games, that's why they need to get it right.
Yeah, I agree with Stoney on that when they have to do this for Trevor Lawrence because I keep hearing how he's this great quarterback and I'm not seeing it at all. I mean, he's okay. He's not taking over the league. I don't think right now he's the first ballot Hall of Famer. And David, even though they got a new stadium,
he's not a 30th ballot Hall of Famer.
Are they even going to be here, or are they going to relocate to England in a couple of years?
Well, they had a stadium coming up, so they got to stay there, right?
Yeah.
Do they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Ask the Raiders about that.
A billion plus.
Ask the Raiders about that. How many times have they moved?
Well, but they didn't have a new stadium.
Right.
They didn't have a new stadium.
And, which also means there'll be another Super Bowl in Jacksonville.
So next on the list, the Carolina Panthers. And I think we all, could agree to this reasoning. They have to continue to develop Bryce Young, so they have to get it right around him.
Yeah, this is year 3 for this will be year 3 for Bryce Young. It's time. But their defense is so horrible that I don't know if look, obviously getting a good defense trickles down and helping the quarterback. So the Bryce Young rationale, I think, is wrong. They just need to get it right so they can field a competitive football team again.
See, I don't even think they need to get it right, David, because I think no matter what they do, they're just going to be the Carolina Panthers. They're going to shoot themselves in the foot. I don't know if you're going to get the same Bryce Young you got at the end of the season. I think that's what a lot of Carolina fans are banking on. Like, oh, the light switch finally turned on, and he's now an NFL QB. And look at those last, 3 or 4 games that he played. It's Carolina. No. They can get it wrong, and they're going to be in the same drafting in the top 10 next year.
Next on the list will be the Cincinnati Bengals. And I think this one could be agreed upon as well. They paid Chase. They paid Higgins. They don't have much money left. They have to get it right.
Oh, yeah, they do. They have to get it right, especially if they can't bring back Trey Hendrickson. Then they have to get it right on their defense or their offensive line. They have to. Burrow you need to protect that guy.
I don't know how many picks they have. They have to get this entire draft class correct. Out of this class, let's just say, I don't know, but let's say they have 7 picks. You got to have 7 starters. Everybody's going to have to contribute. And if you're not starting, you have to be a part of the 2 deep. There's no dead weight because if you go that route, you can afford to pay these guys because everybody else is making nothing. But it's beyond that first, everybody's got to be a player on this team.
The final 3 on this list, the Browns. It says they went big swing and miss on Deshaun Watson. They cannot swing and miss on the draft this time.
They got to get players to build for the future because who's their quarterback? Kenny Pickett?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Kenny Pickett, yeah.
They're punting the season anyway, so
they've been better off keeping.
And they brought Joe
Jameson.
Flacco back.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Poor Kevin Stefanski. I think that guy deserves to be with a better organization. I think he's a pretty good game coach too.
He's still collecting the check. I'm not feeling too bad about him,
but yeah.
No, I mean it's we're going to bring in Travis Hunter. Cleveland, they just don't get it. They're constantly going after the glitz and the glamour and the sizzle. It's
put Abdul Carter with Myles Garrett. Thank you very much, game. At least you got half your defense. No, half your team done.
But if we get Travis Hunter, he can play both ways. Okay, that's good, but that's not what you need right now.
Correct.
You don't need a corner and a wide receiver. That's not going to help you in your division. You know what will help you? As you said, you go get Abdul Carter, you put him with Myles Garrett, and now, hey, we can slow down the Steelers. Hey, you know what? The Bengals didn't do much on their offensive line. We can go and get them, and now maybe you're just going to compete against the Ravens. But no, by all means, let's disregard our needs. Let's go get something that will sell jerseys. Because if you take Travis Hunter, you're selling jerseys. That's all you really care about. And once again, you're Cleveland.
The last 2 teams on the list will be the San Francisco 49ers. Their reasoning is because they had so many cap casualties, free agent defections, that they have to get it right. They have 11 picks in this draft. And then the last team on the list, the New York Giants. They cannot, they're saying they, meaning Joe Shane and Brian Dable, get this wrong.
That's what the Giants. The Niners, yes, because they traded away a lot of their older stars.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, they kind of struck gold, and the entire draft class played, including a wide receiver, which allowed them, and Ricky Pearsall allowed them to move Debo. Yeah, David, they have to go out there because with Brock Purdy's contract, you have to balance that out with 2 draft classes that you were successful with that, you're going to still be able to field a team in that division. For the Giants, I mean, yeah, this is unfortunate. To me, it seems like everybody's going to get fired if you get this wrong. It feels like the Lions of 2020, okay? Right. You shouldn't allow these people to draft because they're not drafting long-term. They're drafting for right now.
Well, if they do the right thing and take Abdul Carter if he's there,
That's a step in the right direction.
Step in the right direction for the organization. So they have to do that. But yeah, they're still offensively a ways away. As far as your team, they have to get it right if they want to go back to a team that can be good for 5, 6, 7 years in a row again. And let me ask you this: is this draft critical for Shanahan and Lynch?
I don't think. No, I think they've done enough. You screw it up again, and now next year you're going to be talking about that.
That is in football today.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Tigers opening up a 4-game weekend series with the Royals at Comerica Park tonight. They're looking to bounce back from 2 straight losses to end the road trip. Reese Olson getting the start for Detroit. Michael Lorenzen for Kansas City. That first pitch at 6:40 right here on 97.1. Red Wings look to close the season with a 4th straight win during the season finale at the Leafs tonight. The year ending in no playoffs for a 9th straight season, but forward Lucas Raymond says the Wings have had no problem playing until the end. Wings have won 6 of 9 games to end the year with a chance at win number 40 tonight. That puck drop for the season finale at 7. That pregame at 6:45 over on WWJ. Lions GM Brad Holmes says there have not been any recent discussions about a reunion with defensive end Zadarius Smith. Holmes said contract talks not since last month with Smith. Michigan State seeing 3 players enter the transfer portal. Defensive end Anthony Jones, defensive back DJ Kennard, and reserve long snapper Jack Carson Wentz. And the legendary Lee Corso retiring from ESPN. It ends a 4-decade run on College Game Day. His last show coming up in August. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Luke. 248-539-9797. Luke mentioned the retirement after the first game of the 2025 college football season of Lee Corso from College Game Day. And, at times in the last couple of years, it was a tough watch once in a while as age started catching up with them. But nobody can deny what a huge impact he made on that show and in the college football to begin with. He was great. He was just fun to watch. Obviously older guy who played along, and no matter who his co-hosts were, and Kirk Herbstreit kept him going a little bit the last couple of years as like a grandson almost to him, and. The whole thing when he'd put on the helmets and he'd fake people out and things like that. And, not so fast, my friends. I mean, that's a line that will go down in sports broadcast history. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Okay, in the broadcasting world, okay, so now Lee Corso will be gone. Who out there do you want to see gone in broadcasting?
Well, first of all, for Corso, I'm glad it was starting to get uncomfortable. And Herbstreit, he was doing like his role and Corso's role, like trying to keep him going, repeating everything to him. It was almost like a son and his grandfather out there, and you're like, oh, okay, now maybe, because I used to love, because I would always watch to see which helmet gear he's going to put on or which mascot gear. He had great personality, but after, I think when he had a stroke or something, he was never quite the same. He's getting up there in age. Mm-hmm. For me, just because he's only funny to himself now, that's Terry Bradshaw. It's Terry Bradshaw. I love Terry Bradshaw when he played for the Steelers, and he was funny. When he first got on Fox, he was quirky, he was different. Now, snatching the microphone at the Super Bowl. Nah, it's my mic. Terry, you didn't play in the game, okay? It's time. Jimmy Johnson walked away. You probably should have left with Jimmy and let some new people take over that show. Bradshaw's my guy.
This may surprise you coming from me because I was a very big fan of him as a player. I know it's become almost a bit. I don't think he believes it 100% of the time. And it's only a small part of what he does on that show. But I'm going to stick with college football. Desmond, it's time. I don't take him seriously anymore. he's become such a clown. And I know there are those who, you guys, get on Joel Klatt's case a lot. But at least to me, Joel Klatt has, whether you agree with it or not, has reasoning for maybe being too pro-Michigan in your guys' eyes. Okay, I understand that. But Desmond's basically become a clown on the air. I don't think Joel Klatt is a clown. And to me, I don't need to watch clowns on my football broadcast. To me, it's Desmond.
See, I think I'm with you. Desmond was number 2 on my list. Okay. He was. You're not that far off. But, I mean, if you're going to go the full clown route, then you know what you do. You go the way of Charles Woodson, who just lets you know, I'm here for Michigan. I'm going to run around with the flag. I'm going to do all. I could put up with that because it's like, okay, you went there. I don't take you seriously because you're not taking yourself seriously. But Desmond is Mr. I can lecture everybody else's school and you need to be doing this. And you, right. Hey, Des, what about the cheating scandal? Huh? Hey, Des, what about all this stuff going on? Well, we're just going to wait and see with the facts. But any other school, he's ready to lay down the hammer. Hey, put the camera on me. I got some deep thoughts because I'm Desmond Howard. Yeah, no one cares.
See, Woodson, at least when he's not dealing with Michigan, he's not there. Yes, he shows his bias. There's no doubt about it.
But he owns it, Stoney.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying is he talks about other stuff, I think, even better than Desmond does.
He does. But see, here's the thing. Like Herb Street. Herb Street played for Ohio State. But if something happened with Ohio State, he's got no problem talking about Ohio State.
Well, I know. Ask the Ohio State fans.
Try to get Desmond to say anything about Michigan, and he's got nothing. Like,
I know.
Des, are you around? Des, you going to say anything? Thanks, Des.
Yeah.
So, that's mine. I'm with you on that.
248-539-9797. David, do you have one that you want to see go away?
I sure do, and I just saw him on my television screen about 15 minutes ago, and that is one Kendrick Perkins. That guy is a clown. He has no idea what he's saying. He always is just loving on LeBron. I don't need it anymore.
David, he's standing on business.
I need him to not stand on business anymore and just leave television. Be gone. Because, just for one, he lied. Last year, he was upset with the voting for the awards and said, I'm not going to vote next year. Well, guess what he just put in? His ballot for the awards this year. So miss me with all that. Kendrick Perkins, get out of here.
Kenny, do you have one?
Yeah, there's a couple I was trying to choose between, but Cowherd's mine, and it's by kind of a mile. It's all these shows kind of mirror each other where there's a hot take, somebody says something that that they'd only maybe 15% believe, just to make a Twitter clip about it or a YouTube short on it, just so that they can be put on social media. To me, it's the over-exaggeration. It's I'm so upset about this. Cowherd's the king of the, Baker's not wearing his hat backwards. I hate him. It's like, what are these takes that you're coming up with, man? These are brutal. Absolutely brutal. It bothers me. That's why when I've basically muted all those accounts on social media because I don't ever want to see them again.
248-539-9797. Evan Jenkins has walked into the control room. Do you have a person you want to see get rid of? Or gone? Like Lee Corso's gone.
Former morning show host that we used to have on 97.1 that he's now filling in for Mike Valenti. No, I digress. What about this artist from New Jersey? If he could go away, what's his name?
Oh, we're talking about Bruce? Broadcasters. Come on.
Oh, sorry. All right. No, I like them all.
Oh, how about I thought you were going to say, I thought you were going to say Wisconsin 47, Michigan State 49. All right, 248-539-97.
You'd have to listen in order to 97. Hear that.
April is here, folks. Baseball's in full swing along with basketball. And you guessed it, I need the high-speed internet to watch all the games on all the streaming apps. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet,
I get the speed I need at a great price, and along with that great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. I can enjoy all my favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the sports action, Xfinity allows me to stream all of my favorite shows. Xfinity lets you choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs. They even got gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows and all the scores and stats. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just simply drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Two four eight 539-9797, the Great Lee Corso. I guess we can call him the Great Lee Corso. Announced that he's retiring after the first game of college football season.
Glad they didn't string it out for the entire year.
Yeah.
First game, give them. They should have just done it last year.
Yeah.
They should have done it a few years ago.
Yeah, there's no doubt. The last couple of years.
Well, what they should have done is the forced retirement, like they did with Johnson from Fox Sports on the NFL show for the Super Bowl. You all remember what they did for the Super Bowl for Jimmy Johnson?
Yeah.
Hey, here's a video of Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, and then months later he actually announced it. They should have did that for Lee Corso.
Right, Jimmy's like,
yeah. Well, you said forced retirement. I don't think Jimmy was forced out. Do you?
They played a video.
I know. I understand.
And then they asked him afterwards, "Is there an announcement for you?" He's like, "No."
Oh no, he had no. I mean, Stoney, if you
he had no idea the video was going.
They forced him out.
I don't think he had any idea. Like, wait, what just happened here? What?
That was part of the I think they forced that man out.
They were playing him off like at an awards ceremony.
Yeah.
All right, time to go.
Give him the hook. 248-539-9797. We have any ticket text? Who do you want to see go? Like Lee Corso is gone, unfortunately.
Someone says Joe Buck. No need for the explanation. He just needs to go.
All right, I will. Look, years ago when he's done some Super Bowls, and he wasn't very excited. I believe it was the David Tyree play, right? And I know a lot of people got, were, I won't even say buck hurt during the 2006 World Series because the Tigers played the Cardinals and he was the play-by-play guy for the Cardinals, and people think that he hated the Tigers and all that stuff. I think right now, the Buck Aikman booth is the best of the four. I look, Tirico and Collinsworth are really, really good. I know Collinsworth. I love Tirico, as you know. Collinsworth is starting to get a little irritable on people. The Brady and Burkhardt, they're not close to Aikman and Buck. And Nance and Romo, they're better than Burkhardt and Brady, but they're not. Buck and Aikman are the best. And Michaels and Herb Street, they're getting better, but the chemistry was not good from the beginning. But to me, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, it's the best NFL booth there is.
I agree with you. Joe Buck to me used to be bad, but I really you're right. If you compare it to every other booth, like Tom Brady, people say, "Oh, Tom Brady shouldn't be there." I mean, if people care about this award-wise, Greg Olson actually got nominated for the Emmy, and not Tom Brady.
Right, well, Greg Olson was really good. Yeah,
Greg Olson is still like so.
Yes,
we still doing this Brady thing. Come on.
But yeah, I think Joe Buck is.
So Joe Buck did show a lot of excitement. There are people saying that. You know who didn't? I'll still the Holiday Bowl. I have no idea what Gus was on that game. Le'Veon going down the sideline about 70 yards. And Le'Veon Bell going down like he's at the Masters. And touchdown, MSU.
Now he's going the complete opposite. I mean, he's unbelievable.
Like you could tell he didn't want to be there for that game because he brought zero energy.
It's weird because there were when he first became national prominence was during basketball, during the NCAA tournament, and the buzzer beaters. There was always Gus Johnson time, and I loved his energy and things like that. Now he's he's made a cliche out of himself to a certain extent. I mean, the Don, Maserati Marv. We're talking about Marvin Harris. I mean,
Maserati Marv.
I mean,
You mean you didn't want to hear an interview with Sharon Moore during the MSU Michigan game, basketball? Like, hey guys, game's going on. Can we at least turn the camera?
The problem with that interview wasn't the interview itself. It was him turning his entire back to the game that he's supposed to be calling.
Right. I think Cohen Carr had this dunk. Oh, yeah, State just scored. Anyway, Sharon, my man.
Like, what are we doing here?
What was it like beating the Buckeyes?
Oh, man. On Ticket Text, someone says, Skip Bayless to the moon.
Skip Bayless, he doesn't do anything now. Anyway, he is gone.
I was about to say,
he does his
wasn't
own
he on that
thing,
last rocket ship?
Yeah, he was on.
Exactly. He was with Katy Perry and Gayle King the other day, bro.
They kept him up there.
I think, you got your wish already.
Pat McAfee, he needs to be gone. That's from Patrick.
Patrick, I've never got that. Apparently I'm in the minority. I've never understood the McAfee love and how this guy is great. I've tried watching the show multiple times, and the whole time I was like, what am I watching here?
I love the energy, and look, he gets great guests. I love it. Like I said, I love his enthusiasm. He does really good interviews. Sometimes his questions are a little long-winded, but I like him. I like his cast of characters and all. I still can't figure out what AJ Hawk actually does.
I don't know what the cast of characters like. This the whole show is just like I don't get it.
The only thing I don't like,
you know what?
I think he's good on College Game Day. He's
as a piece.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all him and all his and this is going on for hours. Okay,
I'm not. I mean, I used to be a lot more into the world of wrestling. 2 decades ago, I don't. To me, it's too much wrestling when they have on that show. Sometimes I know Kenny and probably Evan think I'm crazy, but That's the only thing I don't like about Pat McAfee. I like the show. I love what younger audiences are listening to and watching, and I understand it's different. It's kind of like a lot of the Barstool stuff that I like. I consider myself probably one of the oldest people who actually listen to that stuff.
Yeah, and you can miss me with Barstool, period. And that's for many, many reasons. But
248-539-9797. Let's go to Nolan in Rochester. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Hey, Nolan.
I know it's not current, but back when Matt Shepard was announcing the Tigers games, I used to turn on the radio just to avoid listening to him call the games. I don't know what it was, but he was enthusiastic, but 5 seconds late, and I just never could get into him. It was a pain to listen to. And then, Stoney, to back up your point, I will die defending Joe Buck. I think he is hated for no reason.
I agree.
I love listening to him, especially baseball. I wish he would do more baseball.
You know what, Nolan?
I definitely enjoy listening to him.
When everybody hates you like Joe Buck, you must be doing a good job.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah,
Exactly,
I'm
yeah.
with you on that because he just goes out there and does, like, I've never understood the slander for Buck either. Like, guys, he's actually pretty good.
You know, I will say I did see videos like way back when he started announcing, and I'm a little bit younger, so I didn't really watch him, at the start. And I get he wasn't enthusiastic and stuff, but now he's a great announcer. I love listening to him, and like you said, him and Aikman together are a great combo.
I think what you said about Shep, and thanks for the call. I think Matt did a nice job. I think sometimes he got bogged down with stats a little bit too much. Other than that, I think where Matt Shepard is really, really, when he did Michigan basketball, he was excellent. And Matt Shepard should be doing play-by-play for some team.
It's funny you say
basketball.
Because Michigan basketball was always my guilty pleasure, especially like when the game was still playing and the state game was over and I was driving back home from East Lansing and I get to hear Shep. You're right. Like he
Shep was
excellent at Michigan
and
basketball.
that's not a knock on Brian who does it now, but
because here's the
Shep
thing.
was great.
Shep, I never knew if they was winning or losing because the enthusiasm
Yes.
never went down.
Yes.
Like, okay, you know what? Michigan's only down by 21. Like, whoa, you're bringing that kind of energy for that?
Yeah, he was doing his a great job, and he should be doing stuff for the Big Ten Network. I think it's kind of a shame, to be honest with you.
True.
But by the way, speaking of Michigan basketball, not to get morbid, but somebody else who was great at Michigan basketball passed away earlier this week. Larry Henry passed away, and Larry Henry was really good at Michigan basketball. During 89 and all that whole year after that with the Fab Five. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Hank. What's up, Hank, in Westland?
Well, I can't believe what's up, Stoney.
How are
First
you?
time me talking to you.
Thank you.
But, man, Stephen A., man, he got to go. Anytime you got to put your middle initial in your name, that's just arrogance to me, man. I can't speak too loud, too hot takeish. You got to interject yourself inside everything, man. Just go somewhere, bro.
Really?
And I
So,
think
Hank,
you gotta
you
see
don't like Stoney D over here?
You don't like Rico's favorite Michigan State coach, John L. Smith?
No. Hank,
I ain't saying that. He had to get that because they had a John Smith before that. I get that.
Hank, I get what you're saying
man,
about
I
Stephen A. I mean, it's like the one thing you're always taught, don't make yourself a part of the story, except Stephen A. is a part of every story.
Well, and it's worked for him. It's worked for him because
for $10 million,
the amount of money he's getting.
Between him and McAfee, no wonder ESPN is hemorrhaging money.
Well,
I'm just going to say it.
Here's the thing with Stephen A. I think Stephen A. is a great entertainer. Yeah, he's loud at times, but that's okay. I just sometimes in that whole format when they talk over each other too much, and I'm guilty of interrupting sometimes as well, but I don't yell like that. The only thing that bothers me about Stephen A. is I believe in less is more, and he's doing all this stuff that the non-sports. I mean, the fact that Stephen A. Smith, people are considering, and he has said the door is open for him to run for president of the United States.
Stoney, is this your first day in 2025?
No, I know.
Hey.
No, I know.
I mean,
it's just absurd to me.
it's not that. It's honestly, I wish he gets it and he'd leave and go and just because. I mean, when the biggest story a couple weeks ago was, you and LeBron challenge. First of all, LeBron would have whooped your ass that night. Okay, let's just be real.
Right. Well,
what were you gonna do?
He said that.
You lift a couple weights. Yeah, LeBron would have smashed you into the court.
Look,
he would have knocked that hairline even further back.
Right. But as a father, I had to sit there and let him do that. As a father, no one cares.
Well, it wouldn't be the worst. Look, we have a person who is a terrific reality television star as the president now. I mean, so Stephen A. Smith would fit right in.
Why not?
97 won the ticket. Smooth Jazz 98.7. No, that's 97.1 The Ticket. It's Valenti Rico Show. Stoney subbing in for Mr. Valenti and the Hatchet Man. It is now time for some football.
Guys, Aaron Rodgers spoke today.
Oh, God.
And we got our answers. Well, no, we don't. We still have no answers on where he's going to go, if he's going to play, if he's going to retire. But we did get a story regarding the Jets with him. He's not happy with the way that ended. So he says Aaron Glenn made Aaron Rodgers fly across the country just to tell him they were going another direction. Quote, I met with Coach. We started talking. He runs out of the room. Then he comes back with the GM, and I'm like, okay. So we sit down, think we're going to have a long conversation, and 20 seconds in, Glenn asks him, you sure you want to play football? Rodgers answers, I said yes. Immediately after, Glenn says, we're going in another direction. Aaron then says in his interview, he had to pay for his own flight and spent hours flying for what could have turned into a 15-minute meeting on a phone call. Is this a bad look for Aaron Glenn?
It's a bad luck for the Jets. It is a bad look for Aaron. Look, I have no sympathy at all for Aaron Rodgers. I mean, oh, boy, you only make $60 million or whatever the hell you make and you can't afford to fly. I don't feel for that. But he's right. If you have no desire to keep me, why the hell do you make me fly to New York? That is a bad look for Aaron Glenn. And maybe he was under, Woody Johnson told him that's the way he had to do it. That's possible too, but that's ridiculous.
It's a catch-22 because here's the thing. Because he's Hall of Fame quarterback, did you disrespect him by simply calling him up and saying, not face-to-face, not being a man, yeah, we're going to move on in a different direction? Because then he would be like, you could have at least called me in there and did it face-to-face. It's Aaron Rodgers, and he just finds a way to bitch and whine and complain about everything. The Jets, you let him go. I'm going to ask you, is there ever a right way to break up with somebody? No. Because the person's going to say, well, you should have did this, or we could have did this over the phone, or you could have sent the text message. They could have just sent the text message, Aaron, we're done with you. And he would have been on the show all angry and, oh, look at they disrespected me. It's Aaron Rodgers. I admit, I'm a little skewed. But, hey, look, if you're going to move on, I would have just pressed the issue on the phone and said, hey, guys, if you're not going to have me back, just go ahead and spare. Let's save the money.
Correct.
And just tell me right now. Just tell me. That would have been me. Just tell me right now before I fly all the way out there, because I got better things to do to fly out there to have you say, well, we're going to move on.
Or tell me if I have to pay for my own flight anyway.
Correct. I totally agree with you, because if you watch the interview, Aaron Rodgers continued to say there's a lot of things going on in his personal life. So if that's the case, you call me. That would be, you know what? Tell me what is going on, because if I don't have to fly out, I got other things I can handle.
Right.
Just let me know now.
Right. If I'm in the same town, that's one thing. But it's like, hey, I need you to come into the office.
If you want to talk football, then yes.
Okay,
I'll
this
come.
sounds serious. If you're letting me go, I'm gonna let you off the hook right here, right now.
Right.
Just let me go over the phone.
Bad look, Jets.
But yeah, don't waste my time.
He would have complained either way, though. I think you're right.
That's true.
They didn't. They just called me. Didn't even. Yeah, it's Aaron Rodgers. So let's move on to the Cleveland Browns. Yeah, the Cleveland Browns. They have the number 2 pick, and Andrew Berry spoke today, just like the Lions GM spoke today. And yep, they're taking Travis Hunter because he says this. It's a little bit like Shohei Ohtani with Travis Hunter. Pitcher or hitter, he's an outstanding player. You get a unicorn if you use him both ways. I mean, no even surprise of even opening up a trade possibility. You're telling everyone I'm taking Travis Hunter.
Well, maybe he's
See, I don't think he
is.
I don't think it's a trade opportunity, David, because the one thing we've said about this draft, and Stoney, it's a lot of depth. There are no people that
Top
you're like,
three.
oh my God, this guy's a difference maker. To me, the only one would be Abdul Carter.
Right.
And if he's going to fall to you, New York,
you're going to take
you know
him.
what? I'm going to let you guys do what you got to do. There's no quarterback that, man, this guy is a can't-miss guy. There's no player. So I think that they are just telling Cleveland fans, unlike what, Brad said, hey, I'm going to tip my hand here. This is the guy we're going to go for, so get ready. Get ready for your Travis Hunter jerseys. Yeah.
So let's move on here to the NFL GMs regarding NIL. Things have changed. We know players are getting paid now, and we sometimes wonder, how do GMs, how do scouts kind of look into this? Well, Diana Rossini kind of gave a view inside on Colin Cowherd regarding what GMs do, and this is a question that a GM asked during the combine. She said she had one general manager share with me the notes that he took during an interview. Says, yes, we understand players are getting paid. That is not the problem for us. He says, she goes on to say that he shared with me that he met with some of these prospects and some of these guys were telling him that they had other opportunities at other schools that they were going to pay more, but they liked the program they were part of, and that's what the GMs and scouts care about. Are they choosing themselves over the team or the team over them? Instead of choosing to go to a place that gave them more money, they chose less, chose the team. Fair for the GMs to look into that?
Sure. It shows, it wouldn't be a deal breaker for me if I was a GM, but, a lot of teams who, care about culture, shows a commitment and they're not worried about other things. I think that's good. For football guys, they like seeing that.
I think when it comes down to the NIL, I've said this and I'm going to say it again. Players who constantly are in the portal and moving around and taking that next deal, no, they're not going to go to the next level. So I have to maximize now. Mm-hmm. Players who know I'm an NFL player, I'm going to go to the league. Not only go to the league, I'm going to stick on a roster. I'm going to play. These are NIL, that's pennies. I'm not going to fight over pennies when I'm about to make serious cash money dollars. So, yes, I'm in a situation, I'm going to help this team win because even if I'm on a bad losing team, I'm going to the league anyway, and that's why I'm going to get the real paychecks where the people who are in the portal bouncing around, chances are after their 5th or 6th year, that's it.
To your point,
they'll be playing in the UFL and in Canada.
You're right. And to your point, this is regarding the Nico situation. Cam Newton was out there saying, yes, he gets it. Players should get paid. He understands that. But he also said regarding Nico, he says, the money will be there later. Yeah. Worry about development now.
Right. Well, speaking of Nico, if you believe his dad, it had nothing to do with the money. It was the type of offense that he was going to be in.
Yeah, and he's getting now 1.75 at UCLA, according to the report.
Well, that high-powered offense that UCLA had.
Yes, exactly.
Now, the only other thing, the side that GMs run into with the portal and NIL because players stay, I think it hurts the depth of the draft, where a lot of guys that you would have taken in round 5, 6, and 7 and undrafted free agents, finding those hidden gems, it's better for me just to stick around and make the money, and then I'll be that 5th, 6th round pick in a few years rather than just taking that chance right now. So I do think that it takes away from the depth perspective after like the first 4 rounds. Now a lot of guys that you probably would have been in the draft stayed in college to make a couple extra bucks just in case. But yeah, Nico, spare me. You're going to UCLA.
Yeah, it ain't
not
the
a powerhouse
offense.
team. Deshaun Foster, okay, good luck with that.
And let's close it out with this. Speaking of transfer portal, West Virginia, Rich Rod is back, but not players, because 30-plus players have entered the transfer portal from West Virginia. They entered on Wednesday. 30-plus players?
David, 36, and 12 of them were walk-ons.
So that's 24 players.
Right.
Real player, yes.
24 players. David, I think we got to move on from a society of seeing that number and be like, oh, my God, what's going on? That's every team.
You're right.
Every team is going to have about 20 or so players leave every year. And look at your program's falling apart. Wait, it's like a bus. Wait a minute. It'll be your program in about 5 minutes of everybody exiting and leaving.
That's the new landscape. You're exactly right.
I expect 20 players every year to turn over off of every roster.
And that is in football today.
248-539-9797. Tigers coming up on these airwaves against the Kansas City Royals. Former Tiger Michael Lorenzen will be pitching for the Kansas City Royals.
You get an extra segment
for the Tigers. That's right. First one of the year.
First one of the year.
Yes. What do we call it? The big finish?
The big finish. So make sure you stick around for that final segment.
Okay.
As we lead into the Tiger baseball game.
And the Wings close out their regular season tonight against the Maple Leafs in Toronto. Pistons begin the playoffs in New York coming up on Saturday.
Kenneth, what are your thoughts that the Red Wings season is officially over?
Thank God. The death march is finally done. I got no passion. I got no joy. I got no anger. I got nothing. I'm just glad that we can finally shift our focus to a Pistons playoff run and the Tigers.
So the final games meant nothing to you?
No.
Did you even watch any of it last night?
No, I didn't watch any of it last night. The game before, I think I had on the second screen is background noise, but I'm not locked in. You know.
When did they finally just take your soul and you just said enough?
Oh, that was the trade deadline.
No. I mean, were you like it became? I'm not even watching this anymore.
Yesterday was the first one that I actively didn't watch.
Okay. I was just curious because I'm like they're weird. Like, is Kenny enjoying these games or does this make you just angry?
You mean you don't want to watch tonight to see if DeBrincat can get 2 goals to get to 40?
No, I don't. I'll read about it on Twitter. All the Steve bots will be tweeting about it. Don't worry.
Just curious, man. I feel bad for you, Kenny. I really do.
No, you don't need to feel bad. I knew this was going to happen the moment they didn't do anything at the deadline. I knew this would be my fate, so I was prepared mentally and emotionally for this. This is nothing to me.
Okay. Well, I don't know how to try to segue into what we're going to talk about right now, but in case you don't know, there was some horrific goings on the campus of Florida State University in Tallahassee today, where a gunman fired some shots. I believe 1 dead is what we've seen right now.
Well, it looks like 2 dead, 5
now.
are hospitalized. Looks like they got the shooter.
It was a student, from what I understand, right? That's what I heard.
It's also the son of the Leon County Sheriff's deputy. So, right. And yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Stoney,
right.
These things.
We become almost numb to it, unfortunately.
Right, where it's almost like, wait, was this the shooting that this happened? Was this like, it used to be? I mean, I still, like, Columbine was like, wow.
Right.
This is really happening. And
Yes.
now it's like, oh, wait, which one was that? And it's sad that we got here. But we did a segment last week, and we were just talking about people who, bring out their phones at games, concerts.
I'm guilty of that at times.
Stoney, I think we finally, like, in the middle of all of this, my only thoughts, and I'm glad for the people who got away, and I'm sorry for the people that didn't, but why in the world are you bringing out your phone to record this?
Especially if you're close to what the hell's going on. If you're, not that I would do it, but if you're, I don't know, a few hundred yards away, you're, somewhere where there's nothing going on.
There's nothing. At that point, it's survival instinct. I'm running. I'm hiding. I'm doing something. Pull out your cell phone and record this is just not there for me.
It's not me either. And I use my phone way too much for social media things. But something like that, I don't know. I don't know what gets into somebody's mind to actually do that. To me, if you're going to take out your phone, granted, it's probably redundant. You're calling 911. I don't think you're thinking, because the excuse I've heard before for similar situations, well, if there's video, maybe I can help the authorities apprehend somebody, things like that. I don't think that's the case. People don't do it for that.
I'm thinking, I don't want them to know where we're hiding. So put the phone away. Right now, we're safe.
You're right.
I don't need everybody to know what's going on until I hear cops out there knocking on the door. It just amazes me. You're seeing people hiding under desks, and it's like, what made you think to just, I need to start recording some of this? Right. I do not get. I
No.
don't understand it at all. What was the point of that?
There are some situations where, like, fights on planes and, in the airport, for some reason, Spirit Airlines seems to be involved in a lot of these altercations where I sit there and I say, why would you, wouldn't you try to break it up or do so? Why are you videoing it? And then I'm sitting there and I say, wait a second, you're being a hypocrite. Because as a consumer or watcher of the video, I'm glad there's some idiots. I'm glad I get to see this idiot at Spirit Airlines or on that jerk on the plane.
See,
because it's funny.
Sonny, I guess I'm old school because when something happens, I'm going to sit there and watch it and be like, oh my God, I can't see this. And you'll turn it into a great story to tell.
Yeah.
But at no point do I think, let me get my phone out. Like, the one where the woman went crazy, went naked, running through the Dallas airport. It's like, what? Okay. All right. Explain that one when you get home. Where, like, your wife is like, why is this in your phone? Funny story.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Well,
Evan. Oh.
That one, I think, if I saw a woman running nude through the metro airport, I think I might take out my phone. I'm not going to stop her.
No, too many things could just go wrong. Why are you recording this? Nope.
Because it's hysterical.
I don't
it's
want
like streakers on the field.
I don't want anybody to come. Oh, well, you recorded it, and I'm suing you now because I was on medication. Nope, didn't see it. Didn't see it at all.
Rico's worried about getting sued. I love it.
I know.
I probably would record it.
Yes. Some you would, some
and David,
you would.
if you did, it'd never go public. Yeah, correct. Hey, guys, look at this, what I saw. Hey, but no, absolutely not.
I'm on Team Rico here. I think the room's divided in half. I would not want, any evidence of this on my phone because, God forbid, my girlfriend opens it up and it's right there. But even beyond that, legal repercussions of why are you filming a naked woman in public?
Right, she comes back and says, oh, I was going through something, and I've gotten canceled and lost my job because of your video. And
that makes much more sense.
I just wouldn't post it. That's all.
Okay, that makes much more sense, the legal stuff, than, I don't want my girlfriend to see it on the phone. It's not that you're like up and close and you're touching the woman. You see this weird ass person run through an airport naked. You're taking video of it because it's hysterical.
But what if a weird person comes up to you and says, hey, you, right up to the phone, and now you're involved? Nope.
Yeah, but
I'm walking away. I'll leave that for you and David.
Yeah, but your girlfriend or your wife, they'll laugh too. I would think. I'd hope.
I don't know if I should be on the same side as Stoney on this. Maybe I shouldn't.
David, would your wife laugh?
Yeah, she would laugh.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Reese Olson gets the ball tonight. The Tigers open up a 4-game weekend series downtown with the the Royals at Comerica Park. They're looking to rebound from back-to-back losses to the Brewers. First pitch at 6:40. That pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pistons wrapping up a full week of practice and will next travel to the Big Apple tomorrow. That's before their first-round playoff series with the Knicks. Head coach J.B. Bickerstaff, what do you want to see from this young Pistons group in their first playoff appearance? Pistons had lots of regular season success against the Knicks this year, going 3-1, 2 wins at Madison Square Garden. Game 1 Saturday, 6 o'clock. The Red Wings aim to make it 4 straight wins to end the year during the season finale at the Leafs tonight. No playoffs for a 9th straight season, of course. That puck drop at 7 over on WWJ. Lions GM Brad Holmes says there have not been any recent discussions about a reunion with defensive end Zadarius Smith. He was at a Pistons game recently, but Holmes said they haven't had contract talks with him in a month. And Michigan State Gymnastics will compete in the national championship semis tonight for the first time in 37 years. Spartans facing number 1 LSU, Utah, and UCLA, 9 o'clock tonight in Fort Worth, Texas. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
What are you trying to do to Kenny, David? Are you trying to, just put him out of his misery?
Rico asked me last segment how I felt about everything.
I know.
And I was fine. And now I'm angry. And now I'm upset. Not at the Wings, at David.
Yeah.
I felt like a shot across the bow. Unnecessary.
You know what?
Kenny,
I can respect that.
That's Pastor Hull to you.
Right.
You proud of yourself, David?
Not this time.
I just wanted to know, season was over. Is Kenny oh, you know what? I'm going to miss this, or, thank God it's over. Because I've been with you there, Kenny. I have. I watched a 5-7 football team this fall, and
it's death march. Near the end, it gets to be a death march.
Season couldn't end. Because it was kind of like the Wings. Okay, if they win this last game, they go 6-6. But man, they're going to end up losing in a bowl game.
You try to go mining for silver lining, and there's just none there.
No. And Rutgers just said, nope, none of that. You're done. Game over.
Kenny, if there's one thing that maybe puts the Wings season in a microcosm for tonight, you know what that is?
What?
That Mrazek is starting in goal tonight.
That's your little cherry on top.
The last game of the season. He's been hurt the last 2 weeks. They should never have traded for him anyway. But let's finish it off and put Peter Mrazek in goal tonight.
I can't tell if I want him to get shelled by 6 goals or if I want him to, out of spite, just shut out.
It doesn't make a difference.
It doesn't make a difference.
It's so irrelevant.
I don't care one way or the other, and I probably won't be watching, but man.
Yeah.
That is, you're right. That's the cherry on top.
And I did, because I'm a glutton for punishment, I did watch a little of the post game last night. And I thought Todd McClellan, do we have that bite, by the way? I don't know. I don't think I'll give Todd McClellan a lot of credit, because he was asked about, of course, I don't know if it was Trevor or somebody else, the fact that, it was 3 wins in a row. And he goes, well, it's not exactly like these teams are playing their best players. He goes, it would mean a little more to me if New Jersey played Hughes and, Bratt and some of their other guys who were sitting out tonight. It would mean a little more, but he knows that these teams are sitting out their best players, hopefully so they won't get hurt for the playoffs. So it's going to be a very interesting offseason, and I guess we'll talk about that a little bit tomorrow when the season finally ends tonight. We made ticket texts on the people who would video ridiculous things, especially today, what happened in Tallahassee. And you could see a lot of the stuff online and, people that who were there bringing out their phone. I assume they weren't worried about their own safety, because if they were and still did that, then they need their head
No,
examined.
it's not they actually were. They were actually hiding underneath things, and you could see people crouched down. So,
They weren't too worried to get their phone out, though.
How that even crosses your mind, that's a whole nother generation, I guess, and I'm not a part of it.
Video is crucial nowadays. Some idiots will claim things never happen unless there is video. Too many morons out there. That is Max in Ypsilanti.
There are a lot of conspiracy theories out there. You're correct.
No, and I get it. There are some things that, if it wasn't for the videotape, you would have never known. I mean, going back to the whole Rodney King thing, we would have never, he probably did. And it's like, oh, wow, look at that. But when my life is on the line, that ain't me.
Someone says, you guys are stupid. There is zero repercussions for videotaping somebody in public. I don't think that's what the problem is that you just don't want to have it on your phone at all.
I don't want to have it on my phone. And David, let's say I post it and now you find out this woman wants to sue you because she got fired because they gave her bad medication and you embarrassed her. And we live in a litigious society and there's no repercussion. Okay. Yeah, you can go ahead and call Sam. I'm not.
I partially disagree with you, Rico. If you have a phone and you are recording it, you might be able to help the police if you see the assailant.
That's what I said as well, but I don't think that's the reason people do it, though. We're trying to figure out why people even do it. I don't think people are sitting there running for cover saying, oh, wait a second, I want to get like a badge to be the deputy of the day, so I'm going to take a video so I can apply for this great award and be honored at City Hall.
Someone says, put away your phone and fight for your life. Another person says, people think that the media will give them money for their phone.
You know what? You're probably right.
TMZ might.
You're probably right. Where all of a sudden it'll go up there and you'll become famous. You'll get the likes. You'll get whatever. That's just not me.
Right. But
God bless you if you want to do it. Don't expect to see that from me.
But look, in these situations, no, okay? But in situations where there are brawls at games and sometimes there's some ridiculous acts in the stands, if you know what I mean, that some people take videos of. And I'm kind of glad there are some of those people who are providing us with entertainment.
I'm not going to say I'm happy that there's so kind of people. I don't know if we should see this.
My thing is
the one today. No.
Right. Your life is on the line. No. But okay, fine. You're at a game and something happens. You record it.
Two drunks are fighting, and somebody throws a punch, and the guy tumbles down the steps and all that stuff. If they doesn't get seriously hurt, that's funny.
Okay, well then someone brings this up. Look at the plane that crashed. People were filming as they were getting off the plane that was upside down.
Yeah.
They continue to say, "What if the plane blew up?" And you're sitting here trying to film while you're getting off instead of quickly getting off.
Right. That I don't understand.
Once again, if your life is on the line,
yes.
I remember because the one guy and people are like, he had to show. No, I'll just tell you what happened. The plane is upside down. Yes. I want off. Well, you didn't record. No, I didn't record it.
Right. I'm Lionel Richie. I'm dancing on the ceiling right now.
It's upside down. Okay. Oh, well, no, that ain't me.
248-539-9797. It's a different society. And
it is.
And I get
I blame Kenny's generation for that.
I was agreeing with you earlier.
You were. I was just saying if you were paying attention, Kenny.
Yeah. Well, it's not Kenny's fault. It might be just his generation. Not every person in the generation does the wrong thing. Kenny usually does the right thing.
Does he? I know he does.
See, I don't know. Wait. Well, I was about to say, is Costa? Yeah, Costa's in your generation. I could easily see Costa doing.
Okay, blame Costa. I didn't do anything.
I can see Costa.
He's
Costa,
chronically on his phone, filming things, taking pictures on
Costa
social
gives us
media.
pictures from his vacation that we can't unsee.
I don't need that.
I
don't
could
need
never
it.
unsee that. That's is.
I just don't need it.
That ain't some stuff I'd be bragging on. Let's just put it like that.
Oh no!
Well, I mean, look, for somebody who has actually done a lot of really stupid stuff on the air, Costa, he has some small qualities that I have, not the good ones. I mean, like today, I mean, if you're going to parrot or imitate Mason, at least it should sound better than this, right?
Oh, I was looking for something else.
Oh. I did what
No,
I
was
didn't
looking
listen.
for this.
Oh.
he said that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't listen this morning, so I don't know the context of the Detroit basketball. Was he?
Oh no, he was reading Beasley's letter to the city of Detroit, and in there he was like Detroit basketball.
It's funny. I have it right up here.
So right, and so when he said that, I was just like, oh, David, you gotta pull that out. Yeah.
Well, especially if you're reading the letter, which I got it right here. You know, I can still, because Beasley basically said his mom is from Detroit. He came up here every summer and all this kind of stuff. And the bad boys, I can still hear the voice booming through the speakers. And he has it in big caps. Right. Detroit basketball. How could you? I could see if the font was like really small to say it like that. But I mean, and then also the second part, second time he says, the arena ain't rocking. That's not Detroit basketball. It's not where you want to be. He's talking about the way it used to be. So, yeah. All right. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. That is the telephone number here. Brad Holmes spoke today, the general manager around the National Football League, the last week or so, been doing their pre-draft press conferences. A lot of stuff he talked about, but none of these press conferences you're really going to get, concrete information. They're not going to tip their hand, nor should they. It's almost like it's almost a useless press conference. But Brad Holmes had an interesting analogy. It's weird because, at the owners' meetings when he spoke, he made the analogy about, for the cap and things like that, trying to exercise the cap to be something like, setting up your financial portfolio for the future. You've 529, you have to take that for your kids, and this and this and this. Today, he made the analogy of like us, watching the draft, waiting for the draft, watching him cook, so to speak. It's kind of like going to, MJR.
Because in most movies, you get a trailer.
Right.
And you know what? Sometimes you want to, who's in this movie? Because then I'll become more invested in this movie.
We are. We've been watching the trailer for the past
but
few
you're
months.
like, just sit back and watch. And basically, just trust me, I know what I'm doing.
I don't know what the hell's going on. I heard that piece of audio. It confused me more than anything that I've heard this week. Like, what is he talking about?
Well, I think what he's trying to say is, people trying to predict what's going to happen. He says, just sit back and figure it out. Wait.
No, that's the draft every year. They're going to try to figure out what you're doing.
I know that's a cottage industry. It's basically he's trying to downplay what we love.
If that's the case, then don't hold a press conference. Yeah. If you don't want us to ask you about your draft, then simply say, I'll talk to you when the draft is over. He loves the attention. He loves all of this. I'm smarter than you. I know more than you. You just wait and see. You're going to love this movie.
If he loved the attention, he'd make himself a lot more available than he does. So I don't think he's an attention whore.
No. He loves the attention, whereas I get to come out with my receipts. I get to come out and show you. I know you want to know something, so I'm just going to toy with you the entire press conference and tell you nothing. That's what I mean. I'm not saying he's like a Jerry Jones, I love attention type of person. I'm saying he appears, looks like, seems like, feels like, to me, he enjoys this type of attention. Just sit back and wait. I'm smart. I know what I'm doing. You don't need to know anything. You'll enjoy it.
I think he enjoys the process. I mean, this is, he was raised basically as a scout. This is, yes, obviously you have to do other things, free agency and trades and things like that. But, this is his Super Bowl, really. This is how you build teams, and he should be excited about it. And he's been pretty damn successful. He's made some mistakes, as every general manager has. But I think he's just, it's a week away. He's ready for it to be over with already, I think. As most of us are. Just make the day.
Right. But if you're going to hold a press conference a week before, people are going to want to know, what are you doing? Okay, you don't have to tell us this guy, but okay, what are we doing here? Just sit back and wait. Then why are we doing this?
248-539-9797. We'll take your phone calls, your texts. 97.1.
So you're saying he loves the attention?
I think he likes, days like this. Absolutely, he loves days like this where, but just sit back and I'm not going to really tell you anything. And I know you got, what about this? And, it's like, dude, it was worse. I applaud you, Stoney, for going. It went exactly how I thought it was going.
Well, yeah, I know. I've been to so many of them for countless general managers over the years. The only one, he wasn't really the general manager, he was the head scouting director, was Ron Hughes, because back in the day we used to do a big draft show when the draft was on a Saturday and you needed 15 minutes of fill time in between picks. So you'd sit there, I don't know, let's say The Green Bay Packers select, running back Eddie Lacy from Alabama. And Ron Hughes, I would ask him about all these players, and we'd get him on tape, and he would describe, that don't happen anymore.
No.
I mean, I remember on Sundays, used to sit at the Silverdome after the draft, it was Saturday and Sunday, and the beat writers and some of the people in the electronic media, we'd go over with Ron Hughes. He'd go over the board and what teams he thought. I mean, it was fascinating. What team. They would tell you what players were off their boards and things like that. The NFL right now,
everything's protected.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
And
it first dawned on me for the Lions is when they moved to Allen Park, and all of a sudden there was fingerprint stuff that you had to go from one level to the next. Because the Silverdome, you'd be in there and they'd let you go in and walk around and talk to people. And the NFL is like the freaking Pentagon.
And now it's like, okay, well, we have to, hold this person. Like, here's the thing: 32 general managers are going to come out after the draft and say, we got all the people that we want.
Yes.
Everybody got everything that was on their Christmas list. Apparently, everybody was good.
Great.
And Santa just went down the chimney of 32 NFL teams.
Rico, I can't believe he was there. We were stunned.
Wait, tell me if you heard it. He was number 1 on our list.
Yes.
We couldn't believe he was there at pick number 28. Really, he was number 1.
Yeah.
He was number 1 on your list. Not Abdul Carter. He was number 1 on your list. And he just had, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And every GM's
tell me anything.
Every GM says the exact same thing after the pick. I love a truthful press conference or press availability with truth serum of how the draft really, really went. But we'll never know. We will never
because they
know.
can't. Because you can't do. Because if you
I know why.
you know what, we had 10 people. And 5 of them were gone, so we had to take one of the other 5. Well, who were the other 5 you didn't get?
Right. I mean, I'd love to know, hypothetically, for the Lions, if Jacksonville would have taken Aiden Hutchinson, who would the Lions have taken it to? Would they have taken Trayvon Walker? Would they have taken Thibodeau, or would they have gone somewhere else? I'd love to know that.
I think that's safe because
who had the better RAS score?
There you go, Kenny. Rat Man right there cracked the code.
97 won the ticket. I know many of you are going through the same thing that happened to me a few years back. My vision was deteriorating. I had a hard time seeing things up close, like the small print on my phone. I needed reading glasses, and I hated them. So I saw Michigan's most experienced eye surgeon, the great Dr. Yaldo. He explained that by about our mid-40s, natural lenses start losing its flexibility. He recommended a recent and remarkable innovation, bifocal implants. I said, let's do it. And man, what a lifestyle boost it's turned out to be. Not only will I never need glasses, contacts, or readers again, but the implants gave me the best vision of my life. I see everything with stunning clarity from up close and from the upper deck. For those of you who are younger, Dr. Yaldo's custom LASIK will also free you of glasses and contacts for good. Both procedures are fast, painless, safe, and can have you back to work the next day. I say safe. I'm kind of a wuss, and it was cool for me. So go to YaldoEyeCenter.com. That's YaldoEyeCenter.com for a free, no obligation evaluation. 1 week and 2 hours and 45 minutes from the beginning of the NFL draft. Of course, an hour earlier than that, the Pistons will be playing a home playoff game at Little Caesars Arena. Tickets still available in the nosebleed sections of Little Caesars Arena. Brad Holmes at his press conference today spoke about a lot of things. He's never going to give out any information on a particular player, although he was asked about a guy that's pretty popular as far as who people would love to see the Lions get. And I don't think he's going to be there at 28. Maybe that's a guy you trade up for, and that would be Mike Green from Marshall, and not into his playing ability. Just he was asked vaguely about when guys have issues, and Mike and Green has had some issues as far as off the field and how much that takes into account. And so he answered that stuff. But he was also talking about trading up and trading down. Brad Holmes has traded up, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 9 times, and he's traded back 4. So more up than down, but he has done both. Here's Brad talking about why trade up. Yeah, maybe be patient. History says he's going to trade up, but trading down is always a possibility. Here he talks about trading down a little bit. Yeah, because when you're picking at 28, chances are you do have a list of 4 or 5 players that, you would consider at that position. And if you think that they will be there, let's say with the first 2 or 3 picks of the second round, and a team who wants to move back into the first round, might be interested in doing that, then you do that. You do trade down a little bit. I think he's going to just be patient, because I think where they're scheduled to pick, there's going to be 3 or 4 guys that are going to be pretty much at the same level. I'm looking at multiple positions, but where it won't make sense for them to trade up is my opinion. And obviously, I can be wrong and probably will be wrong.
I look at it more of, I think he is going to trade up, at least in the first round. He's done it twice now in the 4 years he's been a GM. The major one, as he said, was J-Mo. Last year, he made a small trade up to go get Terrion Arnold.
Year before, he traded down when they had the 6th pick. They went to 12 and got Gibbs and got another picks.
So and I think at that point he figured, okay, well, being that it's Gibbs going to be a running back, he's still going to be available. We can get him a little bit later. I look at this. I think he has his list, Stoney. And I think he is going to trade up. I don't think it's going to be a major trade up. I don't think it's a top 10 trade up.
No.
So he's not getting one of these guys. But it'll be a team somewhere between 20 and 24.
if a run on a certain position that he values starts to happen, which last year I think the cornerback, all of a sudden the guy Philly got him.
Well, Quinyon Mitchell, he was, middle of the first. There was no way they could have had enough to trade up to get him.
Right, but at the time it was like, okay, are all the corners just going to start to slide? Mitchell goes off, and I think at that point he picks up the phone and says,
Right.
okay, I got to get my other guy. I think you will never know, but if Mitchell was there, I think Mitchell would have been the starting corner
There's
here.
no doubt about it.
But he was gone, so I got to make sure I get the second best corner, and I think the same thing. If a run starts on a certain position, let's just say it's an offensive lineman or if it's a defensive lineman, all right, now maybe we need to step up and make that trade. And the fact that you have extra third-round selections helps you in trading up because it entices people, hey, We'll swap 3 spots with you, and we'll throw you a third-round selection this year and a third-round selection next year to move up to balance out the chart. I don't have the chart in front of me, but you got extra toys to play with if it is that person that you want. Trading down, I think that only happens if Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart are still there on the board, and now a team may say, whether it's Cleveland or whether it's the Giants, hey, Detroit, we're sitting there with the second or third pick in the second round. You want to move back about 4 or 5 spots, and we'll compensate you for that. If you still have that, if you're still sitting there with 5 people on your list, they're like, okay, well, worst case scenarios, we get the last player, but we know we're not because they're going to take a quarterback. So that means we're going to at least get one of the people that we want on that list. That's the only way I see a trade back.
Yeah. You're right, because last year the Eagles had the 22nd pick in the draft. The Lions were sitting at 29, and then they made the trade to move up. Brian Thomas was by the way, was the sandwich pick between Mitchell and Arnold. But yeah, you probably would have had to go.
They were probably saying, okay, crossing their fingers. Is Mitchell gonna? Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, because I'm looking to see if any other cornerbacks were taken before 29, and there weren't. But if Arnold would have been there, somebody else might have probably taken him. Right. I would assume because most people thought Arnold was going to be
it's kind of
higher
like,
pick.
Kind of like the running back situation where there's 2 running backs. If you really want one and one is gone, you're going to have to, you know what, I got to make sure, Denver doesn't get this back over me, so I got to trade up and move ahead of them. And I think the same would happen with the Lions. They're looking at the certain positions like, you know what, don't want him playing in Green Bay. We need him here in Detroit. Let's get ahead of the Packers.
Did you see what Genti, by the way, came out and said yesterday? He basically said, if you want somebody who can't be tackled, draft me.
That's confidence.
Yeah.
Well, the first time he gets tackled, then I guess we should, be upset.
I know.
You lied to us.
Yes.
Right.
Any ticket text, David?
Yeah, ticket text here. Lions will stay put and draft the top center. Too many edge rushers will be gone. They will draft D-line in the round 2 and 3.
Well, if you believe everything out there, there will be other edge rushers available when they pick a center. I mean, Zabel, center and guard. I would like that pick. If he's still there, there's a chance he probably won't be there. I don't think you pick a center that early unless it's somebody who can do both like Zabel.
In a perfect world, we get a 6-man on the O-line, and we get a starter caliber D tackle and a young receiver later on to develop.
You're right. That would be ideal.
Even though Golden was here, I would be so shocked if they took Golden.
Yeah.
That would be one where I would be listening for your question in the press conference.
Yeah.
Tony, so, Brad, huh?
Yeah.
Really? Why?
And finally, you were talking about the draft videos and wanted to see when things don't go their way. Someone says, I don't think last draft went so well for Brad because they didn't release a draft video this year like they have in the previous drafts.
So far, that class ain't been spectacular either.
Right. I mean, they showed their reaction after they made the pick, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but that's just one social media clip. They had an entire video before. So.
Yes. Yeah, we were downtown, so I really didn't see.
Oh yeah, there was a lot going on last year.
Yeah, it was a whole lot going downtown. It's so weird because it's almost like the draft's not even happening. Detroit Lions fans, there you go.
Yeah. That's what happens when you pick a 28th, too.
No.
29th, whatever it is.
There may be some other things going on. We may get into it tomorrow.
They had a low pick last year.
Yeah, but it was here. That's why people were more jacked. If it was here again for some strange
Sure it ain't
reason.
Jaden Daniels?
What'd you say?
Sure it ain't Jaden Daniels?
No.
Okay.
I don't think that has anything to do with it. Whatever.
All right.
97 won the ticket. Tiger baseball tonight. Kansas City Royals are in town. Go down there. It's big start of a big homestand, 10-game homestand. 4 with the Royals, 3 for the Padres, and 3 with the Baltimore Orioles. Red Wings finish out the regular season in Toronto tonight. And, of course, the Pistons begin their playoff series Saturday in New York. And one of the advantages of playing New York and having the games on ESPN is, as we're watching NBA Today right now, Shams Charania, exclusive one-on-one with Kate Cunningham right now. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. The draft a week from tonight. Whoa, David, it's football today.
You all right, Stoney? The draft is a week from today, and while every team needs to get the draft right, we're going to go through a list here of teams specifically that need to get it right and for different reasons. Let's start with number 10 on this list. It is the Las Vegas Raiders. They have to get it right. Their reasoning for getting it right is because Pete Carroll's age. He's arriving at a steady hand with the new GM. The Raiders are hoping to fast-track the surge because Pete Carroll's not going to be there a long time. You agree with that reasoning for the Raiders?
Yeah, I agree with it, but I think it's stupid reasoning. I mean, you stupid to. I still think he could probably coach, but if you're hiring this guy, then you say, "Oh, we have to rush things." Just so because before he's too old to coach or too old to, or he dies on us. No, I mean that's absurd. You should build your team, the way it should be built, regardless of the age of the coach. But then again, these are the Raiders.
I get what you're saying, Stoney and David. Yes, I don't think that you brought Pete Carroll in for a 5-year plan. I think you brought Pete Carroll in for, a 2-year plan. In 2 years, we need to be one of the best teams in the AFC. In 2 years, we need to be one of those teams that people are talking about knocking off the Chiefs and the Bills and the Ravens. We got to put ourselves in that conversation. Unfortunately, Carroll's not there for this long-term plan. So, David, you're right. This pick has to work. It has to be that guy, which is why I do think they're probably going to go after and get a running back. And I think that's going to be Genty.
You're probably right about that. Next on the list will be the Jacksonville Jaguars. The reasoning here is two-part. First part is we always talk about how they're supposed to be good. Well, it's time for them to be good, and getting this pick right will help them do that. Second part is they will have a new stadium. And in order to sell out the stadium, in order to get the fans excited, they need to get the pick right.
Well, the selling out the stadium, I think, is overrated because the league makes so much money that the teams make a hell of a lot of money whether one person's in the seat or the stadium or 80,000 people are in the stadium. I think the reason they need to get it right is because their quarterback, who was the number 1 overall pick a few years ago, right, Trevor Lawrence, it's like, let's go. It's time for him. So anything that can help him win football games, that's why they need to get it right.
Yeah, I agree with Stoney on that one. They have to do this for Trevor Lawrence because I keep hearing how he's this great quarterback, and I'm not seeing it at all. I mean, he's okay. He's not taking over the league. I don't think right now he's the first ballot Hall of Famer. And David, even though they got a new stadium,
he's not a 30th ballot Hall of Famer.
Are they even going to be here, or are they going to relocate to England in a couple of years?
Well, they had a stadium coming up, so they got to stay there, right?
Yeah.
Do they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Ask
$1
the Raiders about
plus
that.
$1 billion plus.
Ask the Raiders
in the stadium.
about that. How many times have they moved?
Well, but they didn't have a new stadium.
Right.
They didn't have a new stadium.
Which also means there'll be another Super Bowl in Jacksonville.
So next on the list, the Carolina Panthers. And I think we all, could agree to this reasoning. They have to continue to develop Bryce Young, so they have to get it right around him.
Yeah, this is year 3 for this will be year 3 for Bryce Young. It's time. But their defense is so horrible that I don't know if look, obviously getting a good defense trickles down and helping the quarterback. So the Bryce Young rationale, I think, is wrong. They just need to get it right so they can field a competitive football team again.
See, I don't even think they need to get it right, David, because I think no matter what they do, they're just going to be the Carolina Panthers. They're going to shoot themselves in the foot. I don't know if you're going to get the same Bryce Young you got at the end of the season. I think that's what a lot of Carolina fans are banking on. Like, oh, the light switch finally turned on, and he's now an NFL QB. And look at those last 3 or 4 games that he played. It's Carolina. No, they can get it wrong, and they're going to be in the same drafting in the top 10 next year.
Next on the list will be the Cincinnati Bengals. And I think this one could be agreed upon as well. They paid Chase. They paid Higgins. They don't have much money left. They have to get it right.
Oh, yeah, they do. They have to get it right, especially if they can't bring back Trey Hendrickson. Then they have to get it right on their defense or their offensive line. They have to. Burrow you need to protect that guy.
I don't know how many picks they have. They have to get this entire draft class correct. Out of this class, let's just say, I don't know, but let's say they have 7 picks. You got to have 7 starters. Everybody's going to have to contribute. And if you're not starting, you have to be a part of the 2 deep. There's no dead weight, because if you go that route, you can afford to pay these guys because everybody else is making nothing. But it's beyond that first. Like, everybody's got to be a player on this team.
The final 3 on this list, the Browns. It says they went big swing and miss on Deshaun Watson. They cannot swing and miss on the draft this time.
They got to get players to build for the future, because who's their quarterback? Kenny Pickett?
Yeah.
Okay, so like
Pickett,
they're punting the season anyway. So
they've been better off keeping.
And they brought Joe
Jameson.
Flacco back.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Poor Kevin Stefanski. I think that guy deserves to be with a better organization. I think he's a pretty good game coach too.
He's still collecting the check. I'm not
I know.
feeling too bad
I
about
understand
him,
but yeah.
No, and I mean, it's like, oh, we're going to bring in Travis Hunter. Like, Cleveland, they just don't get it. Like, they're constantly going after the glitz and the glamour and the sizzle. It's
You
like,
put Abdul Carter with Myles Garrett. Thank you very much, game. At least you got half your defense.
No,
You're half your team done.
But if we get Travis Hunter, he can play both ways. Like, okay, that's good, but that's not what you need right now.
Correct.
You don't need a corner and a wide receiver. That's not going to help you in your division. You know what will help you? As you said, you go get Abdul Carter, you put him with Myles Garrett, and now, hey, we can slow down.
Tigers open up a 4-game weekend series with the Royals at Comerica Park tonight, looking to bounce back from back-to-back losses to the Brewers to end the road trip. Reese Olson gets the start for Detroit. Ex-Tiger Michael Lorenzen for KC. Manager A.J. Hinch says the Tigers should not be pressing right now, even after scoring just 1 run the past 2 games. Tigers enter this divisional showdown tops in the Central 10-8. Royals off to an 8-11 start. That's first pitch at 6:40. Pregame here in about 10 or 15 at 6:15 right here on 97.1. Red Wings look to close the season with a 4th straight win during their season finale at the Leafs tonight. No playoffs this year. 9 straight seasons now for that. Puck drop at 7 over on WWJ. We now know the start time for the Pistons playoff home opener against the Knicks downtown. Game 3, 1 week from today at LCA. Tips off at 7 o'clock. Game 1, of course, Saturday at the Garden, 6 o'clock. Lions GM Brad Holmes says there have not been any recent discussions about a reunion with defensive end Zadarius Smith. Last time they had contract talks was last month. And legendary Lee Corso retiring from ESPN after 4 decades on College Game Day. His final show will be in August. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Luke. 248-539-9797. Tiger Baseball coming up shortly, which means, yes, we're still here, and it's time for the big finish.
That's right, guys. It is the very first big finish of the MLB season 2025. So let's go through what we talked about today.
I'm honored.
Yeah, you will thank the Yankees or thank the weather because they changed that schedule. And now we have our very first one now instead of earlier in the year. So let's get to this. The Pistons, can they win the series? People have been critical of us, believing that they cannot win the series, that it will go 5 or 6. Everyone says, at least the fans on Ticket Tech say, they can win the series, and there's not a lot of basketball reasons. But within that conversation, we introduced a new drop, and it is the Costa drop of Now, I personally like this one instead. That's from you, Stoney, earlier in the show.
Okay.
But talk about it. The Pistons, can they win this series?
They can win the series, but it's something very specific. In order to win the series, you have to take either game 1 or game 2 in New York at Madison Square Garden. It's going to be a lot of pressure on you. It's going to be new for a lot of guys. If you can come back to Detroit in game 3 and it's tied 1-1, yes, I do believe that they could win it to that point. But if they come back down 0-2, even though you held serve, I don't know if the young guys will be able to overcome that, Stoney.
Look, I'm not going to go away from my prediction where they're going to lose in 5. I think the games will be very, very competitive. I know. However, you use the word pressure. To me, if there's pressure in this series, the pressure's on the Knicks. Because if they lose to the Pistons, man, Thibodeau's in trouble. There's a lot of stuff that's going to go down because it's New York. And
that's why I said, if you take one in New York, you don't have any pressure anymore.
That's right.
At that point, now, maybe you pull off the 5-game sweep like the going to work Pistons did.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Well, the most Pistons fans, it doesn't matter because Cat's just soft, right? So
yes.
It doesn't matter. Pistons are going to win because Cat is soft. Let's get into the Lions here because we talked a lot about the Lions regarding the draft. First thing up is the trade up. We talked about that scenario. Will he trade up? Will he trade back? Or will he stay at 28? Your thoughts were?
I think he's staying at 28, but who the hell knows because of his history, number one. I mean, he's traded up more than he's traded down. However, where they're picking, I just think they'll believe that they can get whoever they want at 28, and they'll be fine.
Seeing Brad Holmes' history, kind of like how you cracked the whole RAS score thing. If Brad Holmes has somebody that he sees and there's a run that's starting, he's not going to sit around and wait to get the third best person. If the first one is already off the board, he's going to get the second best person. Or if there's a position where he's like, you know what? I'm not going to wait around anymore and nobody's touching this position yet. I'm going to get the best person. He's got extra draft picks. Thanks to Aaron Glenn, he's going to move up.
Yeah, and I went with the analogy that he's going to move up because he loves that more than he loves sex. He just enjoys the idea of trading up and getting that player and that guy. So we'll see what he actually does a week from today. Are you okay, Stoney?
Roberts.
No. I want to trade up.
Oh, no.
No, Mrs. Holmes. Not tonight. You have to wait because I want to trade up.
Nope. Let's get into the top 10 teams. I talked about them that have to get it right. Now, of course, every team has to get it right. But there are some teams that may need it right now more than ever, and that is the Browns for sure, the Niners, and the Giants. They have to get it right for various reasons, but they have to get it right.
I mean, the Giants allegedly need to get it right because their coach and their general manager's jobs are on the line. However,
you think Lions 2020.
Yeah, to me, if they get it right, they get, Abdul Carter, and they still have major growing pains, so they guys could still lose their jobs anyway.
No, but if they get it right, Stoney, they may be able to at least extend because, if Russ is okay or Jameis can help out or Tommy Cutlass, you can then set yourself up
for Arch
for next year.
Archer Nussmeier, one of those
so
two?
you can say, hey, you know what? Or
anybody else. I mean,
maybe you set yourself up for the best free agent quarterback saying, hey,
that's true.
I mean, think of what Darnold did at Minnesota. Like, you know what? You got all the pieces. You just need somebody to throw the ball around, and maybe that could be the person that helps them out. The Niners, they're going to have to pay Purdy. They've already paid Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey. They've paid all their stars. So last year they really hit with the draft. They got to do it again if they want to stay in this window that they're in.
If the Browns can't get this right, they should just
Then
fold
you know
the
what?
franchise.
If the Browns can't get this right, then the day ends in Y and the sun will come up tomorrow.
I know.
Yeah, don't fold the franchise. 2 easy wins for the Steelers. Come on now.
It's what the Browns do.
I know, but are they going to not take either Carter or Hunter? Which either one is a good right pick.
I don't
right?
think Hunter is a good pick for them.
They're going to take Hunter, though.
Hunter is because you need so much. And if you put Carter, I mean, you put Abdul Carter with Myles Garrett. Now you have something that, okay, you know what? Maybe you win in some ugly slugfest, but you're winning games. Travis Hunter is just selling jerseys, in my opinion. Like, is he going to be that difference maker at running back? No. Is he going to be that big of a difference maker at corner when you're getting torched by everybody? No.
Well, he's going to be a really, really good corner. And the fact that they have Garrett, they will still be able to get some pressure. Look, personally, if I'm the Cleveland Browns, I would take Carter. But I don't think Hunter's going to be a bad pick.
Just a bad pick for that. No. A bad pick for the Browns. Sometimes if you go to the right team, it's great. You go to the wrong team, and good luck with that.
This is the one thing I love about the draft. There are so many questions, so many debates here, so many bad teams like the Browns that will just make stupid decisions. That is your big finish. Tiger baseball is coming up next. Let's see if Riley Green can get out of that slump. That is 97.1